The story of our communities, people and nation starts a long, long time ago. More than 60,000 years, in fact, and thrive for generations. Our people were strong, and our culture flowed and healed us in times of hurt.
But since the trauma of colonization and the stolen generations, we have not been able to heal in the same way. And we have unknowingly passed this trauma on to our children through sharing our sad stories and having them witness and experience our pain. This is known as intergenerational trauma, and we see symptoms today in broken relationships, disconnected families, violence, suicide, and drug and alcohol abuse.
But this is not where our story ends.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome is an explanatory theory that really looks at multi-generational trauma. One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped, experimented on. And then you have to ask the question, did the trauma continue? Yes. So 300 years of trauma, no help, freed. No help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that.
There are any number of things that can cause breakdown in a family. Illness, death, divorce are common challenges that can befall a tight-knit family, transforming loving connections into frayed and fragmented pieces.
But family cannot be built on lies. Family has to be built on reality and truth. And we have to be aware of all that past histories live. When I was getting married, I was 19. I refused to sign a paper that would say, oh yeah, married to this person until death do us part. No, I don't know that. I cannot say that because...
And so as a family, we will heal each other. Nobody's going to come and rescue us. We're going to have to come together and heal ourselves. So I invite everyone to become healers of their home.
Being safe and strong communities together, supporting our families to be free from pain, returning to our culture and building a strength of identity, we can stop the cycle of trauma and bring about positive intergenerational change so that we can continue to thrive for the next 60,000 years. There are simple things that we can all do to help heal our trauma.
Set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
And when we lay down our excuses and defenses, everything opens. In a family, you get what you water, and what you water grows.
What legacy are you leaving behind?
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivered into this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, born as a chattel slavery. We've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. So the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists. But they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. There are Muslim sacred women and Christian sacred women and Buddhist sacred women and Akan sacred women and Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches. And those branches, if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together, we help her. We nurture each other. And all in sacred women, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that sacred woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want, and the men want. Everyone loves the sacred woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.
Are you leaving behind?
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends, and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, family grand rising. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house, UK tour guide to the rest of the world. Hope you enjoyed that. That was Queen Afua's documentary that is coming very soon to your doorstep. So today, are we self-sufficient? Or do we rely on the system to give us our, what can I say, that gives us our directions in life? Now, greetings to Lady Divine, Grand Rising, ISUBK did this to me. That's what happens when you go into the quotes. They keep you there for a very long time. Grand Rising, Sister Kushti. Hope everything is well and hope the little one is giving you more inspiration in life, as our children are our first protocols of teachers. So we learn every day from each child that comes into this world. Yes, so today, as I'm discussing about self-sufficient, big up to my brother EIE as well in the house, just getting up from his bed, even though it's early in the morning. But today we're going to be talking about self-sufficient. Are we self-sufficient? Can we able to do things for ourselves? And you know, today I'm going to even give, like, we're going to study into what we call drop shipping. Drop shipping is kind of like something where it works out in the facts of you can work it to your advantage online, in that, like, for instance, a t-shirt, you can create the design and then you pass it on to the manufacturers who will help you send your t-shirt to every client. that purchase a t-shirt. So we're going to go into that, and it's not just in that format. You can be the middleman for any type of product, and where the people will now come and purchase, and you pay the manufacturers, and you're able to gain in some form of knowledge. So in forms of that, we're going to go into that. We're going to find out what is drop shipping, what is it about, how we're going to go through it, and able to build in the fact of building our empire, our estate, our family, and creating forms of different incomes and a legacy. And at the same time, we're going to be learning about the history. We're going to be learning on certain things where we did the masonry, and understanding the forms of craft and trade. We're going to be going through all these kind of stuff today. So it's kind of like historical entrepreneurship. Let's take our history back. Hi. So, family, if you feel that you want to come on the panel, please do so, as the link is on top of the chat in the description box. And if you feel that you want to donate to our rites of passage, which is the DLA International Rites of Passage, I will put the GoFundMe is in the description box. And you know what that is a form of an exchange program, which is to get all our children to able to do the exchange program from all different countries. And then when they get to a certain age, they'll do a final rites of passage in a certain place, which will give them a kind of an inspiration or an understanding of where to go or where to think in forms of internationally, not in the forms of community, in the fact of, just because I live in one little borough postcode or area code that I'm basing my business. I want us to able to have our children to be international children, so that they can go anywhere in the world and able to communicate with one another. So this is part of all the program. Everything's a piece of a puzzle that gives you the bigger picture. So if you want to come and discuss at First Most, please come onto the panel, come and join me, say hello, even if it's 2 minutes, say your piece, and you can go back to work, or you can have a dialogue with me all day if you like. As we've got a show coming up at 11 o'clock, but that's late in the evening, a hip-hop show that Brother Rich is going to be doing on Black Eyes TV 7. So please subscribe and like and share for later on tonight. But today we're talking about, are we self-sufficient, or do we rely on the system? Like as we were talking the other day, in forms, even the other night, we're talking about eating certain foods, and most of the foods that we're eating are from others, which can kind of be from the system. We're eating foods from supermarkets. We're eating foods from fast food takeaways. We're not even growing our own stuff. But the funniest thing is, even though we live in the city, you might have a family in Jamaica. You might have a family in Nigeria. You might have a family in Ghana. You might have a family in St. Lucia. Wherever it is across the board, they must have a farm. So wouldn't it make sense in forms of networking with that specific family and creating some form of trade? Even if it's a small farm and you're growing some guinea hen, or you've got some small farm and you're growing some palm trees with the palm oil or whatever, you can able to fund them to be sufficient to supplying you, so that you can able to sell these products in the grounds where you are at. This is what we need to able to do. So I'm not talking on the facts of just talking. I want us to able to reach out to at least one person out there and seeing what you can do as a joint adventure, because this is what we need. The more we raise our economical profile, the more we get noticed, the more we can able to take position in any scope or any country or wherever you are. Like today, I've just got my box of whole heap of t-shirts that I've done. Black Family First, hashtag BF1. Yeah, they're going to be exclusive and luxury t-shirts, which I am going to be selling as well as tracksuits, as well as jeans, slippers, anything of fashion to push in the narrative. At the same time, using our fashion wear as our promotional wear, as well as giving the awareness of the things that we are doing, whether it's in the health, whether it's in the media, whatever it is. So we've got to push that narrative. And as I said before, is breaking down the movement that I am creating, and it's almost done for it to be for the public eye, which is the new beginning, which works on 5 different pillars. Before I go into the 5 different pillars, once again, peace to Sister Kushti, peace to EIE. What did our Sister Kushti said? Kushti Cosmetics, 100%. Yes. And she has a business that deals with all the beauty stuff. And oh, by the way, as I said, we haven't forgotten Sister Circle, definitely this Sunday on Black Eyes TV ×2, which we're going to be talking about the beauty once again, because it got cancelled the other day. But it's going to be done this Sunday. So be aware of that one. And then able to create in our own products. Even for the Sister Circle, I'm creating I'm trying to create candles. So they're going to be 3 wick candles with the emblem on the candle, which will have all different types of things within that candle, which I know that I can able to source from Black people. So for instance, the essence oils, you know, you've got the flavors in Africa and the Caribbean of different types of oils. I'm able to get the beeswax. The beeswax will probably come from Africa, somewhere in Africa, or even in Jamaica, getting the beeswax oil from Jamaica, sourcing it from our own people, putting these essence together, getting crystals from Africa, putting them into the candles, and everything will be sourced from Black people. So it's about finding the things that we need to make ourselves self-sufficient. The more we deal with different types of products, the more sufficient we can be. We need to own our own products. We need to be in control, even if it has to be that we have to be the middlemen in between what's going on, so that when people want to do business with people in the Caribbean or Africa or South America, we are the middlemen they have to go to. We have to make ourselves being the go-to guy. So I'm waiting for the family to come on. So I'm going to play something from one of my good friends, because no one's coming on at the moment. His name is Andrew, and he's got a book. He's got a printing business, might as well say, and it's called Black History Activity Books. When I interviewed him, we were talking about all his historical books. But what I like about what he's done, he's brought entrepreneurship. He's brought one of the biggest merchandise events in Birmingham. He's not only done that, he's built accessories from cups to t-shirts to pens to pencils to all different types of toys and everything towards his business of these books that he has released. So not only has he used his skills as being a designer and a printer, but brought the entrepreneurship to it for the mass. So I'll be waiting for people to come on, but while I'm waiting for people to come on, today is the day, and we're looking at the factors of being self-sufficient. Well, you know what? Are we actually relying on the system? Because if we're going to rely on the system, can we actually complain? When the system gives you certain things, can we complain? When the system provides you with everything that you live for within these capital countries. So we need to be self-sufficient. And I'm going to do some breakdowns in forms of ways of making ourselves self-sufficient, and at the same time looking at the history in the past and how they were self-sufficient and how they came around to destroying the family so that they can't be self-sufficient. So I'm going to play Andrew's video. Anyone that wants to come on, please do so. Please do so. And I will stop the video as I go into that. And, you know, by the way, you know, the funniest thing is this video I'm going to play, right? Hold on. This video I'm going to play is funny. If you look at the people that are in this picture, right? I don't know if you can see my cursor, but all these people in this picture are creative. They're doing something. The lady down here, she does candles. The guy here on your on your right hand side, he's got HMP TV. The Stella and Nat, these two down here, sitting down on the floor, they do music, poetry, and got they work for a TV called Millennium TV, and they do some things with Got Kush, and they're music artists and poets and presenters. This guy here, Jemmy, he's what we call a photographer. He takes all the pictures from the speakers corner all over, all the protests. You need to check him out. Then you've got Jason Barrett at the other end with the big leather jacket. Man, he's got a whole heap of different comics. And he does a lot of information within the comics. Then you got above him, you got Richie, as you know, part of Black Eyes TV. You've got his brother, who's an entrepreneurship. You've got at the back, you've got Andrew, who has got the activity books, which we're going to show. Then you've got Red Pill, Blue Pill, entrepreneurship. One does designs in clothes, one does products and jewelry. Then you've got another guy behind him, which is Aziz. He does e-commerce. He does he creates platforms and promotions for all types of business. Then you've got 19 Keys. 19 Keys does a whole heap of stuff. Then you've got this lady here who's into fashion. Then you've got the Maroon Twins, who actually go to Jamaica, get products, and has got a shop in Peckham that sells all the herbs. Yeah. Then you've got Dean Okai, who's into the political game. Then you've got another fashion designer. Then right in the corner at the back, you got COE, yeah, content over everything, who does his own. Then you've got a fashion designer. And then you've got a music artist that does a whole heap of stuff. Then you got me. Then you've got Aphrodisi, who is an entrepreneur, who works and does a whole heap of stuff. Then you've got Queen Diambi, who's a fashion designer. And then you've got a king from Ghana who does jewelry. Wow. That is an empire. So let's play this video and see how we go.
grade, so I went to
Andrew,
careers after.
let me quickly ask a question though. Mommy, slightly cutting you, but you know, like when you're in a job and like it's not really a job for you.
Yeah.
You find it very stressful at that time when you was working in the post office, or you just did it for the money?
I just did it, you know. Both my parents came over as laborers, so like they weren't skilled professionals; they were just laborers. So I didn't really look up to someone to see a skilled professional to know that there was options out there like that for me to get into different careers and stuff like that. So I didn't really find it stressful. I just found it as it was a job. It was something that I did to get paid, kind of. But no, I didn't really find it.
Yeah. So, but what gave you that drive? Because you know, some jobs we don't really want to do it. So, but there's something in you that said, you know what, I'm gonna pick up my 2 feet and just do this job. What gave you that drive?
Yo, my parents are Jamaican, you know, like no way I could be living in the house, not giving them no house money.
Get yourself, mate.
No way that I could be living in the house and not giving them no money for housekeeping. That couldn't work. So, my dad was born in 1927, so my dad's old, and then you know both my parents came here my dad came here in the 50s and my mom came here in the 60s, so they don't know this business about you just sitting in the house and not contributing, you know what I mean? So I had to do something. It wasn't a thing where I could just stay in the house and just, you know, just frost about. So yeah, I had to work, I had to contribute to the household. So I went to a careers advice center. Said, look, I like to draw, and this is, you know, you can do fine art or you can do graphic design. I never really knew the ins and outs of graphic design, and it kind of intrigued me because they said, you know, you can still be an artist and make money. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna give that a shot. And then I gradually did different courses. I started off with doing an MVQ, which was at NACRO. So I'm at NACRO only for people that had just come out of jail or, you know, like they're on the fringes. So I'm the only person that used to really was interested. But there was about 3 people out of about 30 people that was really interested in the course. So I took it serious, did my work, did BTech in graphic design, taught me the technical skills, how to use like Photoshop, Illustrator, stuff like that. And then I did HND, which taught me how to be creative and to source ideas and generate ideas and stuff like that. And then during my last year, I created a magazine because I didn't really read much when I was growing up because I didn't see like I wasn't exposed to books that I would say I was interested in reading. So it wasn't that I couldn't read. It's just that I never read anything that was really interesting to me. So I wasn't really reading. And I remember reading an article on one of my friends or someone that I knew, and I read the whole thing, and I was like, yo, that was interesting, and it inspired me. And I was like, you know what? I wonder if other people are like me that don't read because there's not things that the feel for them and that interest them and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do a magazine that highlights the positive role models in the community that people can relate to, and like it could inspire them. And I'm doing a magazine, and yeah, then I've ended up doing a magazine for 3 years, inspiring a lot of people around them and surrounding counties. And yeah, that was my first introduction to working for myself and doing a project that I was passionate about, which was to like the same thing as the books, was just like, inspire and educate people about, you know, themselves, their people, their struggles, what they are, their potential. But he covered a lot more things than the books. So he covered nutrition, careers, inspiration, Black history. So unfortunately that it had to stop because there was a lot going on and I was doing everything. So I was writing the articles, designing artwork, I was doing the photography, I was distributing them, I was doing the sales, and it was a lot. So it took its toll on me. So after 2 years, I felt like it was.
But you know, hold on, right? You know, there is a saying, right? That they say that, you know, a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Didn't you do a lot of stuff? And did you achieve at that critical point when you were doing so much stuff? Did you find it difficult, or was it something that you had passion for?
It's something that I had passion for, but you know what it is? I feel like a lot of projects end up going stagnant or stopping because of lack of support in areas where people can't. So they need support in an area and they don't have no one to help them in that area. So they end up like longing out their project or putting it on hold or just not doing it in general. And with me, like graphic design is a multi-disciplined art form. So it's not just working on a computer, it's fine art, it's drawing, it's photography, it's typography, it's copywriting. It covers so much. So in graphic design, it teaches you to be multidisciplined, to do different things. So the photography I could do, the graphic design I could do, the illustration I could do. Like I wasn't into sales, but like I had to do it. I think in business, you know, beautiful to outsource because you don't want to spread yourself too thin. But unfortunately, especially when you're starting out in business and you don't know that much, you either have two choices: don't do it or do it yourself. Because we don't have the luxury of having the support around us that will allow us to have the things that we want. So it was a thing where either you do it yourself or it just doesn't get done. So I ended up having to do or fulfill 10 roles. But being in business for so long, I've seen so many people in business that do 10 roles, that they're the secretary, they're admin, they're the accountant. It's just one of them things that I think we probably have to do for the first couple of years in business. I wouldn't say it's the best business approach, but I feel like if you're serious and you want to get things done, it's an approach that you might have to consider taking.
Okay, so from that, you came to a point where you said that you was at the post office and you said you liked Black history and you liked your artwork. Where did you go from there?
So you know what happened? I just walked out. I walked out of the place one day. You know, I think it was mid-shift, and I don't know. Somebody just took me. You know, and I thought, you know what? So sad. This I ain't working here no more. I just walked out, and from that day I walked out. I never looked back. And then I've been working in graphic design. I studied for 4 years after that, and then after that I went straight into a job where I was designing the adverts for the Yellow Pages. I did it for like a year, got laid off, and I'd already done the prototype of the magazine. So a lot of people at my workplace was really encouraging me to say, you know what, this is your opportunity now to get this done and start your business and stuff like that. Labour was in power at the time, so grants was going out, and somebody had put me through to a company Unlimited that was giving a £5,000 grant to start a business. So I tapped into that, managed to tap into the grant, started business. That £5,000 paid to get a computer, the programs I needed, and I paid for one issue to get done. And I ended up doing another 5 issues after that, like through the business. So the business model was successful. It was hard and it would have paid off, but like it was really demanding. It took its toll on like my personal and my relationship that I was in at the time. So I ended up just sacking it off. It was a lot. I was doing like 30 people's jobs, and
you just stepped onto something, because I like to show people when people are going through the process of trying to do the entrepreneurship. And you said you was going through something and it put a bit of stress on your relationship. But let's not even go too deep. But why do you think it put pressure in that format of when you was working and you was having a relationship? Was it because you wasn't working together with that relationship, or you were solely focused on your work that your relationship, you started to get pulled away from your relationship?
I think it was a bit of everything, you know. I think people underestimate how much hours you have to put into your own business, especially when you're doing so much. That can take a toll on any relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship between you and your children, a relationship between you and your parents, and even friends, because so much friends I've had to drop off and stop contact with them because you can get consumed in the amount of hours that your business takes up. And it's a thing where you'll end up working like 14 hours a day, 16 hours a day, have very little social, like no social life at all. But like these are the choices that you have to take to give yourself a different type of living. I probably don't make as much money as the person working in a normal job, but like there's like I have the freedom to work when I want, where I want. Do you know what I mean? For me doing it for so long now, I think that's a priceless thing. Do you know what I mean? To be able to kind of like to do what I want when I want, kind of thing. But like through the magazine, it really got so much people's attention, and it was so good at doing the job that I intended it to do. I ended up winning 2 awards. So I won the first award was for in 2007 for the best startup business in the UK, and then in 2010 I won another award for the local Pathfinder on the Birmingham City Council for a contribution towards education and employment in my area, which is so that was how much of an impact the magazine made.
Okay. So let me just say a shout out to all the people in the chat room. Shout out to Angela Adams. Shout out to Menelated. Shout out to Black Eyes TV themselves. Shout out to Maxine and whoever's in the chat. Now, I always say, you know what, sometimes we don't mind a bit of a donation into our super chat. At the end of the day, we try to get as much information that we can, and we try to keep you entertained as much as possible. So if there is any forms of questions or answers that you want to ask Andrew, please do so. And a bit later, I might throw the link into the chat. So anyone that wants to ask him questions about his books and etc., please do come on board and ask your questions, because this is what we do on Black Eyes TV 7, is to give a platform for the African diaspora and the African people on land to speak their voice, so we can able to work together and unify together. So getting back to our brother Andrew, you know, so when you got to this stage of where things are at and your first creation, how did you go about this?
Hello, sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you nice and clear.
Yeah, I missed what you said. You was like a little bit choppy.
Okay. What I was saying is, out of the whole outcome, how did you come about doing your first creation? As you've started to become this creative person, you've gone into forms of printing, you've gone into forms of photography. Now this thing of being an author is starting to arise. So what I'm trying to say is, now that ideology of your first push to creating something, because if everything comes from mind or thought, it has to come into a reality. Yeah? Can you hear me, Andrew? So big up into the chat room. Mr. Lee, Kenneth.
I don't know if everybody else is having problems.
So big up. Yeah. Andrew, can you hear me? Are you having situations, Andrew?
Yeah.
Situations, Andrew.
Yeah. Now yeah. I can hear you.
Situations, Andrew.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, speak, Andrew. Speak.
Yeah. I'm here. I can hear you. For some strange reason, you went the whole of that. Everything you was just saying just went. I didn't get nothing of what you just said. But
so what I was saying is, how did you come about your creation? Can everyone in the chat hear Andrew? Please press 1 if you can. Yeah, Andrew, continue speaking. All I was asking is, how did you come about your first creation?
So with the magazine that I was doing, what I realized from doing it was maybe the impact would have been a bit more powerful if it was directed at younger people, because it was really directed at like teens to young adults. And I feel by the time you get into like your teens, you kind of form an opinion about who you are, your interests. You're probably interested in girls, you're probably doing your thing on road or whatever. So like the subjects I was covering, like history, self-improvement, I don't think they're at the forefront of your agenda at them ages. So what I realized was children are more like sponges. So I wanted to always direct something at younger children, because I know they would absorb the information. So for years and years and years, I wanted to do something with that children, and I knew the best because I was doing various courses at the time, and from one of the courses, I picked up that one of the best ways for young people to learn, or for people to learn in general, is through fun-based learning. So I wanted to do it as like an activity type kind of thing, which I always knew for like probably, I don't know, probably a good part, like 5 years or longer even. But due to circumstances with like home parents and stuff like that, because I was looking after my parents at one point, looking after my dad, I didn't really get to do the work and get the work done. So it was something that I wanted to do, but I just never really found the free time to do it. Then unfortunately my father passed in 2016. In that year, it just like the right time. It was like the right time to do it then. Started on one of the books on October 23rd in 2017 or 16. Yeah, 2017. I started on October the 23rd, and then by December the 6th, I'd done 10. The designer had them printed, but it was in the process to go to. It was sent to print on December the 6th, and then in a week or two, I was in South Africa promoting them, because one of the books was on Nelson Mandela, so I really want to push it towards the top order over there. So I went to South Africa, see what I could do.
Andrew, before you go into it, you said you went to South Africa. Your first book here that you've created, you actually took your 2 feet from where you was to get into South Africa.
Yeah.
People will do that, but I'm just want to know what made you say, you know what, I'm gonna go to South Africa and promote my book.
Anybody's ever been Cape Town? Like Cape Town's one of the best places that you can go to. Like I love Cape Town. I think it's a beautiful place, and the way that the government makes so much money from Nelson Mandela, it was like the right place to kind of push it to be like a souvenir. So I wanted the book to almost be like a souvenir where tourists come and buy it. You could have children selling them in tourist hotspots like the Big Issue. So there's a lot of street children out there. I saw that from when I went out there. So I've always got a mindset to think like, how can other people benefit from what I'm doing? So I always wanted to set up something over there where the street children could sell the books, work their way up, and then when they get to 16, we can teach them new skills in business. And if they want to continue selling the books, they can. If they want to do a different business, we could give them grants. So that's where my mind was at the time. So I think I was thinking a little bit bigger than what I was doing. So I feel when I have ideas, sometimes I don't second guess it, I just go with it. And that's what I did. I didn't second guess, went with it. I said, the books are released now. It's time to promote them. So the only way to them is to kind of get your feet on the ground. And I wasn't really tech savvy then at the time in terms of social media. So I didn't really have an Instagram page or anything like that. So I didn't really know about pushing online.
You say that as you was going, you were learning different trades as you was rising to this first book.
Yeah. I had to do more face-to-face sales. I had to go introduce myself to people. It was sliding in people's DMs. I didn't know about that. I didn't know you could just go to a big company and just send them a direct message. I was just going. I went out there. I went to like the souvenir shop, spoke to the managers, got the numbers, got the emails, chased them, phoned them, emailed them, all of that. Yeah, It was very hands-on,
So,
very hands.
in forms, and this is just your first book.
10 was released, so I went out there with 10 books.
You released
But, yeah, I released 10 at one time. So within 6 weeks, I designed 10 books and had them printed in 6 weeks.
Wow. But so let me ask a question. Out of these 10 books, you put all the information and everything, and you compiled everything together yourself,
Yeah,
with no help.
yeah. I was in beast mode. Like, I was actually looking like 14 to 16 hours a day, constantly, probably eating once, if anything. And I was just stuck to the computer working. I think sometimes as a creative, when you're in that space and you're being creative, you just can't afford nothing to break your creativity. It just flows, and like when it flows, it's like you can't stop it. You kind of have to just lay it out, and that's what happened. I think being in that creative space, it's so powerful when it comes to manifesting and bringing things into the realm. You take it from out of your brain and you bring it into the physical realm.
Wow. So and that kind of taught you the craft. But in that you created these 10 books, and you've gone to South Africa, right? And now you've come back. What was your next plans, or what was you thinking when you got back from South Africa? What did you think your next steps will be?
Go to America, and like 2 weeks later or a week later, I was in America.
Wow. That's quick.
So,
Go on.
Yeah. So I was just out. I went straight out to the States.
So where did you go?
So the only bookshop that I'd known about really was Nicholas, and I'd spoke to Joe Benjamin online, and he said, "You're gonna have to speak to my wife," and she was like, "Oh yeah, you got to start bringing me the books, kind of thing, so I can see them." So
sorry to cut you. What's the name of their shop?
So their shop's in Brooklyn, New York. So
do you know the name?
It's called Nicholas. It's called Nicholas in Brooklyn.
Okay, Nicholas Bookshop.
Yeah, Nicholas Bookshop on Fulton Street.
Yeah. So when you got to the States, you know, like I'm always trying to explain what America's like to people, and you know, how did you when you got there? How did your entrepreneurship kick in? Because a lot of people will kind of say they go over there and they get stuck, or they don't know where to start from. But what able for you to boost your morale? Because I know that it wasn't just New York you went to. You spread your wings quite a lot of places in America itself.
Say that again. Sorry, I was wondering.
Since you got to New York and you went to Benjamin in New York, yeah, right?
Yeah.
What gave you the enthusiasm to able to spread your wings to go into other places? Because it wasn't just New York you went to at that precise time, was it?
No, that you know, I think this is the most beautiful thing about when you do something. You know, when you do something, like you hear things like in The Secret where things fall into place. It's so true. Like literally, me going to that bookstore, Nicholas of Brooklyn, caused a chain reaction. Like literally, and I feel like sometimes what we need to do is take the first step. Take the first step and just go into it blindly. Sometimes you need to take that leap of faith. You don't need to think too hard about where you're gonna go or how this work. Just do, and things just end up falling into place. And when I went to Brooklyn, when I went to Nicholas of Brooklyn, Monique, who's the store owner, she was like, "Oh, you need to go to Source of Knowledge in New Jersey. You need to go to GLOBEAL. You need to go to Natty." So Natty is like the guy that is the biggest distributor for books in America. I didn't know any of this, by the way. The only I knew was Nicholas of Brooklyn. So
it was like, hold on, I'm gonna get to something, because when I caught a glimpse of you on your Instagram, right? I saw a shocking thing. I saw you walking some long road to get to some shop. What made you? because that is a driving force that, you know what, some people say, what, I'm not walking down that road, I'm taking the next cab or bus. But you just said, you know what, I'm determined to get into this shop. And that amazed me of what you did there. I will never forget it. Go on.
To me, like, it was, to me, that was just standard. It was like, it was the thing that, it was just, to me, it was, this is the mission, this is what needs to get done, what I need to do. So I had a map, and I remember, I think what you're talking about is, I started out at Uptown Sisters bookstore, which is on something like 42nd Street in Uptown. So that's touching Bronx. All of this stuff I didn't know, by the way, so I've had to learn. So I took a tube, the underground train to that store, and then I walked from there to the Revolution bookstore, which is like a 36. Then I went to another bookstore. Then from there, I went to another bookstore. Then I went to Granny's. I think I went to about five bookstores, but they span probably about 2 miles. And the 2 miles, I literally walked with like 200 in my rucksack. And when I was sweating at the end of it, like no one's business. I was opening store doors, and I was just like mashed hot. And I had like these books. I had like a big jar. I had all these books, and it was mad. It was like, you know, you hear stories like, oh, this, you went to the store and wasn't interested, and you went to that store. That's what was happening to me. It's like I was literally going from store to store, and no one was interested. They was looking at the book saying, yeah, these are great, they're lovely, but I'm not the person that makes the decision. You're gonna have to come back on some day that I was gonna leave America. So they'd be like, oh, you gotta come back in 2 weeks, or some madness. Like,
let me ask you one thing though. With that, like sometimes receiving a kind of indirect rejection in that precise, did you feel to lose hope, or did you feel to drive on it even more?
You know what? Like, I had no other option, like, but to keep moving, because it had been printed. I'd made the investment to get the books printed. I'd already come over with, I think I came to America with like 400, I think.
400.
Come over with, yeah, I think I bought, because I got 500 of each book, so I had 5,000 books in the UK. 400 wasn't really that much, because really that's 40 of each title. So I brought over 2 suitcases, and I bought, my rucksack was full as well, and I think I'd put like 130 in my rucksack just to kind of balance out the weight. Oh, I had no choice. Couldn't come back to the UK with them. Like, I never had no other choice. And to be fair, like, I kind of thought, you know what, people are going to be more on it out here, and they're going to buy the books, and they're going to all over the books, and they're just going to sell, and this, that, the other. And it wasn't the case. Straight away, it wasn't the case. It wasn't selling. So I was like, yo, this is. It was like a reality shock, because I was like, nah, this is. Because if somebody was to tell you, yeah, go to America, it's the land of milk and honey, you know, the streets are paved with gold, all of this stuff that, like, Africans must like.
They think the world's paved with gold.
Yeah, that same mentality. You kind of go, you think, yeah, you gotta be in it to win it. Like, you gotta, like, you gotta work hard to make it. It's like, I'm realizing that thing was hard. It weren't easy. I thought it was gonna be, and then I got to less, and I think they took 100 books. Or did she take 50? I think she took 50, and then she took another 50 before I left. And then I sold some. So I ended up selling them all before I left. Like, I had about 3 days before to leave, and I ended up selling all of them. By the grace of God.
Second, can you mention the 10 books that you created? What were their names of the 10 books that you did at that?
The very first book that I'd started on the 21st October was Marcus Garvey. Then I did Nanny of the Maroons. I did Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela, Bob Marley, Muhammad Ali, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks. and I did all of those in 6 weeks, and that was designed, illustrated, wrote, put the activity together, everything.
Okay. We've got a good guest in the house, and he's coming to support our brother because he's got stories to tell about our brother. But we're going to bring him into the house, and he's going to introduce himself. Greetings, special guest, all the way from Ghana. How are you doing?
Yeah, what's good? What's going on? I'm here live from Accra. We here during this stay-at-home order, coronavirus insanity that we're going through. NWO. I guess they're doing what they need to do, huh? So what's going on?
Yeah. Give an introduction to who you are, because people need to know who you
are. What's up? My name is Brother Nova Felder, aka Nana Asari Asameni the First, Koswaheni Development Ruler, Development King of the Kwamufie Kingdom. Yeah, you know, activist, I guess, business person, international Pan-Africanist, you know, just pushing for our people to become more of ourselves as we move into this 21st century, further into this 21st century. So that's me, Terry. You know what it is.
So I want you to give us, because you know, even though when I went to meet Andrew and I knew Andrew came to the States, but I want you to tell the public the first time you met Andrew and your feelings and understanding of what Andrew has.
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. I believe that was January 2018. I was as I do on the weekends, I set up on 125th Street selling my books and conscious literature and clothing and things like that. So it was a rainy January, and I was set up under this awning, and I had something spiffy on, and I was like, oh, I need to take a picture, even though it's gloomy. So I saw this brother standing over by the store. So I said, oh, bro, can you mind taking this picture? Brother said, not a problem. And then the brother said, oh, you sell books? I said, yeah. So he was like, he pulls out of his bag these beautiful crafted books, Black History student activity books. And for anybody that knows the craft that I'm in, we call ourselves opticians. We're here to raise the dead. So whenever we see something like that about Black history and culture geared towards children, we automatically get a rise and are happy. So I was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, are you the author? He's like, yeah. So that brother happened to be our brilliant brother, Andrew Lindo, of Black History Activity Books. And our relationship just, you know, that was about going on 2 years ago. It just took off from there. You know, brother's been brilliant. I've been to UK twice. I saw you the first time. I met you that summer, I think 2018, Kerry.
Yeah.
And then we met up again. We even went to Usain Bolt's restaurant and hung out in London and in Rome.
Before
when I was there in 2018.
We met up. Remember, we met up. The first time we ever met up was the time of the Unity Conference. That's 2017. Right. But
right.
But what I was
You're right. Yeah. I met you before I met Andrew. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Oh, yeah. You reminded me, bro. I hadn't thought about it, but you're right.
So me seeing Andrew in the States, you know, and us being in America at that time. But I want to know how, when you came to the first part, let's let Andrew explain first how he came to his first event, and then I want you to explain your experience coming from the States to Andrew's first event. So Andrew,
go ahead.
Andrew, I want you to kind of open up how you created that, one of the biggest events, I could say practically in Europe, a Black History Activity Book event in Europe.
So I needed to launch the books. I knew I had to launch the books to create a mass awareness in like the UK. And I'd seen like a couple of people that I didn't know anything about launching a book or anything. Like this is for I was winging it, just winging everything the whole way. So basically, I wanted a book launch, but I didn't want to spend any money. I was thinking, how can I do a book launch for free? And I remember going to a couple of events in the year where I was selling books and stuff like that. And I said, you know what, these events are decent, you know, but like I feel like I've been to quite a few events and felt like the crowds were very similar, where it was quite the conscious community and stuff like that. Nothing's wrong with that, but I feel like they see things like what I'm saying, other people saying all the time. So really, they're not really so like the eyes are not shining by seeing things like that. I thought, you know what, where I'm in the area, people like they've got money, disposable money. They need to know about like some of the figures and the things that we're teaching, and they need to know about events, the conscious events, because I know they'd be interested. They're just not marketed to normal kind of people or just normal, like, because I kept at the time I kept saying it to people like I'd say it was just normal black people, and people would ask me they'd say, "What do you mean normal black people?" I was like, not conscious community, like it's more like people on road that are probably interested in like knowledge, but they don't have access to it like that. And then probably just like people that go to church that want to know more about their culture, but you know they're kind of stuck to it. So they haven't really explored anything. So I wanted to get that kind of people into an event mixed with people from the conscious community and stuff like that. So what I did was I booked a venue that could hold probably, I thought at the time it could hold 50 vendors, and I did the math to sell 80 stores and I'd break even. So I booked Robin Walker, had entertainment on the day. The books will be launched. I do like a little interview so people would like know about the books and me and stuff like that. So I put the event on, started promoting it. From when I booked the event in May, like I just knew I went and paid the deposit for the venue. And from I paid the deposit, I think I paid like £500, something like that. I just knew it was gonna be. I was like, this event's gonna be ram. Like all I kept feeling was like I had excitement, like almost like anxiety in my core, like this event is gonna be ram, and that's all I kept thinking. I was like, yo, this event's gonna be ram, like it's gonna be mad. That's all I don't know why I kept thinking that, but that's all I kept thinking, like this event's gonna be ram, it's gonna be ram. So started promoting it, started getting store holders.
Stop pinning it for a second, because you said you got a venue. You got to put the activities in that venue. I want to ask you a question. Was you self-funded?
Yeah, like it was the money that I made books, so I went and paid the deposit. So, and plus, I'm a graphic designer by trade anyway. So, a lot of what I do is being propped up by the work that I like my business. Like
you practically did everything yourself. The same way you did your books is the same way you applied to your event.
Yeah, it was just for me, like you need to get something done, you just need to get it done. For me, I just thought application forms for funding, I think if you're into that kind of stuff, for me, I just felt like it was hindering my time for me, because I'm as a creative, when you're putting your energy into different areas that are not creative, that's a hindrance. That's just going to take you off your square. So I didn't want to fill in no application forms or get funding. I was like, yo, I can do it. I ain't going to pay for all I need to do really is put down a deposit, and I'm not going to be paying for it out of my own pocket. It's going to pay for itself. So I was never thinking it was a thing where I need to get funding. I was just like, I just want it free, and I don't need to make money off it. I don't need to capitalize off it. I just need the event to go on and people to get awareness about the event. So I put down the deposit, and nothing was selling. Like it's the same thing with the books. Like people were interested. It was like, you ain't never done an event before. Like I remember this one woman did the book. She was like, you have never done an event before, would never pay. I've done an event where I was charging £1 for the table, and people saying to me it was too expensive. I was like, yo, do you know how expensive it is to put on an event? Like the venue was over £2,000. The venue was like £2,500 for the venue. You gotta get flyers printed, you gotta do all of these bits and bobs, you gotta pay stage, all the add-ons. I'm like, £50 too expensive. People are like, oh, it's too expensive, you've never done an event before. Why are you charging so much? And I couldn't I was like, I pay 70, 80 pounds at events, and like probably like a couple hundred people turn up. If I'm lucky, do you know what I mean? And I don't never question how many events there, whatever. I just go and do it. So I felt like, wow, I'm doing an event now. People just questioning me and not wanting to support. So I think it was coming up to like the end of August, September, like 2 months away, and I was nowhere near making the money I needed to make. And I was just like, nah, this is I'm not gonna make the money. I was like going through a thing. I was like, nah, it's not gonna happen. I have to pay like X amount of grand out of my own pocket to make it happen. And as typical Black people fashion, everyone comes in at the last minute, like just at the last month. Just at the comes at like everyone wants to book. Everyone wants to book. I'm like, I'm booking in like loads of people in a week. Like, no, we got another booking. People are phoning up here. I want to get on it. After it's been promoted for 6 months, or like the good part of 6 months, no one was interested. But all of a sudden now, everyone wants to book tables.
Didn't I tell you it was gonna be like that?
Yeah, you did, because I was saying it to you. It was like, nah, people are not interested. Not going to get the store holders. And then typical fashion, everybody starts buying their stores for their spaces, and it happened. Instead of getting 80 to break even, I ended up getting 100. I think I got 93 paid vendors, and those were like my own stores. So I had 101 stores altogether by the time the event came around. And from that minute when I made that booking, the feeling that I was getting, it's going to be rammed. The place was
crazy. It was packed.
It was mad. It was, and the energy in there was so good. Like the energy was beautiful. Like I remember you asked me in an interview with me, and you asked me like what do I think of the event? I was like, it's beautiful. Like the event was so beautiful. The vibe in there was just like, you could just feel the love in the atmosphere. Like, you know, I've been to enough venues, and like I've never been to one where it was like I'm not saying it was my event, because everyone felt it. Like it was bad. And then from then I'd seen that there was a genuine need for events like this, where we come together as a community, and you know, we come together to celebrate our culture and how great we are, and our crafts and our businesses, and to promote ourselves. And I've continued to do it again last year, which was even bigger. But
okay,
I had to invite my brother over.
A bit further. I just want to say thank you to all the people that have logged in today, and you know, please keep on sharing, liking. And at 10 o'clock today, we've got one big brother from the USA, New York, all the way to Detroit, who is a holistic, and he's now not just minister, he's now become doctor. And we're going to be talking about all the herbs, and we're going to say, where do we stand with holistic medicine today? So we're going to go in with our brother, Dr. Inky. So
my brother,
make sure you can tune in at 10 o'clock tonight. He'll be there live.
Thank you, my brother.
You know, we're going in. We're going to hit every single person across the globe as much as possible. You saw we have Professor James Smalls. If you missed it, please go back into the archives and check it out.
When was he on, Cherry?
He was on last week Friday.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up.
Yes, it was fantastic. He broke down a whole heap of stuff. It was amazing. We got George Macon on Friday. He's going to be doing his little piece. And then we've got the International Sister Circle. And we've got one of our princesses, queens, who's going to be talking about holistic parenting, homeschooling at 5 o'clock on Sunday. So there's many more people to come. So we're going to just be training through while we're in this rest period, while we're all at home. I'm trying to bring the public to you, the whole community to you, to your own doorstep, right in front in your house. So yes, now we're going to go back to the one and only, but you know what? I don't want even want to say Felder no more, because I want you to tell the people.
Nah, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. No, sorry, it's fine. You're really not supposed to. You know how it is. But Felder's fine, Nova's fine, Nana Asari's fine. But because a lot of people know me by those monikers as well, because most of my life that's how I built. But yeah, you wanted me to talk about my experience when I first came to UK.
Yeah, when you first came
to Birmingham.
The event.
Yeah, to the event. So Andrew couldn't come to get me from London. So I went to Worcester Station from Gatwick, got on the Virgin train, came down to Birmingham, found the little Jamaican patty spot, had my vegan lunch right there. Through a lot of rigmarole, we found each other. I think Andrew was parked not too far from the bull ring. I found him, went back to his crib. We didn't even sleep. I got there the Friday before the first event. So we didn't even sleep. We were up printing T-shirts. We were up. I was making the mask for the children. It was just like a beautiful thing. I couldn't even get up to go with Andrew to come to set up the event. I wound up coming before 12 o'clock and setting up and helping set up other things that he needed to do. But the event was, by at least 1 o'clock, it was definitely packed. Seeing beautiful Black people, it was just a wonderful thing. And people asking about the books, people asking about the items I brought from the States. And to see, one of the things that I really liked was to see the professionalism of my African people in the UK. Very organized. We had beautiful books and products, and just the level of professionalism was so high. I was thoroughly and utterly impressed. And just seeing the unity and seeing the children, being a father, that really inspired me. Because I remember growing up and going to events like African Arts Festival and going to other events across New York City. And
oh my gosh, he's just dropped out once again. He's in Ghana right now, so it's not easy. So when he comes back, we will continue that conversation. But Andrew, here he's back, and just get him in. Please subscribe,
guys,
and like, please. Please press that like button so we can get the highest numbers as possible, so that people can know that this is an interesting topic, entrepreneurship, understanding the history behind it, because we are making history as we go. So yes, my brother, continue as you were saying when you was.
Yeah, so my apologies, I'm dealing with I guess it's MTN or whatever network, so sometimes it cuts in and out. But yeah, so just seeing the entrepreneur nature of our people and growing up in that arena, I just felt of late, over the last 20, 25 years, Black community have moved so far away from those things. So to see it live and in person in Birmingham, United Kingdom, I was thoroughly impressed, and my spirit really took to it. And outside of having a beautiful day, socially and politically and economically, it was just the spirit of the place and the people, and seeing people from all different walks of life, elders to the children, to different, parts of the Black conscious community, seeing, everyday folks embracing their culture. I just took my hat off to Andrew. And like you said, you guys you were there interviewing people, and I helped interview Andrew. And I was just amazed that, and not surprised, because I told him his energy is that. His energy is one to attract, is one to do well and do good. So I knew the event was going to be successful, but to have it and see it and have to see it the second year and have seen it grow is an amazing thing. And it's the continuation of the Marcus Garvey and his movement, United Negro Improvement Association, of Booker T. Washington, of Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X, and all of our people that want us to do better. It's just a continuation of that, and you can see the outgrowth and the potential that people have moving forward in this 21st century. And it's just overall, it's just a reminder that we are the past. We as a people are the present, and we most uncertain, without a doubt, we are the future. Africa is the future. And that's just a reminder of that. And I just want to give Black Ice TV the biggest shout out for providing another outlet for people to share and grow and learn information. And, you know, and I want to tell my brother Andrew, I love him and I love the work that he's doing. And, you know, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. This time shall pass. And we'll continue building in person and grinding to create a world that's better for our people and for our children. You know,
Okay.
but once again, gentlemen, thank you guys so much for doing all that you do.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say one thing, right? Because you're in the prime place, right? And before we go from one event to the second event, you did a maneuver with Andrew, and that maneuver is where you're at right now. How? First, before we even say anything else, how is things out there right now? Because people are looking to find out what's going on in Ghana and what's happening out there.
So for my people that are in the temperate climate zones, aka Europe, aka North America, it's hot and humid, 90 plus degrees even at the moment. Weather's beautiful. I'm staying by here in a seaside town in Accra. Air is beautiful. It's 19 hours. You know, people are a little afraid of Corona. The president, the Honorable Nana Akufo-Addo, has implemented some stringent measures like closing the border to non-residents and non-citizens on the 17th of March, which was very wise, and has implemented stay-at-home order currently on all the metropoles here in the country: Kumasi, Cape Coast, Accra, and Tema. And, you know, people are just, you know, kind of just riding it out and, you know, a little fearful because the media has done a good job to make people afraid as opposed to being empowered. But I mean, things are going off as normal, as I think they should, but traffic is down. People are not moving as much. But the people in Africa are happy. They seem to have what they need. Of course, everywhere we're at, we have our own issues and problems as a collective and as individuals. But the vibe here is good. And but the thing that I would say that is most telling about this whole situation we find ourselves in globally at the moment with COVID-19, with 5G, whatever people are gonna say that what's going on, right? It's definitely a checkup for a global world order, a new world order, or whatever people, how they would want to define it, is definitely in effect. And there's some things brewing, whether we can prove or disprove. The next few months and few weeks will tell what's going on with people and being vaccinated and traveling. A lot of rumors are swirling about that. Will people be able to travel freely as they do currently did? With the United States already saying that they weren't going to issue new passports for leisure travel, only for emergency travel because of death, illness, and other family issues. So, you know, we're living in a very precarious time that we have to pay attention and take everything in, but with our good sense and logic, make the best decisions as individuals and as a collective. You know, use our time wisely, study, come out the other side of this situation with a new skill, some new ideas, some new inspiration, meditate. One of my brothers I grew up with, DJ Pudge, aka Pudge Mental, on Instagram, is doing multi-weekly live on Instagram Live meditations, guided meditations as a family. Keep yourself active, you know, but just keep yourself aware of what's going on in the world, because, you know, as you can see, we've heard things about vaccination trials in Africa, but you've already seen from sports figures like Drogba and other figures across the globe, politically and socially, are speaking out. Africa will not be a testing ground for, to the Black African future. We look and we look to our past and our ancestors to keep moving forward during this time. My grandmother was a preacher, and she would always say, "And this too shall pass, and this too shall pass." So, but we here, brothers, and the larger our community in the world, and we holding strong. You know what I'm saying? But it shows you that there's definitely people that had a lot of trepidations to say words like New World Order or the global elite and globalism. This is a time for you to reassess. The sign of intelligence is to be able to take new information and integrate it into your current thinking. And when some new information is presented and it's far superior to your own experience or what your past experience was, you have to upgrade and really change the way you look and analyze it and see things. And that's the age that we're in. We're in the age of Aquarius, the age of information, the age of Pisces has passed. That was the age of mythology, misinformation, and disbelief. We are in the age of reality. So we have to pay attention, because those of us that are responsible for others need to be able to make the correct decisions. But we have to have the good information, level head, and have outlets like Black Eyes TV, like Brother Sarnetta's Sarnetta TV, and other channels like that. The Pills, people putting out real good information. Dr. Mumbi out in Kenya. So let's hold our heads. Let's keep doing what we're doing. Keep our, as we say in New York, keep our ear to the streets, and listen to everything. My dad used to always remind us that we need proper information to make proper decisions, and let's keep that at the forefront. And moving forward as a family, and stay safe out there, and protect yourselves. Like I said, exercise, eat right. For my meat eaters out there, give up the meat, even if it's temporarily. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's 5G, whether it's a novel coronavirus, COVID, SARS-CoV-2 virus, please just keep yourself fit, keep yourself mentally strong, spiritually strong, and physically strong. So that starts with reminders of people, right? May they rest in power, like Dr. Sebi, Dr. Francis Wilson, Dr. Layla Africa, and other brothers and sisters that have gone on to remind us of those things: mental, spiritual, and physical health.
Okay, so let me just ask you a quick question. While you're in Ghana, we, as you know, we have what we call a manhood academy, right? Yeah. And what we're trying to do is to do a world exchange program. So we were looking for youth in particular areas where we can do exchange programs. So while you're in Ghana, we can ask you to be one of our ambassadors if you are favored to do so.
Not a problem, brother. We're here. All we have now is time on our hands. So definitely open.
So I will go
thank you.
The details, definitely. Because what it is, I know a king, one of the kings over there, one of the God kings. Hold on. We know one of the God kings, but what it is to able to establish something in Ghana, so we can have the Ghanaian kids interacting with the American kids, interacting with the UK kids, interacting with the European kids, interacting with the kids in South America and the Caribbean. Like as we take that slave route triangle back to ourselves. Yeah, we take back what's given to us. So in that
sounds beautiful. Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
I have I'm definitely interested because in our kingdom of Akwemufie, we have most of the people there are young, and they're definitely interested in reaching out. They might not have all of the capabilities that we have, and with 4G, 5G, all of these crazy internets that we have, and tablets. But there's always a way for us to connect. and make inroads. And also one of my best friends out of Far Rockaway in Queens, New York, very hard hit by the coronavirus. Well, his name is Paco, and his mom, she retired when she was in her late 60s. She cashed out her 401k and built a school in the name of her father, and Barack Obama built a school up in Cape Coast. It's in the Fonte area of the country in Cape Coast, and they definitely have the capability to do an exchange. So I'll definitely be your liaison and help you with those things, big brother. That's what we have to do. You understand, education is not just a local issue. It's a global issue, and we all have to connect and be able to speak to one another and speak truth to power and see faces on the other side of the pond, and make those connections, because that's where we're going here in this 21st century. If one thing that if you look at somebody like Akon and what he's been able to do, being growing up in America and also having himself deeply rooted through his family ties to Senegal and West Africa, he's been able to become a global businessman, not just a businessman with a lot of money that is based in the UK, based in Nigeria, or simply based in the United States of America. He's been able to leverage his notoriety and his business acumen and listen to the correct people around him to become a global brand, but more importantly, in a sense, connect his own networks to the betterment of his own people. And I think we all have to take a page out of his book like that. The fight is not local. The fight, part of it is local, but part of it is also global. And making these connections like us brothers and other people in our circle have done across, I say it's across time, it's across oceans, it's across, a lot of misconceptions that we have about our people. And that's the only way that we're going to really build a buttress or a rival to our situation, to the situation that we find ourselves in. Once we do that, we take the best and the brightest from all over the world, and we have sit downs face to face, online, and we talk about different ideas, because I think we'll find that we're all dealing with the same issues as individuals, as a collective, and we'd be very surprised to know where we can help each other. Shea Moisture, you guys probably have seen it, has just started a $1 million fund to help Black businesses based at this time in the United States.
But further, I have a little bit of an issue with that Shea Moisture, though. You know what that is?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. What is the issue?
I like what they're doing, and it's cool. But it's the people that sold it, who they sold the company to. Because in forms of like Nigeria, Ghana, and a few other places, they sold out if it wasn't for that company. But right. I'll talk with that on another note. But now,
I was just saying that as an example of things that we as a collective are doing in our own individual pockets. Not that I don't even know. You would have to educate me more on that situation specifically with Shea Moisture. But just as an example, the thing is not to get trapped. We have to learn that we should not get trapped in our location that where we're born or where we may find ourselves. We have to understand our struggle is an international one. Our struggle is a collective one. And there's so many facets to it that we have to keep open minds and keep the lines of communications open. And, you, Terry, you've been an ambassador for years at making that happen. And then Andrew became an ambassador, and then I've become ambassador. And I was raised in an international household, one parent from the South in the United States and one parent from the continent in Kenya and East Africa. So I grew up with that type of mentality, but many of us have not. We get colloquialized, and we tend to make a lot of misconceptions about our own brothers and sisters and communities that are in different locales that we've never traveled to. And I think it would just behoove us to work together and create these larger communities that you're doing with Black Ice TV and some other brothers and sisters that I've seen and organizations are doing across this planet. So I just think I want to commend you again on the work. I'm open. Let's get it done. Like I said, I'm the Okoswaheni of the Kwemu Kingdom. That means the ruler responsible for development, and I've added an education. And in my estimation, you don't build a building to build people. You build people to build people and to build those buildings and to build the industries that you need. And that's my office. That's what we stand on. So, like I said, any way in which I can help and push that forward, I will. Because I see the need for it, and I see other groups move in the same manner. And I think that we are at a loss for not moving in that way in larger numbers. But other than that, Terry, just let's keep up the good work. Let's put something together and continue to working with the good brothers and sisters with that good energy, and and push our agenda as a people forward unapologetically, without disrespecting anybody else, but moving for our own interests and for our own people, because that's how everybody else is moving. And and that's what I got to say on that, big brother.
Yeah. So Andrew, we haven't forgotten ya. Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's still on. Yeah.
So I want to know, as the traveling author, your journey after doing your first event and your journey to Ghana with our brother Nova. I want you to break that down, because that was the beginning of 2019, a year that we will never forget.
Year return, baby.
Oh, that was a real year. Last year was now that I'm sitting in the house for all these days, I'm thinking, last year was a real blessing. Yeah. Yeah, it was mad. So, first of all, I have to thank Nova. I'm just sending him X amount of love right now, because when he came out that year, we put the work in on him. Like he said, he didn't get no. He had to travel from London by himself, which I wouldn't usually do. I'd go and pick him up. And then when he got here, he was working, he was sitting on the floor, he was printing t-shirts, he was making the children's masks. Oh man, he really put the shift in. I got so much love for Nova. After that event,
love you too, brother.
Much love, man. After that event, though, that event left me with so much mixed emotions. Like, I was on a mad high from it, because it was powerful, and it just realized strength of unity. Like, you don't realize how good your people really make you feel unless you're in a crowd like that. And for me, I wanted to do so much more things. Nova was going to do a tour. He was saying he was going out to Ghana in the February. So I was like, the next level for me now is make a documentary and to do some visuals and speak about some characters in the books, go and see what it was like for an Ashanti living in Ghana, what the experience might have been like to travel down to Cape Coast or to some of the forts, and then go to Jamaica and see what it was like on the other side, and to see if there's any correlation between cultures now in 2019 or 2020 to how it was then, and stuff like that. So I thought it was an excellent idea to do a documentary. So I thought, let's go over with Nova, do the tour, find out more about Ghana, find out about my roots, and it was that just was the start of like a non-stop roller coaster year. I can't believe we did so much in 1 year. We traveled to Brazil.
I went to Brazil right after. Remember?
Yeah, we did New Orleans. Then we was back in America for the summer, so we did Philadelphia, New York. Then we was back in the UK.
I want to ask you one thing though. The experience that you gained from Brazil, I want people to hear, because people have the negative quotations of Brazil. But I want you to talk about the positive things that you saw that blew your mind?
Let's put it like this. The first day that we got to the place we were stopping, we saw a man hanging a chicken upside down, cutting the neck, and doing a ritual. It was like as real as that. Like, and I'd never ever seen nothing like that before. I'd heard about it, but I'd never seen it with my own eyes. And we was feet away from it, like, and then we've gone straight in the first day, people getting into trances and stuff like that. So for me, it was like, what have we walked into? Like, what the hell is this? It was the biggest culture shock ever. Like, I grew up as a Christian, I grew up in the church, you know, so I never thought I would ever see anything like that in my life. But it was the most beautiful experience ever, because coming from Ghana and then seeing how things were in Ghana, because we went to Kumasi, we saw what the chances were like. We went to some of the forts. We met some of the priests. So we did quite a bit, and then go into Brazil and go straight into the favelas where we were stopping. Like, you wouldn't even, like, you would never think to go there. So that in itself was like the biggest blessing and the most amazing experience. The thing about it is, like, I would never personally stop in a place that had the facilities where we were stopping. It was like a 1-star rating, but it was one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life, because we had so much to talk about. We learned so much, even though the facilities weren't great. People that was hosting us, their hearts were so big. They gave us everything. Like, we got to see that, like, even like however poor they were or whatever financial situation it was in, they were willing to share and provide for us and treat us like, you know, like they've known us like the whole of their lives. They're willing to embrace their culture and to teach us and show us things and invite us in open-heartedly. And I think all of that was beautiful. So we got to see from the lows to going up into Parliament buildings, and sitting with the Queen of Congo, and stuff like that. So it was a mad paradigm, different paradigms, like either end of the spectrum. And I wasn't gonna go, but I'm so glad that
I remember.
I made the leap of faith and went. So me and Duke basically went out, and brother Michael Ellis, they was filming part of the documentary. But like, even just them first 3 months was so amazing. Like, I remember, like, when Nova met Bass, he was like, "Yo, son, your man is a bass head, son. He's crazy." Like, everything was just like a mad adventure. And like, I'm just screwing that we didn't log it all. Like, it was mad. Like, me and Nova had to sleep in a bed together. Like, we just went on a mad journey. Like, and we started off as friends and ended up like brothers, like real brothers. Like, because some of the experience that we've been through, it's just amazing. So I
want to say, remember two things. But one, when we went to that show, shout out to the Jamestown Cafe here in Accra. Remember we did the show a Saturday afternoon there. We started recording some of it. It was on Facebook Live, on their live and radio network here in Ghana. And the brother had asked me that we had met, did I want to go see the oldest house, right? And I was like, in Accra, he was like, yeah, in Accra, the oldest house, man, I want to show you it. So I was like, yeah, let's go. And we packed that things up after the show. And he wound up taking us to the high priest of the god, right? A descendant of Nila Kote, the brother high priest and king that founded the city of Accra, right? And we found out that he had came from Kemet, from Northeast Africa. He founded the city roughly over 1,000 years ago. And the brother that we met, remember how smiley we were, how much energy he was giving us and blessing us, and how the people received us. And like you said, there were things that we thought we would have never done. But because of just like listening to the ancestors and being in the moment and not being afraid to move in the moment, we found our destiny. And one thing I would say about that time when we went to the high priest's home in Jamestown was that's when I started seeing for all of us, like, our blessings were increased, good decisions were in our favor, and so on and so forth. So, you know, I want to just give a shout out to the city of Accra, which we found is really Akat Ra. For those of you that study the Kemetic sciences, we living in modern Kemet when you're dealing with the Akan people and other cultures here in West Africa. So I just want to give a shout out to them and to thank you, Andrew, for even like, I'll be honest, you're one of the first people to follow me to Africa in that way. You know what I'm saying? And the year before when we were talking about, I was like, yo, just come to Ghana, brother. And, you know, that's when I had been to Ghana before, but, you know, I wanted to start building and start doing more for our people at home and abroad. And yo, you took the bait. You took it. You flew with it. You came up with the idea about the documentary, which we're still gonna finish. Don't worry, brother. We're gonna do it. And you know, like, I just want to say thank you, brother, for just, you know, like, believing in, like, you know, yourself and believing in us as a people and believing in me. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like you said, stopping in the places that we stopped in. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are places, if we chose to, we probably wouldn't do, like when we went to Brazil. But we did it, and we got experiences now in a very short time that we can take with us for the rest of our lives and apply it to our situations and to our people's situations to make it better. And I want to continually thank you for the work that you're doing and just the vibrations that you've raised. Like I said, oncticians. I want people to take that word, onctician, right? That's the word. That's onc, you know, A-N-K-H, and tician, T-I-C-I-A-N. Onctician. You are a practitioner of raising the mentally dead back to their mental life, their spiritual life. You're raising the dead. That's what, on any level, if you're doing that, you're an onctician, right? Beauticians beautify you physically. Oncticians take the mentally dead, the negro, and turn them back into black people again, a BB Fio, right? To Kameti Nu. They transform you. And I want to thank you mightily, brother, for that work. You are a true Asajafo. You're a true redeemer of your people, Andrew. And so thank you, brother. Thank you.
No, it's love, respect for that. Like, it's mad because everything, like, that year was so synchronicity guided everything. Like, even little things where we broke down, like the tire just totally went out of the car.
Oh, look at how we found that grave.
We found like mass graves. Like, it was like everything. The ancestors were speaking to us and guiding us the whole way. Like, so it was mad, like the whole way, because
day, brother.
To this day, definitely. So yeah, it was a blessing. Even then, when we left and we went to Brazil, we went straight to the carnival. Like, I don't think most people really want to go Brazil carnival, but we had the experience of being able to go on the floats, like, with the people playing music, singing on the top, and then walk off and walk into the crowd and like that. There was like literally one of the most amazing experiences I ever had in my life, with the rituals in the day and stuff like that. So it was intense for us. It was intense because it was almost like a rites of passage, because we'd be in these hot, like these Eli's with Eli's that were like mad hot. People were like doing the drum beat for hours. So like sometimes you find yourself drifting off, like you're gonna get into a trance because you'd be so tired and hungry because we hadn't eaten all day, and it was just mad. And then we went from that extreme to being somewhere like that, to being at carnival, to being, you know, to like nice hotels and stuff like that. So all of that experience with the Ghana experience, and then go to New Orleans as well, was just it was definitely a blessing, and it's taught me so much. And the beauty about having experiences like that is I'm able now to transmute that energy, them experiences into whatever I do to teach young people and others about our journey and how great we are, and how much we can achieve in this realm. So it's more than a blessing to be here, have these experiences, to meet and connect with people such as yourself and Terry. Even though me and Terry had a mad up and down in Brazil, but like at the end of it, we're brothers, and there's all love there. Do you know what I mean? So
that's part of the journey. That's part of the, the ancestors are going to put all types of tests in your way, and and challenges. Life is not. Who said life was supposed to be easy? Who said you were going to get along with everybody? So even us. Remember when we were in Philly? You were like, you said you were going to take over. Right? So we all have gone through our own, you know what I'm saying? And and I would be saying things like to you, yeah, bro, stop, don't think, just do. Which means, walk in the spirit. We're gonna land, we're like cats, we're gonna land on our feet, brother. And like I said, we on the wings of these ancestors. Look at how I find myself in Ghana today. I mean, we're leaving right at the almost the critical junction. We're leaving the States to come from a trip that we had, I guess, planned for the last few months. And, following that spirit of being wanting to do for self and to do for bigger than self, to do for self and kind, right? To do for your family, to do for your extended family, to do for your people, and putting the egos away. So, we all going through those experiences, and and we haven't even talked about the second trip for me to come to UK, when I, coming with Mfudishi, Nana Yao, Red and Blue,
Jatali.
Sasha,
even the whole summer leading into the event was just crazy as well. Like
it was. That was like a
'cause
continuation of that energy.
Because you'd introduced me to Mfundishi in Ghana, and then I think,
and we interviewed him for the documentary.
So we got footage of Mfundishi talking about information for the documentary, and I'd said it to him like, oh, do you want to come to the event and whatnot? But when I came out to the States in September, we did African Art Festival.
African Arts Festival. We did it with him. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he allowed us to take a space on his butt, and from there we just kind of solidified that he was going to come out in October, along with Brother Nova and Nana, and we met Jatali on that same day as well. And then she just straight away, she was like, I'll send me the information. I just sent it to her. I emailed it to her straight away, and she was like, yeah, all right, I'm going to look into it. I'll get back to you about sponsoring, because it was Red. Red had come over to the spot a couple of times, and then because she'd come over, because you were speaking to her on the first day, because I think it's at the 4-day festival. So I think you'd been speaking to her, which we didn't speak. I didn't even know she was from the UK.
Yeah, I had met her at that. I met Jatali at African Arts Festival 2019. That was the first time. I had never met her. Yeah.
And Red
shout out to her, Kids Who
100%.
Bank. Shout out to her. Follow her on Instagram. That's Kids Who Bank. She does financial literacy for children.
So Red brought her over to us and was like, oh, you got to meet these guys from the UK, this, that, the other. And she was like, how about if I bring out Red? I'm going to sponsor your event, but how about if I bring out Red and Blue? And I was like, yeah, that'd be dope. And then from there, it just started to mutate. The event just went bigger and bigger. So by the time we'd left New York, we had Red and Blue coming out. Professor S'mores hadn't cancelled at that point, so it would have been Professor S'mores, Queen Yambi. It would have been Mfundishi, Red Pill, Blue Pill. It was just
overkill. It would have been overkill.
We didn't need so much speakers. It was just been mad. Plus, I had you.
The ancestors came to them and said they got this.
The ancestors
came to Professor and was like, they got this. Don't even worry, they got it.
100%, 100%.
If he would have been like the icing, the super sweet icing that make your teeth hurt.
That would have had to go on like an extra hour or something. You would have to go on way longer.
Bro, we would have to make the event 2-3 days, probably.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's heading that way. It's heading that way. It's definitely heading that way. So like,
definitely.
I think by the time September came again, you know, I was like that whole year, all I was doing was moaning. Like the books weren't selling enough, the store spaces wasn't selling enough, people wasn't taking sponsorship. Like, because the first thing I think the running cost was about 7 or 8 grand, and then it went from like 7 or 8 grand to just under 20 grand. And then it's like it went to 20 grand, but then it kept piling on more money as the days went on. I was like, oh, I didn't think about this, I didn't think about that. So I was just like, I've never taken a loan before, and like I don't have 20 grand sitting around to pay for stuff. So I was just like, I was just stressed. I was like, yo, I
remember.
I was like, how have I got myself into this pickle where like I now need to make 20 grand? And I was like, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do this. But you know what? The ancestors make everything fall into place. And then by the end of it, I needed 150 or 160 supposed to break even with the sponsorships that we got. And then I think we managed to get 167. And yo, by the skin of my teeth, I managed to pull it off. And the event was epic. But that was like, it would, for me, what was so beautiful about that, looking back at in hindsight, it was the experience we were able to give to Japan, give yourself, give to Infant Yao, Blue Pill. Because not only that, you came to the event, you went to Leeds on the Friday, you did Jason's event, where you had like the event, and then you had my event on the Saturday.
Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Jason. Jason Barrett of For the Culture. That brother, you know, you guys really, I mean, you know, I try to be a humble brother, but yo, you guys really showed us such a good time as hosts. You guys really, you know, and you know what? You had been so busy, me and you weren't even speaking that much, because remember, I had just came back from being installed in September. I had to get right back into daddy mode, taking Amara back and forth to school, you know, single dad life. So like we were just basically gearing up to come to UK. Remember, Yao had gotten hurt, right? Like a week before we came. Remember? So it was just crazy. I didn't even know that all the time. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm staying with you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was thinking. I was staying with you, like, yo, we just gonna be hustling. And this brother picks me up. I think I was the last one you picked up from the airport. I left out. I came into Gatwick, so you guys came and got me, and it was Nina. You had already gotten on a Yao and then Fudishi, and it was just, you know, like, wow, like you had the big van. I think like about the 12, 15 passenger van with all of our. I was like, yo. Then you had the flat for us, 3-bedroom, beautiful modern living room, wash and dry. I was like, yo, this brother really taking care of us, like, you know, and that made me just, you know, very proud. You know what I'm saying? That's how we got to do our people. You had us like, as dignitaries. You showed us super respect. Jason showed us super respect. Everybody we came into contact with, and you know, a lot of people are going to say the highlight for them probably was Parliament, but it was just, you know, to me, the brotherly and sisterly and family love that we all shared, and the new bonds that we created during those 4 or 5 days we were together. Because the highlight to me of every night was when we all sat and broke bread together as a family, bro. That it was just like amazing. You know, we just worked hard all day, whether that was speaking or organizing or both, or, you know, whatever we did, going to Parliament, that was a high. We ended that eating at that little restaurant in Calabash, in Brixton. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, you know, just a beautiful experience, man. And, you know, just thank the ancestors, you know, and for everybody involved to make it happen. You know, I'm tired of that trope that Black people don't Black people don't do for self. I think that we could do a better job. I think that we're being undermined in many ways when we try to do those things, but we can't say that or paint the whole board just with Black people don't work together. Black people are not cooperative with one another, that Black people don't do for self. Like, I mean, because that's what I grew up around. And this is what I continue on the journey. You know, we're here, we're building our holistic shop here in Accra. We're gearing up to do our own agricultural project here. And it's everybody that looks like us. We don't have any Chinese money. We're not backed by any European or American bank. We're just putting together our little pennies and dimes and quarters and dollars and working together as a family and making it work. And I think, you know, we have to get away from comparing ourselves to other people, other groups that haven't historically been through the things that we've been through, and give ourselves respect for what we're doing and meet ourselves. And sometimes, you know, learn how to put our personal beliefs aside, 2, our own personalities aside, 3, our religious or spiritual beliefs to the side, and understand that there's things politically and economically that we have to work together as a family, right? And I think we'll see much more. And I think the COVID-19 coronavirus, CV, SARS-2 virus pandemic that's going on is a perfect time for us to meditate and to think about those things and to get in touch with self and make the connections that we can, like on this platform, Black Ice TV, or the other platforms that are out there. You know, the Manhood Academy, you know, the different homeschooling networks that are there in the United States that I know about. You know, buyblack.com, webuyBlack.com, and all of these different entities that we have across the internet that we can utilize. You know, maybe we can't use WhatsApp as much because now it seems like they're going to shred the First Amendment when it comes to apps, and we can't express ourselves or ask ideas or create theories anymore. That we have to take the company line that the corporate sponsored media gives us. So we have to create new outlets and create new lanes for us to share and ponder information with one another. Because without that, brother, I don't, you know, I think about where we were back, and you see how we AIDS was ravished, you know, a white homosexual disease, and less than a decade became a Black African disease because of the spread of the smallpox vaccination. And anywhere they put smallpox, AIDS was there. You know, we didn't have this international cadre to be able, people to communicate and travel as we can now. So information wasn't flowing as such. So many governments made decisions and individuals made decisions based on a lot of misinformation. And I look today and I see, like I said, Drogba, other African scholars, Dr. Mumbi, journalists, making assessments, memes and things saying that Africa is not going to be a testing ground for a vaccine. And, you know, Africa is going to do for herself. And we don't need masks from China. We don't need masks from anywhere else. We don't need ventilators. We'll do what we have, and we'll create new ways of being. And, you know, it's just, you know, I know I keep saying it, but it's just it's a massive pleasure to connect with my people across the pond in the UK. And we need to make the United States, the United Kingdom, you know, and other areas. We have to start calling ourselves, you know, the United Africans that come together Pan-Africanly, globally, and working together as a family. We have to look at ourselves in that way, and look to each other and look to our motherland as our inspiration. Terry, you're back.
Yes, I'm back. There was a technical problem. They're trying to fight
Terry,
me. I'm telling you, they're trying to lock me off.
Now, but I totally agree with you. And I think that's why I took the approach I did with the event, to bring the whole of the Black community together. It doesn't matter what denomination you are, whether you're a roadman, whether you go to church, whether you're a conscious community, that we all come together and we celebrate our history and what we have in common and our unity. And I feel from that, look how we've been able to connect with people from across the globe. Like, you know, we know people in Brazil, from the States to the motherland, and we can all do business. We can all thrive together. Like, we're at a place now where we don't need to depend on anyone else to be our salvation or our savior, because we're very much capable of doing it ourselves. And I think we need to break the spell to just show everybody. And I feel like the beauty about my event is that young people can come there, like literally, you see the children walking around with their eyes wide open, looking at adults with different various businesses, thinking, oh, I could be an accountant, I could be a film director, I could be a designer, I could do whatever. They're seeing the live representation of that in their face. So I feel like we don't have to depend on anyone anymore. We just need to keep going, doing things like what I do. You can do it yourself. Like, you can come, you can turn, you can show support, because like I think this is what we need at times like this, because I definitely want to do the event this year. And that's because I'm going out and I'm seeing that a lot of people, I think the most serious thing about the time now is how easy people have been to be controlled, like how easy
we spoke about that earlier.
Yes, like the scariest thing about what I'm seeing is like how people are really practicing social distancing. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but it's scary to see. I've seen people at their front door wearing a mask, like stuff like that, and like how easy people have been vaccinated and so free to go up their rights. And if the things stay like this till October, probably wouldn't have an event, because people are going to be scared to be coming to an event where there's thousands of people and being in a close proximity of people. I feel like we've overcome so much in our history that we shouldn't allow things like this to stop us come out in the future to events and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that the event can still go on, but it's still early days, so we have to hope and see what happens and how this thing goes.
Let's put that positive energy out there that, you know, our summer events that we love to go to, that are Black conscious and otherwise, are going to go on as maybe modified, not as normal, but it is really scary to see. Even here, I think I told you a story earlier about a cab driver did not want to let some brothers from the States in because he was scared of COVID-19, and the cab driver almost cried. So it's very amazing how the population, and not just the population in the UK or the US, into this, but just in general, like you said, I'm a proponent. Yeah, socially distance, stay in your home. You know, be safe, be mindful, take, you know, sanitizer. I believe that we all should, but it is very and it's not to me, guys, that people have reacted like this. I mean, when we look at how we've been socially engineered in this modern era, social engineering has taken place. So, but the heavy parts, you know, we just go right into actually thinking about one big thing that Brother Willie from Harlem, call him information minister, you know, the bootlegging your books, right?
Bootleg the books.
He was saying article. He was saying articles talking about the use of fear. I mean, you know, most of us that grew up as Christian and or some other faith, a lot of times they fear hell, the fear of damnation, hellfire, and they use these things make people compliant to control, you know, to control people, you know, and it surprised me that people would just take what, you know, I was telling Nana Yao earlier in a conversation, see, they got a lot of people with the religious thinking already, who basically accepts a lot of what, right? Because that they look to, not minority figure, is so-called God, Jesus, or Allah, or another type of deity, or outside of self. They don't look to self. You have that group. Then you have the group that believes in, you know, the establishment. Their doctors are always going to make the right decisions for them, right? So you have that group. And then I said, thirdly, you have the groups that, however they may be, are gonna always make the right decisions on their behalf. With that trifecta coming together, I mean, it's very difficult to actually think for themselves. Many people are acting out of fear to what is going on. They would never admit it. They react to fear like lives. So Andrew, that's why it was so easy for people to just feel like, you know where I grew up. I grew up in Harlem. I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in Queens. And people that said that they walked with Malcolm X, marched with Dr. King. But the reality is, like, a lot of people actually didn't. A lot of people just put their heads in the sand. A lot of people didn't question what was going on because they already been taught to be fearful. And I think we're seeing that in the rise of this new world order that we're seeing today. We're seeing that, and I just think the best thing is proper information, self-confidence, self-love, and just living in those spaces and having people to lean on. I think that's the easiest way to grow this movement, right? We have to get strong within our own ranks and bring people in, let people know that it's okay to think differently, to think outside of what you've been taught as the norm. Because I don't think anybody here, most of us here that's in this conversation, listening live, or between me, you, or Terry, like, I don't think that we could really sit here and say that this is the way we were necessarily raised, right? We all had to challenge ourselves, right, to come out of different type of thinking, right? That some of it was just straight wrong. Some of it was straight, you know, any facts, right? And we had to evolve into the people that we are today. And you know, I want to encourage people to keep doing that. You know, don't just blindly follow any individual, any information. You know, always double check for yourself. We have fact checking sites now, right? You have your own coming from your spiritual self and your connection to the universe. These are the things that you have to get in touch with, right? Wearing your crystals. You know, you see me, I'm a crystal addict now. But these are the things that we have to do in order to not be duped by the same people that colonized Africa, that colonized the Americas, right? The same people that forced Christianity down our throats and killed, you know, millions, tens of millions of our people to create the modern Western world. These things can happen again if we fall for the same trickery and technology that Elijah Muhammad calls it. But this is the, you know, this is a very serious time that we have to be clear on our direction as a people, right? And when we share our information, be careful what you say, be careful what you share, be wise, right? Be very wise, right? We're living in a very different time than just a few weeks ago. So, you know, on that note, I see, Terry, that you're back. I don't know if you've been listening. I saw a sister put up something about Black Junction.
About 8 minutes left.
I think that maybe you should shoot that information over to Terry or post it in this group chat here, please, sister. I think it was Sister Angela and everybody else, Melanated Goddess, and other people that I'm seeing chiming in. Thank y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we all need each other more now than ever. You know what I'm saying? All we got is us, and that's not a bad thing. It's a great thing.
Yeah. So that's what makes us maneuver in,
in
forms of unification. We've got a few minutes left, but in talking about Andrew's experiences and Andrew's journey and his entrepreneurship, go back and look at the things
Okay,
he has
peace
done,
and
because
peace
he
in Harlem.
with it.
I don't know if Terry and Andrew are still connected, but you know, like I said, let's keep continuing having this conversation. Let's you know, let's be about our wits. Let's be smart. Let's study. Let's, like I said early in the conversation, let's come out at the other end of this pandemic, COVID-19, the CV-SARS-2 virus, tax 5G, whatever these people want to deem it. I really don't have enough information at date to make a clear demarcation of what exactly is going on. But I know something is going on, and I'm going to say that, you know, just be about your wit, be smart, stick to your, and I don't necessarily mean your religiousity. Stick with your loved ones. Call the elders and check on them. Call people that you know that live by themselves. You know, make sure that, you know, your people are taken care of. You know, just spread love.
Yeah.
You know, it's the human way. It's the human way.
Okay.
That's how we got
Andrew.
to this place in time. I support Ubuntu. You there, bro?
Yeah.
Continue at Ubuntu.
Yeah. We've got less than 6 minutes left.
Okay, cool.
So Andrew, I just want you to give it a quick
Okay,
note.
well, like I said,
Yeah, I'm there.
Ubuntu,
So Andrew, I just want you to give a quick
I
note.
say that's our natural philosophy that we came to, and you know, let's make that, you know, we can do it.
Probably
Trust
don't
me.
hear
Can you hear me?
I don't think Terry's I think something's wrong with either Terry's mic or his internet connection.
Terry's talking. He's talking.
He's sort of talking.
He is? I can't hear him.
Yeah. I don't know why you can't hear him.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me?
See, oh, he back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, he's coming back in.
Yeah. So yeah.
Terry,
So yeah, I'm there. We've got five minutes. Can you hear me, Andrew?
I can hear you.
Okay. So to the public, yeah. Can people hear me? Please press 1. Basically, as we've had this good dialogue and thing, can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they can hear us.
There might be a delay.
Yeah, there might be a delay.
I know I'm over here on a wing and a prayer on my American network trying to get service over here.
So yeah, basically, people can hear. So what I'm just saying is, it's all about unity and unifying and trying to work together as brothers and sisters. Once again, we've got another show in an hour's time at 10 o'clock with our brother minister, or might as well say now, Dr. Inky.
So what Andrew, what else would you like to add? You know, during these very tough times
Andrew,
we find ourselves in.
I don't think you can hear us.
I'd just like to thank Terry for the platform to talk about the books and the event, so people find out. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just do your last piece, because we're going to be cutting out soon.
Yeah, if people are interested in the books, you can go to www.blackhistorybooks.com. We've got more titles than on the website, because I'm just getting that revamped at the minute. You can follow me on your Instagram and Facebook at Newborn Designs or Black History Activity Books. Also got a YouTube page, which is at Black History Activity Books TV. That's got various different blogs, and you'll see the events. You'll see the first one, the second one. We booked the third event. We booked from months ago, actually, before we started. That's scheduled to be October the 3rd at the New Bingley Hall in Birmingham. So that's one for your diaries. We're willing to come out and share the information. You get to meet people like Brother Nova in person, where he'll be hosting and he'll be selling his book. We should have Queen of Forwards to come over and Maruka. So hopefully, if all goes well, those in the building, and you'll have a whole host of people from the UK there. We'll have over 150 members. Yeah, so definitely check out the past videos so you can see what it's about, if it's the kind of thing for you. Share the information. Get the book for your children. They're amazing presents. And just, stay tapped in. Stay tapped in. I can see we're down to like 2 minutes.
All right. So, people, as you've heard Andrew talk about his books and everything else, now it's time. We've got to wrap this up. I hope you've enjoyed the show, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. So, it's all about unifying, buying black, believing black, always be black, stay black at every time. This is a unification, and we're all coming together as one people. So love, light, and honor. Hope you have a nice day. Peace, 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 family. Hope you enjoyed it. As I said today, today is about nation building. And we're going to be talking about how we're going to build the family from scratch. So I'm going to be playing past videos of the past. As you know, this is a platform for all. Anyone that wants to jump on, please jump on. Let's have that discussion as the topic of the day. Are we, are we self-sufficient, or do we rely on the system? What can you bring to the table? What do you have that you would able to want to advertise? Please come on and let's share the dialogues of any kind of entrepreneurship that you have, while I'm going to be going through the history, going through the present, and going into the future. So, in forms of economics, we need to find a way to build our house. So how are we going to build that house? What does the people out there have to offer so we can build our community? And it's not just about talking, it's about doing. What can we do to provide in that situation? So in the chat room, big up to EIE, big up to Kushti Cosmetics, big up to Ninefa, big up to Brother E, big up to the Inspirational Diabetic, one of our brothers out there. He did an interview on Black Eyes TV ×2, and he talks about his journey, which is very interesting. So please check that out on Black Eyes TV Black Eyes TV 7 ×2. So check that out and see what's happening. So is there anyone looking to come and build with me, or are they running away from the situation? Because I'm talking reality. We need to start turning things into a reality, not just talking, but doing. There's opportunities for people to come together with their creativity, and find ways. Even if you've got a product, let's find a way of promoting that product. If you've got a service, let's find a way of promoting your service. This is a 24/7 platform for you to come and promote your ideology. So if you think you're a creative, please come and talk about your creativity, because this is an open panel for you to able to promote everything that you do. So in me saying that, right now, anyone wants to come on board before we start to go into the facts of what we call drop shipping? Someone needs to come on board so that we can discuss this. This is a foundation and something that we can do into creating something out of nothing. We've all got the creativity to making soaps. We've got all the creativities to making all different types of candles, butters, t-shirts, jumpers, even remedies and herbs, to making our health and well-being, even to creating events. We've got DJs, we've got musicians, we've got artists. We've got so many creativities within our community. Why aren't we coming together? Do we have to rely on the system to giving us our jobs? Do we have to go and work for the council? Do we have to go and work for the government? Do we have to go and work for somebody to advance ourselves? Why aren't we going to be our own entrepreneurial or business people? So what's happening, family? Huh? Are we scared to come together? Is it that we don't trust each other? Come and talk about it. Because we always complain that we can't do this or we can't do that. And there is opportunities for us to maneuver. Do you have any sciences or space stuff? Oh, by the way, in saying that, we've just had a negotiations, and it's a secret to the family. It's only to the family, you know. I only give the secrets to the family. We're negotiating, by the way, with someone in the Formula One business, and we're looking to bring up entrepreneurship. So we're looking for influences within the engineering department. So in saying that, we're looking for mentors for Bandwood Academy and going into that part of sciences. But at the same time, you know, when we're talking about sciences, this is where the herbs come into it. This is where all the kind of stuff of creating. Yes, big up to my brother Jemmy, who's a photographer, and you know he's someone that takes pictures all over the place, and he won't mind to train somebody to be an apprentice. But this is what the guilds do. When we go to college and universities, all of us out here have some form of creativity. If we join forces, we're able to make a community establishment. This is all it takes. Look at each and one of us, and we can find out our creativity and how can we help one another. Gemini won't mind some people to help him out. If you want to come on, please, I will put the link. I'll put the link on the in the chat. It's on the top of the chat, but I'm going to put it in again. If you want to come on, let's talk and discuss, and let's create something from now. Let's make our legacy from now. Let's not talk and just leave it alone and leave our children to making their legacy. Let's start beginning to do something. If you have the talk and you could do the walk, come on the panel. Let's discuss. Let's start to build. The other day, I just said, you know what? I'm going to go and create some T-shirts. And I got the T-shirts done. I got my tags done. And I've got everything done. Now I'm going to put it into business. I'm going to put it online. It's for us to start to see the alternatives of what we have. As we are in a lockdown, we need to use the opportunity of the internet to giving us what we need. I've just gone and got a whole heap of products from Queen Afua. Now I've got to sell them. I've contacted others. I've got books. It's about us opening our mind and looking at what we have available. If we are the biggest consumers, why aren't we selling to our own? You don't have to go big. You don't have to go and buy a house. We can start small from the days of Partners, from the days of Avon, when people were doing Avon selling products. If we have a collective of products or services, we can able to promote and advertise and get people to buy and able to do any form of delivery on our own. It can, as I said, it can be the smallest of earning just a little £50 or $50. And then we can negotiate with people in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in America, in South America, and in Africa, because there is resources. We don't have to have a farm in London when you have a family that's got a farm in the Caribbean or in Africa. All you have to do is work with them and tell them to send you the products. And then all you have to do is package the products over here and put them online. It's so simple. But we make things so complicated. We say, oh, the system is attacking us. Oh, well, you know, they're going to tax me. But if they're going to tax you a certain percentage, then you have to double your product. So you can benefit even more and able to use that profit. It's about using new money to creating new things. Not using your old money to creating, but your new money. Someone says I cannot come as I have. Yeah, you can come on the backstage and you can see the screen. You can cut if you try to follow. If you follow the link, and then you're able to see what's going on. But the ones that don't, please share, like, and subscribe. And as I said, I am creating an institution called the DLA International Rites of Passage. And before I go into that, is understanding this is for our youth in forms of exchange programs on a global, not in an area, but a whole global. Taking our children from Birmingham, Manchester, London, and able to exchange with the children in Jamaica, St. Lucia, New York, New Orleans, Ghana, Nigeria. As I'm going to Nigeria to establish the Manhood Academy in Lagos, Nigeria, and then I'll be going to Ghana and I'll be going to Congo. But not just one man can do the job. I need the effect of every single person. So that's why I'm saying let's start from now to able to build, to get into having our own economy. You know, we can create our own cryptocurrency, we can create our own drop shipping and all sorts. But right at this precise moment, we have to utilize the tools that we have. Now, in going into forms of drop shipping, let me look at something of drop shipping. Let's have a little Discord on drop shipping. Anyone that wants to jump on, please jump on. This is a communication for the public, by the public, for our people. So family, let me just quickly look at this. Drop shipping. Can you see this? Please press 1 if you can see this. No, this is a demonstration of understanding what dropshipping is. You have the e-commerce of let's use a t-shirt as something. You're now able to create your designs, as you can see. Then you're able to connect with a warehouse that can finalize and make the t-shirt. Then you have the delivery company who's able to deliver, and then the driver that will deliver it to the customer. You will be at the first protocol, and the payment will come to you, where you will now pay the warehouse and the delivery. So really and truly, you're only the middleman. So in us seeing that, let's look at first protocol. Define drop shipping. You are the customer. Your customer places an order from your online store. So the trick of drop shipping itself is promotions. The more we drive our traffic, the more we drive our people to purchasing, the more that we can purchase and able to deliver our goods. The money that with the proceeds that we make from this is able to develop our own institutions, develop our own stuff. But we have to start from somewhere, because this is starting from nothing. So once we've got this e-commerce and we all put our products there, as well as the manufacturing products there, then people are able to go there like a market. Then your store automatically sends the order to your drop shipping supplier. That's number 2. Number 3, your drop shipping supplier prepares your customer's order. Your drop shipping supplier ships the order directly to your customer. It's as simple as A, B, C, and D. There is many companies out there in able to doing so. The benefits, right? Before I continue, is there anybody that still wants to come on? Let's go for the practices, because these are the benefits. And these are the kind of things I'm going to go throughout the whole day. And I'm going to take it slowly. But I'm going to give you some history and understanding, even in the forms of the so-called masonry that people are scared of. Because the merchants that caused the atrocity were skilled in forms of supply and demand. That's why they saw us as a commodity. That's why they saw us as not being human. We were just a product. It's time to reverse this situation in understanding what we need to form our forms of economics. Because that's going to be our foundation to building our institutions. And then once we have our institutions, this is the opportunity that we can now fight as a force. But if we not create no foundation, 5 generations deep, we have nothing. So, going back to the situation, drop shipping is a great business model for sparing entrepreneurs to start with, because it's accessible. With drop shipping, you can quickly test different business ideas. The opportunities are there for you, family. I just don't know why we can't see what is going on. We're always the last to be at the party. We should be in front. Because if we establish our economics and we have our institutions and then we have our own cryptocurrency, we're unstoppable. Why aren't we doing it? Because we like to talk. I've made a cushy bed for myself, but it's time for you lot to make a cushy bed for you lot self. But if we join forces, we all can be on the Bahamas with a coconut in one hand and a mobile phone in the other hand. Isn't that what you want in your retirement? To be relaxing at a certain age. Setting a foundation for the next generation to take off from there. But if you don't give your children the next foundation, where are they going? So with the limited downside, which lets you learn a lot about how to choose and market in demand products, here are the following other reasons why drop shipping is such a popular model. Can you hear me, family? Because this is what we need just to make that extra income. I want to enlarge it a bit more. Let me enlarge this thing a bit more so that people can actually see what I'm reading. Let's look at that. Number one, less capital is required. Probably the biggest advantage to drop shipping is that it's possible to launch an e-commerce store without having to invest thousands of dollars into inventory up front. So that means you don't have to put much money up front. You can put a little change up front to develop your business. And you know the good thing about drop shipping is that you can not just with t-shirts, you can do cups, you can do mugs, you can do all stationaries to promoting your business without putting a penny to it. But if we are working as advertisement and a promotion, because the best advertisement is word by mouth. The more products we have, the bigger the warehouse will be. The more the people will buy from us. And the more capital we have, the cheaper the goods become. The market is open for you, especially on this online. Because just look at it like this. In the population of the globe, how many people are on the globe? That's your target audience. So, in that facts of drop shipping, is there anyone want? Okay, we have someone on board. Greetings, greetings.
Greetings.
What's happening?
Nothing much, man. You're just talking my language, so I thought I'd come true for a little bit while we're sleeping.
Yes. No, but this is it. This is the time. This is the time that we need to open up that mindset. You know,
Definitely.
and you see, going into forms. The reason why I played that video was to soak into people's minds that if he can do what he did on his own, why can't anyone else do it?
Seemed like everything aligned right for him, though, didn't it? The way he was talking, it's like everything just came and aligned for him. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's what it is. The harder you push and you push your narrative, it will work in line. But you just got to know what your forte is. He knew that. Okay, he was doing what he was doing, but became a designer, and then he started to design pamphlets and all that kind of stuff. And then Black History came to him, and then he started to make Black History activity books. And then from Black History activity books, he realized, I have to extend it. So then he had to do promotions. So then he made accessories. And then he said, you know what? I have to do an exhibition. Do you see how it starts to grow in the fact of what he has today? Now, my guy's in Tanzania on the beach, drinking some nice juice, yeah, and working from the beach.
Sounds good.
How could you not want that?
So let me ask you something, brother, with this drop shipping.
Yeah.
So you know where it says that you don't initially have to have the stock or the capital or the products up front. So if I'm a customer and I order from you, how long is it going to take me to get that product if like, for example, I think you use an example of t-shirts or mugs. So what are they going to have to make it as soon as they get the order, or do they just make a batch
Okay.
of 10 just ready for the order? Because
Okay.
people like their products now.
So what I said in the beginning, right?
I'm sorry, because when I was coming online, I did miss a bit. So
okay.
I'm not sure if you've
yeah,
already.
That's cool. So you can see that the cart, yeah. And then you see the manufacturers, you see the parcel, and then you see the delivery. Now, in its format, right? The first protocol is your customer places an order from your online store, yeah. Now we go to the second stage, where it says your store automatically sends the order to your drop shipper supplier. Then it goes to the third part. The drop shipping supplier prepares your customer's order. Then your drop shipping supplier ships your order directly to the customer.
Right, so that has to be quite a big turnover, right? So once I've given a notification, I've had an order in my store, does that person have to now make that top, or is there already 10 tops there ready waiting?
Yeah. So what happens is it goes by the order. Every order. So if one person orders just one gets done.
Okay.
If someone orders 10 get done.
Okay.
Depending on your designs and what it is, all you have to do is present your orders up front. I mean your designs. Then the manufacturer will now print it, and then the manufacturer will parcel that and then deliver it straight to them.
Yeah.
The payment comes to you. You now pay the manufacturer for its time of manufacturing the product and delivering it.
Yeah.
So you make the price, whatever price you make is yours.
And they just get cut out of that, don't they? From that.
Yeah. So let's say, for instance, the manufacturer says, okay, £10 for the t-shirt, £5 for the delivery. So that's £15. Now you sell your shirt for £40. So now you're making what?
25
£25
profit.
Just for being middleman.
Yeah.
Or middlewoman.
So the main thing that your job is just to attract the customers, then basically.
Exactly.
And getting the sales.
And that's my point in forms of unifying. If we're working in the fact of a team, we're always constantly promoting ourselves as much as possible to controlling or to directing traffic to somewhere. So let's say we all create a store. Let's say we all create one page, and this is our store online. And on that store, you've got your products, I've got my products, and whatsoever. Then we can start directing traffic from different avenues to this place. Then people are going to start to purchase. Do you get that?
Yeah, no, definitely.
And these are the kind of things, as I said, is where, as I said to you, it's the thing is the forms of the promotion. And if we're able to get in the right people into the house, we're able to direct that. We're able to direct that traffic. This is reasons why I'm creating multiple platforms on YouTube. I'm going into the chat rooms. I'm going onto Instagram. I'm feeling everything out so that we're able to start sending traffic. The more we start to send traffic, the more the traffic starts to promote. Okay, yeah, I went to this website and blah, blah, blah. It becomes a word of mouth. And then
how easy is it to find the warehouse and the manufacturer?
For now, in the facts of, you got things like, as you see on the top, Shopify. They've already got their warehouse. They've already got most of their manufacturers at the moment.
Okay. What in regards
So
to certain items, like for example,
yeah,
for clothing and cup
yeah,
makings and things like okay, so like for marketing stuff,
yeah, for the all the merchant and stuff. But what the trick is,
merchandise,
yeah. So
yeah.
what you do is you connect your Shopify link to your website.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you have all them products, and then you can have your own in-house products on your website.
Okay, so sorry, let me make sure I get this right. So the products from Shopify are just like products, they're just additional products that you could add to your store that
Exactly.
Shopify already has manufacturers and delivery
And in
partners.
different, yeah, in different types of products. So
Okay,
you
so
might
if you get an order from a product that you just added from your Shopify into your store, then Shopify's
Mhm.
already got the manufacturer and the delivery person to deal with it.
Yeah, so it takes half of your work away from you, because what a lot of people don't understand is accessories is a promotional tool. Like as I explained to people,
What do you mean by accessories? Tops and mugs and things like that?
yeah, tops, mugs, casual wear. Okay, in fashion, casual wear is a promotional tool. When you
Yeah,
see
because it's
Gucci
like branding, isn't it?
all
You're
over
just
the
walking
brand,
around with the brand, yeah. You're
yeah,
just
so they're becoming a
advertising.
walking billboard.
Yeah.
So what you've got to look at in the fashion brand is what is their original forte. So when you look at the original forte, you understand. For instance, if I say Gucci, Gucci is more known for suitcases and shoes. So when you're seeing jeans and t-shirts and all that stuff, these are promotional tools. Before, promotional tools were supposed to be given away for free. But
Yeah.
because their suitcase are high price and it's not many people that can afford to buy that suitcase. So what do? They create the casual wear, put a price on it so that you keep the extent of the suitcase on a high regard, knowing that if someone becomes rich, they're going to purchase that suitcase. So it's like I do it in the same analogy.
So what do you mean
with,
it's like keeping Gucci still in the mindset for people?
yes. So if a rich man sees a young kid wearing a Gucci t-shirt, what happens? It reminds him, oh, if he's traveling, oh, I need to go and get a Gucci suitcase. Because it's in his face on a regular basis. And this is the repetition of advertisement, if you have a whole heap of people on TV and everything's wearing Gucci, Gucci don't need to advertise again. Because you're getting celebrities wearing it. You're getting people going to shows wearing it. You're getting people on the street wearing it. So it's a constant reminder. Every time you turn on the TV, you're seeing Gucci, 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 Gucci. People showing off, yeah, look at my Gucci top. Yeah, yeah, look what I just bought. But they don't realize that they're advertising for free for them. You don't really see them giving endorsements because they know that people purchase. So like, it's the same thing in forms of art. And this is where I'm doing my fashion brand in the forms of art, to keep art at a high price. If I put it on a t-shirt and I sold the t-shirt, let's say, for instance, a sweat top, and I sold the sweat top for £80 with the artwork print on the t-shirt, how much would that artwork be if the t-shirt's £80?
Much more.
Exactly. So then the artwork can go up to probably 250. So it puts a prestige on the artwork in the fact that, and if the artwork's a one-off art piece, someone that's wealthy is going to say, well, you know what? That's a one-off. I've got the actual original artwork.
But isn't drop shipping with the products that are already there, or can you design your own products as well then? Can you?
Yeah, you see, that's what I'm trying to say. So you can design, let's say, for instance, using your logo.
Yeah.
You give the manufacturers your logo. They put the logo on the print, on the merchandise, and then they send it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when I used to explain to people, the only, as I said, is knowing how to advertise your products, and that's where majority of my skills is advertising and promotions. So if you're able to advertise that product, then bringing in the traffic, as you would see on the telly, as you see on the radio, as you see people doing posters, you know. And it comes to the situation, even in the same thing of the fashion. Who says that yellow's in the summer? Who decides that? Who tells you that pink is the next season?
I think you just go by trends.
Exactly. Who creates the trend?
Yeah, I knew I was going to ask that.
and that shows you, it shows you how people rely on the system. This is going back to the title.
Well, this is what I mean. There's probably like 2 or 3 people, random people, who just decide this spring it's going to be green. And then they just filter it down to mainstream, high-end magazines who say that. And then that gets filtered into the designers who say, all right, cool.
And then
let me get
people
some
that
green
make
fabric.
People that make phone cases, people that buy,
and then it goes down lower and lower to people who do phone cases,
and
whatever.
all in your head is green.
Exactly.
And you
So
don't
now
know
for
why.
the average, exactly. So the average head is like, oh, it must be green.
Yeah.
I need to purchase green.
Yeah, and you just go into the shop and you say, and then when you buy a green outfit, you say, oh boy, I might have to get green pair of shoes. Oh,
exactly,
well, I might
just
get
to match,
green
just to be
glasses.
on trend. Exactly.
And you're caught in the whip. And this is why social media has now worked for them, because they will get the influencers to force that trend.
Yeah. And this is why big companies had to switch over their marketing tactics, because what they're realizing is their little newspaper ads or magazine ads or on the television wasn't having as big as impact as what's happening in social media, because most of the eyes weren't on magazines, it was on social media. People are on social media more than they're on anything now. So where they were neglecting social media, they were allowed that the powers that be who decided what that color was now wasn't those 4 people sitting in the office anymore. It was the people that were on social media. And that's why they were losing out so badly before, but now they've clocked on and they'll hire influencers and things like that and pay big money for them to promote their agenda. So
Okay,
yeah, I see what you mean.
See, it's like one of my friends who makes music for software, and he's now become an influencer and playing games. Now, I clocked onto what they were doing. PlayStation now, imagine that PlayStation is about games, right?
Yeah.
They were sending him tracksuits, sweat jumpers, with the symbols of the joypad on the jumpers, and then giving him his name, and then putting the new PlayStation out on the back.
Yeah, subliminal messaging.
Exactly.
You're watching it constantly. That's what I mean.
These young ones
big
are
companies I
constantly.
know. They're switching onto it. And you're right, it's true. When you look at it, you can see the game. This is why this stuff is so interesting to me. Because it really is like a game of tactics, really, isn't it? When you break it down like that.
And the more you get to see, it's how big it is. It's so simple and it's common sense in the fact that it's in your face.
Definitely.
But you're deciding not to take it on board. Like, for instance, the game.
Unconsciously, you're not conscious. It's almost like it's unconsciously happening. Like you said, they're just putting it on sweaters and things like that. But they know you're watching this individual constantly. So even though you've probably seen it once in your head, that his sweaters are so and so. Actually, every time you look at it, the constant time you're looking at it, every time he moves it or mentions it, it's another like ding, ding, ding in your subconscious. Do you know what I mean? So definitely.
And if you think about it like this, right? PlayStation, make a massive loss on their consoles. You know that? But where do you think they make their money?
On the games.
Ah, because they're guaranteed that that person throughout the year is going to constantly buy games.
Exactly.
So what
And
they
they're like
do,
at least £40 a pop, 50, £60 a pop. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. So they will charge the people that make the games to put the games on their console a high price.
Yeah.
So now they make by the end of the year of them releasing the consoles, people that have
They've
bought
made
the
their money
games are
back.
paying back for the consoles.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's sometimes creating that loss to have a game.
Yeah.
So and these are the opportunities that we have online. And dropshipping is just one, like Shopify is just one small aspect, because there is enough. They do dropshipping on Amazon. They do dropshipping in all different places. So
Yeah, because I
depending
was going
on
to say, because that's just really limited in, this is why I was just wanted to ask some information on it. But to me, that's just really limited in on merchandise. Like on the merchandise side of things, and that I can see how lucrative and the opportunities that are there. But is that it? Is it just for like, is drop shipping really good for like things like clothing and mugs and things like that? Is that the only area? Or
there's
is
enough.
okay?
The amount of they connect themselves to over a whole heap of manufacturers. So think about it. They've got manufacturers in China, America, all different places, and knowing that their market pool is like,
Is
for
it just
instance,
merchandise though? Is it just like for shirts
because
and mugs?
you've got to ask yourself this question: what is merchandise? Because merchandise is still a product. Because merchandise, as we said, is a promotional tool. But what is the original forte of that company? So, for instance, I might be a hairdresser, yeah, but the products are the merchandise, the cream, the hair cream, the extensions, all this stuff is stuff that you bring towards to the service that you're providing as a hairdresser. So if I'm asking for,
if I'm a hairdresser,
yeah,
so that's one aspect of income that I'm actually physically doing the hair. But you're saying the way that you can link it in for a different avenue is being able to provide the hair to sell, you mean, and the cream to sell. So just okay. But then if I'm using a cream, I must be using a certain brand of cream, or are you saying to make your own cream?
You can make your own cream.
But what if I use a particular brand?
Okay,
is there a way of doing it that way?
Let me give you an example of how the Asians do their thing, right? Now, they will come to you. They say you've got the product, and you've got a high, good quality product that is selling. They'll come to you and say, "Let's create a deal. I'll buy the products off you because I'll be your distributor."
Yeah, then they'll make it themselves.
And then they will distribute your product by them distributing your product, they are taking your clientele.
Okay.
Now, by them taking their clientele, the customer's going to keep on coming. Yeah, I've got to buy Kushti's product. Yeah, I'm coming to buy Kushti's product. And then one day they come into the store and they say, "Oh, by the way, Kushti's not making
discontinued.
It's discontinued." But at the same time, we've got an alternative.
And it's cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. And then the person says, "Oh, okay, let me try it." Okay, it's all right. But you know, what can I do?
RIP.
And then when Kushti comes to the Indian man, well, you know, this thing's not really selling right now.
General man, them. Yeah, they do that a lot in the hair.
Because they are in control of your situation, because they have taken the customer away from you.
Exactly.
Now
that's why actually you're right that being the first point of contact in regards to gaining your sales is so important, because no matter what happens between the middle and the end process, as long as you've got control, as long as you're that front person for your customers to go to, then you can always retain them. Do you know what I mean? It's so dangerous giving up that first spot, that first point of contact, because you don't know, like your example that you just given, you don't know what is going into that customer's, your clientele's ear. Do you know what I mean? Or where they're getting fed, or a different channel that they might go through. Whereas if you've constantly got that clientele trusting and coming to you, you kind of control, do you know what I mean, the narrative that gets fed to them.
Yeah, and this is where it goes back even to the slave trade, and it goes back into today when we're talking about cocoa. Cocoa, as we know, is not valuable where it comes from. It's worth nothing. But then the European man will make himself the middleman and put himself in the situation, refine it, turn it into chocolate, and sell it for 3 times more than the actual cocoa off the tree. Does that make any sense?
It's business.
And it's with everything. Any product we talk about, you could talk about oil, you could talk about tobacco, you could talk about all these stuff. They become the middlemen. Now, when you look at the Asians, what are they? They're the replicators. If you want something in multiple, they're the people to deal with. The reason why is because they have a high population. But hold on, who else has got a high population and we're not utilizing? Is it not the people in the Caribbean or people in Africa?
Yeah.
They've got a high population, so why aren't we manufacturing? And this is what the Europeans knew, that they would never put a manufacturing company within these places because they knew that they would pick up ideas to creating their own. So the best way, as I said, is look at that and able to utilize what they have in the forms of population. So if the Asians are replicators, the Europeans are the middlemen, and the Africans are where we get the source, which are the creatives, what is left? The African diaspora. Because the reason why the African diaspora knows best is because he knows every single one of them. And he's able to squeeze the middleman out if he becomes the representative of the African people. And if he makes the African people the replicators, then you push out the Asian. So now anybody that wants to do business with the African people will be they have to go through the African diaspora. But for us to able to doing that, we need to sort ourselves out and connect and to create an economical system.
I was going to say, because it sounds good, but the hardest thing is getting those links, I find.
Yes, but you know what the funniest thing is? People sit on links because they don't know what to do with it. How many times have you heard someone say, coming from Jamaica or come from the Caribbean, and says, "Oh yes, my auntie has got some big land and has got a farm"?
No.
Enough. What are they bringing back to bring some form of business? Oh, I haven't got the time. Oh, I've got to go and work. I've got to go work for the government.
Yeah, but a lot of them, I'm in the same predicament with my family, but when I talk to them back home, they don't appreciate that land. They'd rather do something else. They look to the West and be like, oh, you know, primary work and all of that. It's just a dead, you know, agriculture and things like that. They think it's dead. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you're sitting on well, they can't see the potential of the money, or it's not quick turnaround money, or it's not on social media, or do you know what I mean? Because they've all got an iPhone and all of that and all of this, so they're just looking to the West and just thinking it's about other things. They're not realizing that they're sitting on a minefield. It's like sometimes the hardest thing to deal with is the mindset, you know. Like trying to explain to someone that you're sitting on acres of land, and if you just planted this, I could get this, and then we could do this. Just seems long for them. They don't want to go.
I guarantee you, if you bought, I guarantee Kushti, if you bought 5 to 10 grand and said we're going to start planting on this land, you think they won't change their mind?
Probably, maybe.
They want to see something, And I don't blame them in the fact of them wanting to see something, because they've been on this place for so long. But yet, cotton itself is a big thing. Ganja is a big thing right now.
Exactly. We should be the leaders in that. Like,
we've been criminalized.
That is,
like,
do you know, when I was doing years ago, when I was doing business studies, they said that the biggest ginnels, they always say this in like every business course you go to, like one of the biggest ginnels is selling water. I literally putting water in a bottle and selling it to people. Like,
of course.
if you look, yeah, they say that like that is the biggest ginnels of that business thus far. Yeah,
think about it like this,
someone actually
right?
bottled water and sold it. But you know what the biggest ginnels for us is the diaspora is the marijuana business. How we are not the leaders in that?
You
yeah,
know, Kushti, the day I said I was done was the day when I went past Body Shop and saw Ghanaian women on their poster.
Listen, we are the ganja is the water bottle business to black people. I don't know how we're not leading, and it's just annoying. But then, like you said, you can say that with cocoa, you can say that with so much things, but the fact that like
even simple aloe vera.
Well, this is what I mean. Do you know how much pots of aloe vera I've got currently now? When I was walking past and I saw the Asian man selling a leaf for £5, like a big leaf, £5, £6, and I was like, hold on. I could do that. I've got pure aloe vera. I've got like 6 pots right now. My little son names each one of them. And I'm like, when it comes to opening up markets, everything opens up again, I'm gonna do my own little aloe. £6-7 for one leaf, you know. They're taking the mick.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
that's why I call ourselves the creator. We create things and it's like we just give it away for free. Nines, jump on, Nines. Yeah. So when we're looking at these things, right, and able to do certain things, it's crazy out here in forms of letting people taking our ideologies and running with it and making a profit. Look, they do it with the moringa. But yet, we know someone. We know someone that sells moringa, but yet the moringa is a big thing for them. They call it, you know, it's like the superfoods. Everyone's calling it superfoods.
I was looking at Sister Nine's comment on it, and I just lock off. I'm not used to this thing on my phone. But Sister was saying they won't let us. What did she mean by that?
That's why I'm asking her to jump on.
Oh, but it's true though in certain aspects. So, for example, when the first COVID hit, and you remember there was the shortage of products in general, like toilet roll, things like that. Well, in my sector, so the hair care and cosmetic sector, places like what's her name? I forgot her now. But you know, like the black-owned Sandy. What was happening is when she was going to the warehouses, the Asian man was telling her that there's no more products. But what they were doing is that they were supplying the products to packs. So supplying it to the Asian shops and not supplying it to the black shops. So you've got this lockdown, of course. Not that is a clear sign to where your loyalties lie, right? Where your business lies, where your money is really getting done, and who you want to see succeed. You're in the middle of a lockdown, yeah? Still, black women still have to do their maintenance, yeah? Just like people have to get up, brush their teeth, everything else. Women have to still do and wash their hair. When you stop selling, yeah, products, wholesale products to black businesses for maintenance for black women, yeah, you know exactly what you're doing. When I was speaking to Sandy, because we were supposed to do a thing with CRE, right? And we were supposed to do this thing together. So I was speaking to her and she's like, yeah, no, they're not giving no products. What do you mean they're not giving you no products? She's like, oh, they're saying that they've got no products. I'm like, well, I've seen packs and them, they've got all the products. She's like, yeah, they're literally, they're icing us out. Yeah, that is disgusting. You can't even do that legally. This is what gets on my nerves. Yeah, because if
hold
I
on,
if you're
Kushti, hold on for a second. The reason I know how PAX works, I know the owner, and the problem is with Sandy, right? Is that she's on her own.
Exactly.
So you're never going to compete. Greetings, Nines, Grand Rising.
Yeah, bless up, man. Bon appetit and that. I was just making some lunch and then I heard Terry eating. I thought, fuck it, I'll just come in and chat to you. Yeah, but big up for the conversation still. Definitely. Kushti, nice to hear you, sis.
Nice
That's
to hear
me.
you, sis.
Bless up yourself, man. Yeah, mum. Yeah, I mean, interested. I mean, definitely, especially when you speak about, land and then way there. I think that's definitely that needs more exploration still. And yeah, but I think yeah. It's true though, Tessa, man. It's true. Because but in terms of the weed thing, they would never let us do that. Man.
But Jamaica's starting though. That's the good thing about it though. Jamaica is starting to push through what the blockage is at the moment is through the government, and I know it's starting to do with the British and their ways of things because they really want to control it.
Exactly.
But what's happening is that because it's not far from Florida, it's easy to transportate the CBD to America, but to Europe it becomes a bit difficult because the one thing that is missing out of the whole thing to working for us, it is transportation.
Yeah,
we have no control over transportation. Have you noticed that they've increased the taxes and everything and the prices of getting anything delivered? That they even coming to your house and telling you about, yeah, you got to pay £50 before you can have this parcel.
I don't know, man. Is that because of Europe though?
Yep, they've increased. They put tax on everything now.
Yeah, everything's gone up 20%.
So if I get something from America, if I don't get it delivered in a certain way, DHL will come to my door and tell me about, yeah, you're not getting your parcel until you pay the tax. Same thing with the post. They'll tell me, yeah, I had to pay to get something from Queen of Foods products. I had to pay for the products and the weight. It came up to £100 and something for a small box.
God, is that just for delivery? Is that just for tax?
For me, no, hold on. That's for me receiving the delivery.
Yeah.
The delivery's paid on the other end.
Yeah, I know when I used to get certain products from America, that used to happen to me. They'd obviously send for delivery. They pay for delivery because it's got sent. But then I'd get a note from my door like, your product's held up. You need to pay this much in order to get it to you. So it's like some sort of taxing or something like that. But
yeah, that's a tax, and they've increased it.
Yeah, now they've increased it. So, well, this is what I mean.
So, but at the same time, as I said, is that we can look at the percentage of the tax, but if we are negotiating somewhere in like Jamaica or Africa or wherever, and we know that we can bring double the amount of quantity, then we can create that change. And that's why I was talking about with the Sandy thing, because you know about the Nigerian Remy hair.
Yeah.
We had a war with Pac and all of them Asian guys. Because what my business partner did is, because we know the people in Nigeria, we already negotiated to becoming the ambassador. So we could put online, we put the prices that they could never afford. So they were trying to go to the owner to buy it for even cheaper. But the owner said you have to go through us. So they started to bite their tongue by trying to reduce what Remy hair they had and reduce the price. With a loss.
This is what I mean about them. They just, but what I'm saying is that the game, obviously, business is business, but they play an illegal game because you couldn't play that on mainstream. You can't just decide who you're going to sell product to and stuff like that. On the mainstream, you can't do that legally. You can't discriminate.
Yeah.
You can't just have
Because
like
the reason-
your boys doing it or your people, your family. But when it comes to art industries or things to do with us, they can just corner our market, monopolize it, and then decide that they own it, and then even decide if they're going to sell it to you. Like you're literally
But
gonna,
you know why
she's
they can't-
literally
you know-
begging to give them pounds. Like she's begging to give them money. Like they've got too much power. That's too much.
Because you know why? In the British, they can't do that with British products. You know why? Because there is
That's
a
what
body.
I mean. Exactly.
There is a
This is what
body.
I mean, and that's illegal.
Yeah. So
They can do
the
that with
body
our stuff in London, like in
yeah,
the West.
but we don't have nobody. It's individuals selling their products. This is why they're able to go to us, because we have no form of distribution. The Koreans, they smash it because they like, even for instance, the nail products. All the nail products, like C&D and all that stuff, what the Koreans, the American company, buy it for cheaper.
You actually enter the game because you look around and you just see that.
But think about it like this. If you are in control of your... There's no... Because they've convenience is what they have our own market, and we're buying from our own and circulating it amongst ourselves. Like the British, Indian can't infiltrate that, but have a body, the black industry. You get in the people do is that once the product becomes established, like Share Moisture, a big company like Unilever will just buy it out.
Yeah, that's another layer. That's the problem.
The problem is not even us. It's us.
Yeah. So they travelled from everything else. It sounds like I've not given them none of that, and I know none of the Paxman have any of that. So they'll go. Come on, like that. Yeah, but what I'm saying there though, listen, this one, us went there. Us bought a ticket to get. They gained money to go and get their products for their store, and they still got the door slammed in their face.
Warehouses.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's why I said to you, tell me a black distributor states. We're not states, because they will do deals. Lusters, I can phone them and they'll send
but
it
that's
straight
what
to
I'm
me.
saying. But not everyone's got that link. This is what I said to you. That's what I said to you. Sometimes it's
what
the
I'm trying to
lead.
explain to you
It's
is
the connection.
but listen to me carefully. And it needs if the else falls in place, we need to capitalize on our customers and able to get on the age. £1 million, and you know what he said? In the £1 million in the briefcase, and he said to me, "You see this money? There's first of all, secondly, they may be in fear of it, that they will question you so much that they get scared of even taking a penny. Now, fear of going big. We want to do the smallest. Working as a team, and we're working together. If our products are the top notch, and this is what these people want, from our music to our clothes, these people just want they just want our culture. Why ain't we in control of our own culture?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
We have to push it. We have to push it as a collective, not as an individual. This is why we fall. That's why Sandy's in that predicament, because there's no support system to saying, you know what, Sandy, all right, let's invest.
Yeah, we're not going to have it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's all invest into creating this warehouse so that you're able to sell the products in your shop.
Yeah.
Then all them Indian men get bypassed. And then all we have to do is make all the black people say, you know what, we need to continually buy black, go to the shop. And because we're buying in bulk, the products become cheaper.
Yeah. And you're
they,
right, because many of these hair shops, they're not like different hair shops. Like when I was speaking to Mr. C's in Tottenham, he did break down something to me. He goes, so all these hair shops, they're not individual. Like they're all packs or shabbers or something like that. And they're
yeah,
all from one family or cousins or something like that. They're just all helping each other out. So the risk gets shared. It gets less for each individual. So you're right,
they
what you're
don't even
saying.
use the products. This is how bad it is.
No, of
They
course
don't
not.
even know nothing about these products. All they
No.
know is that people come into the shop and if it's popular, they will buy more. Like even one time, I went to the off license one time, and I bought something from there, yeah. And then I went back there and I bought that same thing again. And then one time, a couple of weeks later, I went back to the shop. The man said, "Oh yeah, I've got your thing for you." Asking, "What are you watching me for? I didn't even come in there for that." But this is what they do.
I know their market very well. They know black people very well.
Yeah. They watch the patterns. They watch everything.
Yeah.
They see what's in demand. But do they know what's inside that product? No.
Well,
You
sometimes
ask
these
them-
products are not even legit. They don't care about you enough to make sure that these products are legit. Look at the seasonings. Look at the plastic rice. That's what the liberty is. It's not even the fact that they're getting the kosher products. They'll just get anything with a good label on it to make it perceived that that's the kosher product and sell it to you. They don't care about your life or your health. They just want the money.
And this is where the formalities of Magnum and you know, like when I go into the shop, the Magnum, some of the black boys and all these boys are buying Magnums. And I asked the Asian man one time, "Have you ever tasted that drink before?" No, I don't know what's in that. But I know that people buy it.
Right, yeah. Or like the fake ginger beers and things like that. I've seen so much labels with like so much of that stuff where like heads are just literally saying, look, this is the real one, this is the fake one, because down to the packaging, it just looks so like almost identical. You've really got to look at the small print and things like that.
Even with the Indian man, how would he even know if he's buying a fake one or a real one? All he knows is he's getting it for cheaper.
Yeah, that's the difference. The fake one's cheaper. Because then the original one they have to physically get overseas. They have to literally get it kosher. It's more expensive. Whereas this fake one that looks the same is more the fake one because it's cheaper for them to get in. These times it's not even the ginger beer or the roots beer or this wine or whatever you think that you're getting to get yourself nice and healthy and strong. It's not even none of that. And
these are the kind of factors of what I look at and I'm able to understand. The more I've dug into the market is understanding how the whole system works. And as I said, it's if we wanted to change it tomorrow and everyone agrees to changing it tomorrow, then it could be done. But as I said, the fear, it's the fear in us that we just don't want to take that risk or that chance. We just want the easy way out.
I think also though, like for example, people need to go to what they're either got interest in or what they're passionate about. Because there's so in like you said, our culture, black culture, there's so much different aspects and sections where this is happening to us, where we're just getting exploited, we're not owning it. That if, for example, you're really into the music industry or something like that, you need to get with a bunch of people within that industry and do it. Or if you're interested in like hair products or food or whatever it is, music, clothing, whatever to do with our aspect of our culture, yeah, advertising, anything, yeah, you need to get with people within that field to do it, because it's too much like this. You can't, one person cannot support this field, that field, this field, and that field. But one person can go in with other like men in that field and dominate that field, whereas another people who are doing music can dominate that field. That's the only way I see that it can happen. Because everywhere you look, we're just getting like almost just we're just food. We're just getting eaten. But because people in those sectors need to just start getting together and doing better. But like you said with Sandy, even with Sandy, it's like I went to Sandy's all the way in Lewisham. I go to Mr. C's, he's in Tottenham. Do you know what I mean? And they don't have meeting nothing. I'm just thinking to myself, a collective needs to happen for real. Like, we do need a body, but we need a body in different sectors, loads of different sectors in regards to our culture, and that's when things will happen.
And that's you see when you see, this is why I kind of like sometimes when IC3 talks, because it's over the people's head, because he mentions reparations. But the same thing he's talking about his bank system is that what is we need as a form of institutions in different departments dealing with certain aspects of what we need for our community. Now, and able to utilize that is to able to have same kind of format of institutions in many different countries, so that they're able to create a network amongst themselves in forms of import and exporting. So whatever we need, we ask them, and whatever they need, we give them. So we're able to create that network. But yeah, again, we're so submissive to every single situation that we don't like to what can I say? We don't like to do the work, but we're trained to be workers. Children want to be footballers, but not managers.
I don't know. I think if the knowledge is out there, I think we'd do better. Like I said, I think if things were easy to get hold of, the links, the knowledge, you know what I mean? I do believe that more of us would be into doing that. If we look around and we see what's going on, but it's just that kind of hopelessness of not knowing how to change it. I think if there were bodies and things like that, for example, set up, say to next week, there was bodies in the marijuana industry, the investment industry, things for building back home in the diaspora, things for the music industry. I reckon a lot of people, youths and elders, would sign up to it and be like, all right, this is something that I think that I can invest in. Even if I can't physically do it, I'd invest in it, or I'd do something like that. If it was the proper body set up, or it was just for us, and I'd be making a change and getting something out of it. But like you said, we just need the institution set up for it, like a proper like a bunch of people who are just literally like, okay, the aim here is to dominate, just to dominate. All
it takes is like 10 to 20 people coming together, looking at something, and let's start beginning to actually do something. So even if we started, let's say we started off from CMOS, yeah. We package the CMOS and do an Avon way of selling it. That's something. And if we had 1 million packets and we made a profit of a pound on each one, even if it took us 5 years to sell all them packets, we've got £1 million in our pocket. The knowledge is all out there, but people are just choosing not to pick it up. Yeah, so Nines.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think that there is a slight sea change happening. I think I agree with what you're saying, but I also think we got and you sort of hit the nail upon the head in that you said that we are trained to be workers, basically, not to be bosses, isn't it? So obviously that's a long time of programming that we went through, yeah. So I still think, although obviously we're all frustrated and we want us to do certain things right away and that, I still think we've got to take that that into consideration. And then on that backdrop, it could be argued that, we're doing better than they thought that we would do. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, of course.
I think our main problem is not even the doing, because I think there are a lot of people doing. It's just the collectivization of that doing. I think that's where the main problem is, man.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Exactly.
The link is to get the network linked up. But there are people doing, man. And remember, it's the empty vessels make the most noise, So there's people out there just doing their bits, just one away, you know what I'm saying? And some of them would love to link with people, but like you're saying, there just isn't that facility there, and obviously that's where the Achilles heel is right now. Still,
Because you know the
Well,
guy that owns
look at Pampanzi. He's doing well.
Okay, you know what he did, and I'll give you and because I've done a lot of import and exporting with him. You see what he did? He had his shop, but he knew there was this long strategy plan, and the strategy plan was to go into real estate. And what he's done now is he's able to go into the real estate to afford properties because he's playing the McDonald's game. In the fact that he will get the property in your area, and you become business partners, and then you either open up Eat to Eden, and next door to it will be a Pampanzi.
Yeah, I saw that movie / documentary, and I thought it was something like, I think Pax is doing that as well. Because when I was in Woods Green and I was talking to like the mall there, they were saying that, do you know that Pax actually owns that? And I was like, oh, okay, so they're not renting from you. They're like, no, they bought it. They were like, they bought most of them, those stores. So I think they're trying to do that same game, or doing that same game as well. So,
yeah, because property is the major factor. Once you own the land, it's not about the profits of the product. Once I've got that piece of land and I've got the shop, nothing can stop me from doing what I'm doing. And all I have to do is bring Indian people from another country and tell them, boy, this is what you got to do.
But like what
man, if we're serious, yeah, we just got to boycott them stores one time.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Just allow it. Just allow it. Yeah. If we're really serious about this thing, yeah, you know, because if it was vice versa, they would just allow it.
Exactly.
You understand? And I
even need to be said.
You get me? So the problem that we have is that many of us are addicted to these fucking. No, let me not even go on like that. But
no, tell
you know what I'm saying to you?
It is the truth, though.
Through these, these products that, you know what I'm saying to you? Or we should strategize in a way where we say, you know what? For one bumbleclick a year, we're not buying none of them something there. And in that time, we get our own distribution and whatever going or whatever. Yeah. Starve them out.
Exactly.
Starve them out, man. But we ain't got that discipline. We ain't got that passion. We ain't got it. Because the girl wants her 18-inch, whatever the fuck, Eurasian, bumbleclot, Brazilian, whatever the fuck. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And the whole rest of it, man.
And they're not willing to wait, and they want it cheaper as well. And that's the problem.
Man.
Want everything from convenience. You know what it reminds me of? Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and why I know this to be the case, because in this lockdown thing, yeah, and obviously, not obviously, but, you know, I'm south and that. So I saw in Brixton, the hair shops, yeah, where they would do it through the little window or do it through the thingy.
Yep.
You can click your card.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You just put your card against the window, your phone through the order. But the point I'm making is that them girls, they were coming out and they were getting that hair in it, like, and whatever else the fuck they're getting in it. They're not going nowhere, mind you. Yeah. This would have been, and this is what I'm saying, this would have been a prime time to see what we're really about when it comes to certain things. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. But yeah, that's just my little moan and that. But for real, if we're gonna do something like that, we just have to say no more. No more. No more. And you know what? To be fair, there was a bit of I think there was a natural hair thing starting even before the lockdown still. So we never know. Maybe it's continued. Maybe they've been losing money and we just don't know, man.
Yeah, I do believe they have. I do believe there has been like a hit on their products, especially certain products, because of the movement of Black Girl Magic and all of these kind of phrases and hashtags and more influencers showing that this is how your hair looks. They're not going to advertise their loss. That's why you're not going to see it.
You know why you're not seeing it?
Why?
Because most of my customs, right, that comes to my shop, they've all gone online.
Yeah.
And it gets delivered within a day or two. They'll pay that extra.
I think that's the beauty.
Yeah, that's true.
If one of the problems was the convenience, this is what I do get. What like this 9 saying about COVID. Now everyone's shut down, so you can only go online. So why not go to a black online, Do you know what I mean? So that's where
That's
we can
my
probably play
point.
dominant. That's where we can probably
That's
gain
the
back some
opportunity.
dominance. Yeah, and then I get what you mean about now filtering in and making sure that you're the first point of call for customers, because the only place people could go to now is online. So why not make sure that it's you they go to? So I get
Exactly.
that. And the
And then
thing
once
is
you
with the
start to get the
influencers as well is that they're using natural products. It's not like they're going to these mainstream like lusters and things like that, which ain't even black owned. They're going for like olive oil, coconut oil, shea butters, things like that, aloe vera. They're noticing that those products are, obviously, it makes sense, are the products that are actually good for our hair. So again, why are we not dominating that? Because all of those products come from us or our lands. So there
Because
can
we're
be
not
places.
aggressive about it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
If we was really about it, or those people in that industry, they should be out there like, you know what I mean, stop buying from them, whatever. Like propaganda, innit? This is what I'm saying. We're not, you know what I mean? We will allow propaganda to be used against us all day, every day. We'll never use it.
Yeah, but
and they
you
will
know
still
what?
push
Do you know
propaganda.
what? Do you know what? There's a point actually. Do you know, there's a point. That's what was frustrating me so much with Sandy. I was like, you need to get this out there. That's why I wanted to do this thing with CRE. I was like, you need to say the fuckery, excuse my language, that is happening. Like this. If people knew this, I'm telling you, you'd think twice about stepping in store and things like that. And she was open. She's like, oh, well, I was like, I'll ask the questions. You know what I mean? Like I don't expect, but you've got to remember, if you're in that market, you're the only black in the village. Do you know what I mean? If you're the only black business owner in the field of Asians, you can't mock them. You can't say anything bad against them. You can't do anything because they'll shut you down on warehouse. And then on the consumer side of things, well, man, you know how it is when you start talking about how they do us wrong, or we should start doing for self. Oh, we're humanists. Oh, it's not everybody. Oh, you can't talk like that. So every time someone does that, you just get knocked down with all this crap, even from our own. From both sides. The owner can't do it because everyone around her is Asian. You can't necessarily bite the hand that feeds you, or you can't be market businessed out. And then the consumer can't say it now because you're a racist, or you're too much of this, or you're too much of that. And it's not all of them. So every time we do that, although I actually agree with you that it happens all the time for us, is a problem. It's like, that's what frustrates me the most. Because I agree, we should be aggressive. We should be putting it out there. We should be making it plain and clear. But it's like, how can you?
But that's the conversation I had with Basil, in the fact that every time I approach a business and I say, you know, we need to build an advertising campaign, you know what they tell me? Oh, we're going to do advertising ourselves. And I said to them, hold on, if you do the advertising yourself, who's going to be cooking the food?
But that's the next thing, though. This is what I'm saying, man. This is all still part of the journey, innit? Because many people that are in business, they haven't actually got business acumen. You get me? They can do the provision of a service or a product or whatever, but not necessarily the acumen behind it. Hence why we haven't got a wholesaler. You know what I'm saying to you? Or we haven't, you know what I mean, got small conglomerates like Packs and all these other fuckers. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because all it is, they would have started off as individual shops. Then they came together, started bulk buying this, that, and the other, rare. And the rest is history, man.
But this is the thing is, and they're the same people, right, that will tell you about Marcus Garvey and his shipping line.
That's liberty. They'll tell you about your own heroes onto you. But watching you hungry.
What do they think, Marcus? No, but even our own people, do they think that Marcus Garvey just got a ship just to roll in it?
That's the point, you know. We talk about this shit, but we don't understand what was the intentions behind it. The man was.
That's why I said it's so plain. It's in our face so much.
But we don't have enough of these conversations with ourselves. That's the problem. These are the kind of conversations you need to do to spark it up, to be for people to be like, yeah, that's the point. You know what? Why not? You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be stranger. It could be just a bunch that you're just cool with. But we have enough of these conversations to spark that in people. We're having dumb conversations amongst each other.
And
The things that are
you know the
trending on
funny
social
thing
media,
is,
who's cheating on who, who's wearing what, who's this, that, and the other. If we just had more conversations, like a mandatory, like, right, this is the week where we're going to do this. Every third week, we're going to talk about this, just to spark these kind of conversations, to spark these kind of ideas, then it would be different.
So Terry, sorry to
yeah.
cut you, Christy. My impulse
No,
there.
no
Sorry, sis.
problem.
Go on.
Go ahead, sis. I'd finish,
So I was just
actually.
thinking out. My bad. All right. So Tessa, if you had land in the West Indies or whatever, what would you be doing then? Because I heard you talking about Auntie and London. Where. What would you be doing?
First of all, I'll look at what's the land there, and then secondly, I'll see what is in demand. Also, see what's in demand. Like, for instance, if we're talking about the ganja right now, or we're talking about, even the simple sea moss or guinea hen or all these herbs. Now, you've got a farm out there, and there's actually farmers doing work in the Caribbean right now. Then I'm going to find a way how I can make it cost effective of me transporting that over here. And even if I'm making a profit of £2, but I know that if I've got a system rolling, so then the more I'm putting something to ground, I'm going to find something that is popular. They've done it before.
Okay, let me put a spanner in the works there, yeah? You're not in that land, though. You're in the West, yeah? So
yeah,
sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes money went missing, They said that they're this far, but they're not that far. You think that the production's gotten this far, but it hasn't gotten this far, because you're not there to monitor it.
As a family, yeah? Do you know what? As a family, I'll say this. Whatever you make on that land is yours. All I need is the product. And this is how much you're going to get. Whatever happens on that land is up to them. Because once you start to put money and you start to invest and want percentage of what's on the land, it's like taking food out of a baby's mouth.
Yes, yeah, so
that's why money goes missing. They're never going to steal from themselves.
Okay, so to make it plain, like 90%, you've got land over there, and say, for example, you realize sea moss or ganja is the latest thing that you can make money off.
Yeah.
What would you do then?
And I've got family over there.
Yeah, so you tell them to plant the seeds for the sea moss and the ganja.
Plant the seeds and harvest it. They plant the seeds and harvest it, and every time they give me a portion, I pay them.
Okay. And then you don't want 100% of all the ganja that's been made there. What you're telling them is, give me like 50% of the ganja, send it over to me, and or the sea moss, yeah.
Yeah.
But then didn't you say that those things there are never like the cocoa? They're never of high value in the land than what they are overseas. That's why they don't have that.
But the African diaspora knows how to refine. This is why we've got colleges and institutions over here. You're telling me that there's not one black person that can fix a car? You tell me one black person can't cook over here?
Yeah, but it's the motivation, though.
But
that's what I'm saying. But the business to them is money in their hand, like you said. Like if they're just sitting there,
So I give them a taste of it. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I will pay you for your work. I'll say, you know what? If you're willing to do this, I'll get you the tools, put it on the farm, and you produce the work. And once you produce the work, you will get paid.
Have you ever done it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it with a guy that's got a big, massive farm in northern Nigeria. We did it with what do you call it? Grand nuts. He grows the grand nuts and everything. But the market's not strong as it used to be.
Yeah, they need an incentive, so I can see how that works.
Yeah,
but you need to give them an incentive.
Look at what's in demand, and right now, what people are going crazy for purple sea moss. Right now, people are going crazy for the ganja because there's so many things you can do with the ganja. It's not even just on the sublims taking it. It can be used as fabric. It's used in construction.
Yeah, well, places like Spain and stuff like that, they've got cafes and stuff. It's legalized all throughout Europe, so it'd be easy for us in the diaspora to deal with that, to get the business side of that, even to just sell it to them.
Yeah, but remember, you have to get a license, you know.
To sell it or to be a cafe owner?
Both. Even as a farmer, to send it abroad, you gotta have a license, man.
Yeah, and if it's lucrative, then the government will give you that license. Like the guys I know in Trenchtown at the moment, they've got the license.
This is why I say you need a collective.
Yeah.
This is why I say
that's what I said to you.
Because that's money. To have money to pay them, the workers, to get the infrastructure out there for the or to get the money for the license, to get the infrastructure over there, for them to have the machinery to do that. That's why you need a collective. You need to be able to all put in to do that. Because that's a lot for one person. The one person might own that land or have that land in that name, but they might not have that necessary resource to be able to fund all of that. And that's, do you know what I mean? That's what they do to make it harder for us. But if we had a collective, we say, okay, this person has the land, yeah, and the rest of our job, 8, 9, 10 of us, is just to put money in, yeah, that'd be a difference. It wouldn't be all of that pressure on that one person.
Group economics. It's the only way forward, man.
Think about it like this, right, Kushti, yeah? If we go back into slavery, how do you think the slave routes worked? Because they knew in Europe they needed sugar. But what do they need in the Caribbean? Slaves. So they were able to do that triangular slave trade in the fact that when they went to the Caribbean or they went to South America or America, they will get all this stuff. And this is where the pirates knew how to infiltrate, because they knew that once they brought the slaves, when they're coming back out, they were coming, the Spanish, the French, and the English were coming out with gold. So if we're looking at what they're doing, it's easy for us to say, okay, if we can feed their economy, they're going to feed us back. And things that we can take back. So we can afford to buy the license. We can afford to do the transportation. But yet we'll let people infiltrate in the middle. That's where our biggest problem is.
It's because they got the ready cash. They've got that money to do it there and then. All these white and Americans, all these people that are doing it, they've got the money to do it there and then. They were just waiting for it to be legalized, and they just went in and did it. They all of a sudden just set up shops and cafes, and they had a bunch of them getting shipped back down. They had the money there and then to do it.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to say that we need to step our game up over here in forms of economics. Because Pac, you know what Pac done with the shea butter? The raw shea butter, he realized he got an African guy to go to Burkina Faso to get the shea butter cheaper, and he waited at the ports for him to deliver it. And when he delivered it, when he brought it to the UK, where it was £10 a kilo, my guy was selling it at £6 a kilo.
Yeah, because when he went to the ports now, he eliminated all those extra fees. Yeah,
he had the money, but as I said, as a collective, if we have the money as a collective, there's nothing we can't do.
Well, that's how Pax did it anyway. It wasn't just one man. But all of them Pac and stuff like that, they're all cousins and everything else anyways. They're all in one house. And, do you know what I mean? They're all together anyway. It's not just one man. Because them Pax shows, they're open from 6 a.m. till 6 night. It's not the same person there every day, or that whole day. You got the auntie in from 10 to 12, the cousin in from 12 to, do you know what I mean? They just shift work it
but
around.
There's one guy though. But you see with Pax, there's one guy. It's one guy, but he don't do nothing. He sits at home and relaxes.
Yeah.
All the children and the workers, they do all the work.
Yeah.
He just sits there, smokes his pipe. But for him to get there, all these Asian men, they started from one shop. I've seen an Indian man come over here within 10 years, have his own shop and his own business. In 10 years.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, no doubt. In often cases, we ain't got no excuse in it. But that's why it's important to pass it on to the generations that's coming up in it. Because my mum and dad taught me a lot of things in it, but they did not teach me business in it. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because they didn't know business themselves. It could be argued. You know what I'm saying to you? But they still gave me, the best foundation in life. But yeah, man, that's why I'm hell bent on making sure that my youth knows certain things in it. That's why from now I want him to start looking about his circle so that he can find a set of people like-minded where they can start practicing group economics from early doors, man. You know what I'm saying to you? Early doors.
That generational curse. Because we've actually put the curse on ourselves.
Yeah, but we fell into the trap of thinking if you get the good degree, you work for the man and did that, and you get a good job, then you're sorted. Do you know what I mean? But then things changed. Back in the day, one good job could probably finance a whole household. Do you know what I mean? Pay a mortgage and everything else. The dad could go out and the mum could stay at home and everything else. No one was prepared for the new times now where the mortgages were. Do you know what I mean? Like back in the day, the mortgages were something stupid, like 20 grand, 30 grand for a house. You could just buy your house. Now look at the prices for your houses and stuff like that.
What,
do you know what I mean? No one was prepared.
My granddad bought a house in Shepherd's Bush for 6 grand.
This is what I'm saying. So how can you foresee?
Yeah, but remember, like 6 grand was a whole heap of money, though, man.
Yeah, it was a whole heap of money. But you know what it was?
But do you think it was the same? You think it's the same then as it is now, though? Do you think 6 grand was the same as what it is now, like 100 and something grand?
No.
It was still attainable.
Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
You know what
the problem then was actually getting a loan, not even being able to repay it, because they was in jobs that they could repay it. It was just getting a loan from the bank.
Imagine that.
Yeah. But you know what the killer was? The ones that did get their houses, what happened?
They sold them.
Away. Yeah, but the reason why did they sell them? Because when they passed away, the second generation were warring. Instead of them to keep the house and rent it out, they wanted their 50 grand each.
Yeah, that's when you're looking at the short term. You're not looking at the long term. That's the problem.
Yeah, none of them were. Now. And then when the 80s came, it was a wrap. The Margaret Thatcher
now you
time,
realize you can't even get it. Yeah.
They spent everything.
But also, again, that's a lesson for parents to learn as well, man, because that's why you see the rich people that whatever they put things in trust, they put conditions on certain things. You know what I'm saying to you? So we need to, we need to learn them kind of flavors too, man.
Yeah.
Like you're not getting that yard unless this, you know what I'm saying, or this, and if you're not all doing this, then the yard just stays there, and the money that's made will go to the dog charity. They'll soon get themselves in position, man.
Because if you look at it, right,
tough love.
You know the funniest thing is when you see people,
and that's what I mean. Sorry to cut you, but I think for many of us, we got too comfortable. I've been saying it for years. We perform better when our back's against the wall, man. And right now, parents have made it easier for children. Enough children don't even know about it. Even when I look at my own youth, the other day I was looking through all these claw and his this and his that. I was like, flip, you's got things he's not even played with. I'm like, nah, this is a joke. This is madness. So man.
We only excel from our traumas. That's where the problem is.
In fact, we can't be tough anymore, man. You just try a bit of tough love, and it's for the betterment. You feel it's like you're punishing you. It's like, and all it is tough love, And we said that wouldn't even be thought about back in the day when you were younger. Like what? So what? Like, do you know what I mean? But now I don't know. It's just different. I think it's
we only
our
react
mindset.
when someone dies. That's the only time we react.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're definitely suffering, and it's not just ourselves, the community. So I think, in fact, I think we've weathered the storm relatively well compared to the newer immigrants. If you check out the situation, you know what I'm saying, before we kind of got wobbly, because some of them are wobbly in the first generation, then wobble and gone. But I don't know, but I think the important thing is clan, just deal with people that are on your same wavelength, try to find like-minded people. And I do think, to be honest though, when you do move like that, you do gravitate one way or another towards, do you know what I'm saying to you? People on them kind of vibrations, man. So I think we just gotta keep pushing, man. And again, make sure that we know the right thing for the youth then, Maya.
And that's what I said.
If I knew what I knew now, oh my god, that 20, oh my, I'd be, trust me.
If you knew what they knew now, I'm telling you, there'll be a whole heap of millionaires.
Do you know what it is as well, though? But there's a bit of a fear as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of responsibility, and do you know what I mean? You don't want to be told that you're doing something wrong, or you're do you know what I mean? Something don't got. You could have the best intentions, but if it goes wrong now, it's all on that one person who bring the collective together. Or if the plan didn't work out now, whose idea was it? Do you know what I mean? I think with the more I find out about people who are successful in business, the white people with successful business, they're willing to take that risk. And if it didn't go well, it didn't go well. Whereas within our community, I reckon if it didn't go well, boy, that person's the black sheep. Do you know what I mean? Or and no one's gonna go back to them and be like, you know, let's go to the drawing boards and start again. That's it, you're done. And I feel like that is what stops you, because people say, you know, there's a great saying that's like, there's no mistakes, there's only lessons. But with us, I feel like there's mistakes and you'll get punished for it. Do you know what I mean? And you'll get labeled with that mistake forever. Because we don't have a drawing board, we don't have a blueprint. Even if there is a blueprint, it's not available to us as easy. So when you try and do it with all the good intentions and something goes wrong, man, that's a big thing to have on you. This is why it's so important to have a collective that has that same mindset. Do you know what I mean? And be like, okay, and sharing out the risk as well. Do you know what I mean? So even if you do get hit, it's not that much of a hit, or you know, there's a way to bounce back from it, or you know, it's just it's not easy.
But at the same time, you got to, yeah, it's possible though, man. And you know, there was a journey being had, man. So you should still take comfort from that fact that, you get me?
Yeah.
People are willing to come on that journey and whatnot, man. So that's why I still got faith, man. But like I said, man, birds of a feather and all them way there, and you got to separate the wheat from the chaff. And so there's a lot of this going on as well, you know what I mean? Because enough people are chatters, some people are doers, some people are fakers, you know. But yeah, man, it's just about, because for me, I think, yeah, man, well, you know my thing already.
Did you see that 21-year-old? That 21-year-old that built his own school.
Look at it, and then look who's trying to bring him down.
And he started from scratch, and he's only 21.
Where's this?
In the States,
America. He's got an interview with Roland Martin and things like that. He's been getting a lot of media come towards him in like the black sphere. But the thing is, the interview that he did with Roland Martin was bringing him down. This is why I said to you, look who's trying to bring him down, because while you're interviewing you're telling him all the reasons why it can't work. It's only because people saw that interview and was like, hold on, why are you just bashing you? He's 21. So far what he's saying sounds good. And that was the beautiful thing that come out of it, because when I saw his interview afterwards with Boyce Watkins, he literally said, because of that interview, I've had so much more people supporting me and funding me. And he's had so much links from it, because people saw, do you know what, that ain't right. We need to start supporting things like that. So it's a beautiful thing that come out of it. It's just a shame the devil, and that was one of his own.
Yep.
We shall. Yeah, man. Heads up. But I got to come away for a second, yeah, because I've got to quickly do something. So I'll be in the background still. All right.
Yeah, let me see if I can get this thing up. Video. I'll go to Instagram.
the X for Boys Prep School in Albany, Georgia. So, King, I first want to get really your broad type of take on this. I mean, oftentimes our institutions are good at certain things. You know, the U.S. military, don't get me wrong, I mean, they're the best in the world at what they do. But oftentimes there's a conversation about whether certain things should be taught at a school, at home, anything like that. Do you kind of have concerns about where certain values, for example, are instilled in institutions as opposed to maybe schools or at the home?
Right, absolutely. I definitely feel like there are a lot of things that need to be taught at school because many things aren't being taught at home, especially with the absence of a lot of fathers in the home, especially in the Black community in particular. A lot of children aren't learning those things that they need to know to survive. Just simple things such as changing a tire, changing a light bulb, changing the ceiling fan, how to change your oil, how to kill an animal and skin it for food. I mean, these are things that I believe that need to be taught to young men in particular, but also things need to be taught to young women as well. And the failure of our school systems at teaching those things that these children need to know, knowing that their parents are absent in their lives, I definitely think our school systems are failing in that area.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, for example, I've never learned how to, when I was growing up in school, I never learned how to write a check or really budget or anything like that. Things that, I mean, everybody should be able to learn how to do. I mean, it's something that you're going to be able to use every single day of your life. And as opposed to, you know, I remember saying it in math class, like, when will I ever use this formula in my life or anything like that? That's not to say we shouldn't take math seriously, but I mean, sometimes there are practical things that we can instill. And I know that you're looking to do just that. You have an extraordinary objective right now with the school that you're looking to do. Can you really break down exactly what this is, this new endeavor?
Absolutely. Well, most people know me by the X for Boys. I have an organization in Albany, Georgia. We teach young men the different skilled trades. We also teach them how to read. Our program also has a 0% recidivism rate. Every child that's come to our program from jail has never been back. I'm 21 years old now, and I just began this program when I was 19 years old. I've been taking children from the juvenile justice system, keeping them in my home. I had some bunk beds. I put them in my living room, and I wanted to make sure that these young men actually had a safe space and a place to be able to learn how to read and do these things. But we were able to defeat the stereotype that young Black men in America are not able to do certain things because somebody's holding us down. We were able to defeat the stereotype that, you know, we're young Black in America and that we can't do anything. I'm 21 years old and every child under me is a teenager, and we went out and did work, and we actually bought a full school campus, 36,000 square feet, 25 classrooms, and we just bought a school bus as well. We want to make sure that in one of the poorest cities in America, which is Albany, Georgia, that we still can make something happen. We want to make sure that young Black men are able to see that you can get up and go and do something. So me being young, I just wanted to make sure that they are able to see possible, because it is possible. If somebody's holding us down, we're allowing them to. And if we do believe that somebody else is holding us down, why we keep asking the same system that we do believe is holding us down to help us out? Why not go start something for yourself? Why not help your own community?
I mean, that's amazing. Well, I mean, that's the only word that I can think of when you're explaining exactly what you're doing. And you're exactly right, because that is something that you need to instill at a younger age. I mean, it's harder to really get people to break bad habits later in life. And especially at an age such as 21 or just around that age, it's developmental. That's where you really build character. You build the type of life lessons that you take with you for the rest of your life. So what has the response been? Have you had any pushback, for example? Has anyone been upset about that? Or would you say that it's mostly been pretty positive up to this point?
It's been pretty positive. Of course, some people have, you know, a different issue with me because I'm young, of course. And of course, I do consider myself conservative. So a lot of people have issue with that until I explain it. Many people in the Black community, we love to, you know, scream about Brother Minister Malcolm X and things like that. But people try to reduce Malcolm X down to violence. And that's not what he was about. He was saying, if you simply believe that you are in an oppressive system, why not create a system of your own? Why are you asking the system that you believe is oppressing you to help you out? Why not go start your own schools? And he also said, he was like, how are we going to have immigrants come to our country with nickels and dimes and no education, come here, set up stores, develop those stores into larger stores, develop those stores into industries, which creates job opportunities for their own kind. Brother Minister Malcolm X said he feels like that we're not in a moral position to point the finger today at the white man and claim that he's discriminating against us for not setting up jobs in his stores that we hadn't set up for ourselves. So how are we going to claim that the school system is you know, not taking care of our children and teaching them what they need to know when we haven't created our own schools? Why haven't we created our own factories? Why are we still begging and pleading and asking when we can just simply go do for ourselves? And for people that believe that we can't do it, me and some teenagers just absolutely at one time the fourth poorest city in the United States. Crime rate super high. Our poverty level is super high, but we still went and made it happen because we believe that instead of asking politicians for anything, instead of begging the government for anything, I'm not asking Donald Trump for it. I'm not asking President Joe Biden for it. We're not asking any politicians around our communities for anything, because as long as we keep asking them for stuff, our communities are going to remain in turmoil. I mean, if we keep expecting things from politicians that we didn't raise in our communities are going to remain in turmoil. So if we do these things for ourselves and go and help our children, because ever since we began our program and watching these children change their lives and watch them get off of probation and watch them stop smoking and watch them, go take care of their children. We have children being molested. We have children dealing with incest. We have children dying every day in our communities, but there's no rah-rah hoopla about children being stabbed, murdered, beaten, raped every day in our communities. But there's this rah-rah hoopla about the oppressive system when we're oppressing ourselves.
I think you're spot on. It's the idea of achieving equality through equity, what you're talking about right now. I mean, if you were able to, for example, build up your own business, do things on your own, you really don't have to rely on the government or other people or anything like that. In fact, it's a way of really creating a start for yourself in a way that nobody can really take that from you. I think that's very well said. And King, before I let you go too, I want to make sure that you get all the assistance you can get, because this is such an important endeavor. Is there anywhere that people can go to really get involved or help out, or at least learn more information about your program?
Absolutely. Our website is theexforboys.org. That's THEXFORBOYS.org. And of course, you can follow me on all social media at New Emerging King to see everything that we're doing, everything that we have planned, and also things that we'll be doing in developing our school. We are having to renovate it right now because we just purchased the location.
Randall, a community activist and the founder of the X for Boys Prep School in Albany, Georgia. So King, I first want to get really your broad type of take on this. I mean, oftentimes our institutions are good at certain things. The U.S. military, don't get me wrong. I mean, they're the best in the world at what they do. But oftentimes there's a conversation about whether certain things should be taught at a school, at home, anything like that. Do you kind of have concerns about where certain values, for example, are instilled in institutions as opposed to maybe schools or at the home?
Right, absolutely. I definitely feel like there are a lot of things that need to be taught at school because many things aren't being taught at home, especially with the absence of a lot of fathers in the home, especially in the Black community in particular. A lot of children aren't learning those things that they need to know to survive. Just simple things such as changing a tire, changing a light bulb, changing the ceiling fan, how to change your oil, how to kill an animal and skin it for food. I mean, these are things that I believe that need to be taught to young men in particular, but also things need to be taught to young women as well. And the failure of our school systems at teaching those things that these children need to know, knowing that their parents are absent in their lives, I definitely think our school systems are failing in that area.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, for example, I've never learned how to, when I was growing up in school, I never learned how to write a check or really budget or anything like that. Things that, I mean, everybody should be able to learn how to do. I mean, it's something that you're going to be able to use every single day of your life. And as opposed to, I remember saying it in math class, like, when will I ever use this formula in my life or anything like that? That's not to say we shouldn't take math seriously, but I mean, sometimes there are practical things that we can instill. And I know that you're looking to do just that. You have an extraordinary objective right now with the school that you're looking to do. Can you really break down exactly what this is, this new endeavor?
Absolutely. Well, most people know me by the X for Boys. I have an organization in Albany, Georgia. We teach young men the different skilled trades. We also teach them how to read. Our program also has a 0% recidivism.
You are 21 years old, and first of all, everybody's watching. Like, give a digital round of applause for his brother for doing such great work at 21. I think that everybody's impressed with that. And you live in Albany, Georgia, and you decided to start a school, and that's been a big conversation in the Black community for a lot of years because you got a lot of people starting schools, some more successful than others. Tell us about that, and how did you even get to the point that you're at right now?
Absolutely. Well, I started this organization 2 years ago when I was 19 years old. And the reason I started this organization was because where I live here in Albany, Georgia, crime rate's very high amongst children, well, young men ages 17 to 25. The murder rate, at one point, we had the highest murder rate in the country per capita. We're a 77% Black city. And this is also a city that Dr. King failed in. He came here, went to jail, and said he'd never go back. And we have a lot of issues here in our city, and I definitely wanted to tackle those issues while I was here. And I'd go to different community meetings and things like that, and nobody really wanted to get on the ground and do like the work that I wanted to do. So I decided that I was going to start a program called the X for Boys. We started doing field trips. I started taking young men on field trips, and we went to Atlanta, Montgomery. I mean, we've been to like any Black History Museum in the Southeast you could think of. So we went to all the museums. Then I started doing workshops, teaching young men how to change oil, how to change brakes. We did automotive repair, home improvement. I taught them how to change ceiling fans, toilets, flooring, sheetrock, you name it. So I started doing these things. And during the summertime of 2019, I lost my job. And at that time, I think that was God trying to let me know you need to go ahead and do what it is that you're supposed to be doing. So I started a summer camp during that summer. Now, mind you, I was broke. I ain't had no money. I had my own house and stuff, but I was broke at the time. And but I was just like, I'm gonna make a flyer and I'm gonna tell parents, what I'm offering for the summer. And if they believe in me, then they'll bring their children. So I told them everything that I'd be offering. And every day, I'm so grateful to those parents who believed in this 19-year-old kid to drop their child off every day at my house from 8 to 5 to learn all of these things. So we did reading. I taught them how to change toilets, changing ceiling fans. I mean, we did some of everything. I taught them how to garden. We grew our own food. We did field trips. These are things we did for that summertime. But while I was in that summer program, I realized a lot of our children couldn't read. And about maybe 12 out of the 20 children that I had couldn't read. And I had one kid that's in the 6th grade. He couldn't read at all. And that was an issue for me. And I'm just like, how are these children passing through school and they can't read? How are you expecting them to, get good grades and graduate and be something and be somebody? And they aren't even literate. This is an issue for me. So I started a book club, and I started teaching the children how to read in the book club. We started doing, life lessons and life skills in the book club. We had some men from around our community come and visit the book club. Then I started working with juvenile court. And I started taking children from the juvenile justice system, keeping them in my home. I actually have custody of 2 of those children now. And our program has a 0% recidivism rate. Every child that's come to my program from jail has never been back. And we don't have any rehabilitative programs for juveniles coming from jail here where I live in Albany, Georgia. So that's a problem for me. So fast forward to 2020, COVID happened. And so I had to kind of pause everything that happened, that was happening for our program. I had to pause book club, pause our bowling team, pause everything we had going on because I didn't know what's going on. But when the summertime was rolling around, parents were just like, can you please do something for the kids? And I was just like, well, if I do something for the boys, they got to come live with me. And they was like, okay. So I went and bought some bunk beds. I put them in my living room and we made it happen. And at the time, I didn't have the most fun. So we was eating hot and ready pizzas, beanies and weenies, noodles and sandwiches. But I was still teaching. I was still teaching them during that summer. And we built so many bonds. I mean, we done got caught on the side of the road with no spare tire and all that. I mean, we had so many stories, but I was just dedicated to, teaching them, and they loved me to death, for everything that I taught. So during that summertime, I posted one tweet on Twitter because people were telling me I should start posting what we were doing because I wasn't posting like that. And I posted us doing some sheetrock at an apartment complex, and it went viral on Twitter. And so many people, reached out to me and, were seeing what we were doing. This was back last summer, and we maybe raised about $10,000 in a week for what we were trying to do. And I had been telling the boys for the past 2 years, I was like, look, I'm gonna open you guys a school. We're gonna open us up a school, and we're gonna get you guys taught the things you need to know, etc. I was like, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna have some big boy faith and we're gonna make it happen. So that happened. We got invited to the White House. We got chastised a little bit for that because Donald Trump invited us, of course, but he didn't post no pictures with us, didn't try to use us as no pawns or anything, but people were upset about that. But I was telling them, I'm like, these kids who never been anywhere, who never been on any trips, never been on a plane, never really been outside of our city, come from jail, have these records and stuff, and for them to get invited to the White House for the work that they're doing, that's a huge honor, regardless of who's there. So if it was Joe Biden, nobody wouldn't be mad. So why is it an issue? And I don't believe none of the presidents care about anybody. So that's where I stood with that. So we got invited to the White House, and I mean, just the support has become overwhelming for us, and our support base is so diverse. Like I'm talking about, we have white conservatives all the way down to people in the Nation of Islam. I mean, the Hebrew Israelites to super white Trump supporters, whatever. People support what we're trying to do because the message is universal for doing for self. And that's what I teach my boys. We teach them how to be men. We're teaching them how to protect their women and children. These are the things that I believe, are important for our boys, and they're not learning anymore. And so many people ask, how are you able to change so many kids? Like the parents are just like, how are you able to affect them, so well? And how are you able to, have them come home and not talk back, etc. But when I did some time in the military, and then also I'm consistent with my discipline. I don't let up. They all get in trouble together. They sleep together. They eat together. They do everything together. And I do that to create a brotherhood for them because we have this individualism in our community where we never want to work with each other. So I always let them get in trouble together, even if, one of them's talking back. I make everybody get in trouble. Well, you already know you should have told your brother not to be talking back. He wasn't supposed to be eating after a certain time at night, but y'all let him do it anyway. So everybody go outside. Everybody about to get the high knees and 6 inches. Everybody about to get it. Because I always tell them, if one of y'all got weed in the car, everybody got weed in the car. So I'm just like, yeah. So I make sure everybody get in trouble. But it's just been a beautiful journey, man. And yesterday, you kind of sparked it off. I went on Mr. Roland Martin show, and I was a big fan of his, but he started attacking me on Twitter for absolutely no reason. I had no clue why he was attacking me, but he had tagged me and a friend of mine called me a Republican. I was like, I'm not a Republican. And he was talking about voter suppression. And I was just like, that's not my fight. I told him that on Twitter, but he was like, well, y'all come on the show. But my friend couldn't come on the show because he's Byron Donald's press secretary. And he couldn't come on the show. So I went, and I was just like, well, I'm gonna just go in there and talk about my program and tell him what I am fighting for. And he was like, well, what is your fight and all that? Well, I was like, well, this is what I'm doing. And this is what I believe in. So how are you going to tell me that not, relying on government is not going to work when I'm doing it, and we're doing it, so I tried to keep it civil. I kept it respectful. And, I did invite him to come speak to my children afterwards, but the slick stuff he was saying on Twitter and the little backhanded stuff he was saying afterwards, and his little panel got on there and said their little stuff about me. I kind of was just like, I'm not even gonna do this with you, man. I tried to keep it respectful, regardless of him calling me names on Twitter and stuff. I just let him have it. But then you shared a video yesterday on YouTube, and you kind of did your little podcast, and it kind of made a lot of rounds. And right now my social media is going bananas. I got like 16,000 followers on Instagram in a night, and like so many people are like reaching out all because of the video you did. So I definitely appreciate you. But yes, the support's been overwhelming. And we went building shopping. I went and asked our school system, did they have any old buildings that they weren't using anymore? And they were like, well, we got 3 buildings up for demolition. And I went and toured one of them, and it's on the side of town where our children need us the most. Well, it's where the most children I serve. And the children actually need us over there. And I went and toured it, and the building's in great condition. I was just like, why are y'all tearing this down? But it's 36,000 square feet, 25 classrooms. I made an offer, and boom, we made it happen. And then I went and bought a school bus right after that. So I just, again, big boy faith and believing in what we want to do. And I just want to show young black men you can go do whatever it is that you want to do. And if somebody's holding you down, it's because you're allowing them to. You got to deal, play with the cards you got dealt and keep it moving. But that's kind of an idea of where we are and who I am.
Wow. Everybody who's watching, in case you don't know, I'm speaking with King Randall. And King Randall is the founder of the school is going to be called I can't read my right. The Life Preparatory School for Boys, right? Did I get it right?
Yes, sir. You got it right.
He's got it in Albany, Georgia. And as y'all can tell, y'all can see, give me a yes or no in the chat if you can see why I'm impressed with him. You don't see a lot of 21-year-olds that are able to lay it down like that. And when I saw it, I was immediately sparked to say, okay, what can I do to help? And so I want to ask everybody to do a couple things. One, because we're building Black media, if you could hit the thumbs up button and make sure you subscribe to whatever channel you're on, that helps us to grow the platform. But then 2, the URL for his school to make a donation is right there on the screen, the xforboys.org, right? Did I get that right, brother?
Yes, sir. That's perfect.
The xforboys.org. And I just went to the link right before the interview. I went to the link. I gave 3,000. I'm gonna give more. That's just the beginning. I'm going to be in this with you for the long haul. I just want to talk about how great your work is, but I want to actually put my money where my mouth is. And I hope everybody, whatever you can afford to do to support this, I hope that you'll do this because this is what we need. Do for self. And maybe it's my bias, but I just, I was raised by a father who was in the military. And one of the things, and I have a lot of people, shout yourselves out, by the way, if you did serve in the military, thank you for your service.
Semper Fi, go Marines.
There you go. Yeah, because I love my military people that are part of this crew, because those are part of, you are 21 years old. And first of all, everybody's watching, like give a digital round of applause for his brother for doing such great work at 21. I think that everybody's impressed with that. And you live in Albany, Georgia. And you decided to start a school. And that's been a big conversation in the Black community for a lot of years, because you got a lot of people starting schools, some more successful than others. Tell us about that. And how did you even get to the point that you're at right now?
Absolutely. Well, I started this organization 2 years ago when I was 19 years old. And the reason I started this organization was because where I live here in Albany, Georgia, crime rate's very high amongst children, young men ages 17 to 25. The murder rate, at one point, we had the highest murder rate in the country per capita. We're a 77% Black city. And this is also a city that Dr. King failed in. He came here, went to jail, and said he'd never go back. And we have a lot of issues here in our city. And I definitely wanted to tackle those issues while I was here. And I'd go to different community meetings and things like that. And nobody really wanted to get on the ground and do like the work that I wanted to do. So I decided that I was going to start a program called the X for Boys. We started doing field trips. I started taking young men on field trips, and we went to Atlanta, Montgomery. I mean, we've been to like any Black history museum in the Southeast you could think of. So we went to all the museums. Then I started doing workshops, teaching young men how to change oil, how to change brakes. We did automotive repair, home improvement. I taught them how to change ceiling fans, toilets, flooring, sheetrock, you name it. So I started doing these things. And during the summertime of 2019, I lost my job. And at that time, I think that was God trying to let me know you need to go ahead and do what it is that you're supposed to be doing. So I started a summer camp during that summer. Now, mind you, I was broke. I ain't had no money. I had my own house and stuff, but I was broke at the time. And but I was just like, I'm gonna make a flyer and I'm gonna tell parents, what I'm offering for the summer. And if they believe in me, then they'll bring their children. So I told them everything that I'd be offering. And every day, I'm so grateful to those parents who believed in this 19-year-old kid to drop their child off every day at my house from 8 to 5 to learn all of these things. So we did reading. I taught them how to change toilets, changing ceiling fans. I mean, we did some of everything. I taught them how to garden. We grew our own food. We did field trips. These are things we did for that summertime. But while I was in that summer program, I realized a lot of our children couldn't read. And about maybe 12 out of the 20 children that I had couldn't read. And I had one kid that's in the 6th grade, he couldn't read at all. And that was an issue for me. And I'm just like, how are these children passing through school and they can't read? How are you expecting them to, get good grades and graduate and be something and be somebody, and they aren't even literate? This is an issue for me. So I started a book club, and I started teaching the children how to read in the book club. We started doing, life lessons and life skills in the book club. We had some men from around our community come and visit the book club. Then I started working with juvenile court. And I started taking children from the juvenile justice system, keeping them in my home. I actually have custody of 2 of those children now. And our program has a 0% recidivism rate. Every child that's come to my program from jail has never been back. And we don't have any rehabilitative programs for juveniles coming from jail here where I live in Albany, Georgia. So that's a problem for me. So fast forward to 2020, COVID happened. And so I had to kind of pause everything that happened, that was happening for our program. I had to pause book club, pause our bowling team, pause everything that going on because I didn't know what's going on. But when the summertime was rolling around, parents were just like, can you please do something for the kids? And I was just like, well, if I do something for the boys, they got to come live with me. And they was like, okay. So I went and bought some bunk beds. I put them in my living room and we made it happen. And at the time, I didn't have the most fun. So we was eating hot and ready pizzas, beanies and weenies, noodles and sandwiches. But I was still teaching. I was still teaching them during that summer, and we built so many bonds. I mean, we done got caught on the side of the road with no spare tire and all that. I mean, we had so many stories, but I was just dedicated to, teaching them, and they loved me to death, for everything that I taught. So during that summertime, I posted one tweet on Twitter because people were telling me I should start posting what we were doing because I wasn't posting like that. And I posted us doing some sheetrock at an apartment complex, and it went viral on Twitter. And so many people, reached out to me and, were seeing what we were doing. This was back last summer, and we maybe raised about $10,000 in a week for what we were trying to do. And I had been telling the boys for the past 2 years, I was like, look, I'm gonna open you guys a school. We're gonna open us up a school, and we're gonna get you guys taught the things you need to know, et cetera. I was like, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna have some big boy faith and we're gonna make it happen. So that happened. We got invited to the White House. We got chastised a little bit for that because Donald Trump invited us, of course, but he didn't post no pictures with us, didn't try to use us as no pawns or anything, but people were upset about that. But I was telling them, I'm like, these kids who never been anywhere, who never been on any trips, never been on a plane, never really been outside of our city, come from jail, have these records and stuff, and for them to get invited to the White House for the work that they're doing, that's a huge honor, regardless of who's there. If it was Joe Biden, nobody wouldn't be mad. So why is it an issue? And I don't believe none of the presidents care about anybody. So that's where I stood with that. So we got invited to the White House, and I mean, just the support has become overwhelming for us. And our support base is so diverse. Like I'm talking about, we have white conservatives all the way down to people in the Nation of Islam. I mean, the Hebrew Israelites to super white Trump supporters, whatever. People support what we're trying to do because the message is universal for doing for self. And that's what I teach my boys. We teach them how to be men. We're teaching them how to protect their women and children. These are the things that I believe, are important for our boys, and they're not learning anymore. And so many people ask, how are you able to change so many kids? Like the parents are just like, how are you able to affect them, so well? And how are you able to, have them come home and not talk back, et cetera? But when I did some time in the military, and then also I'm consistent with my discipline. I don't let up. They all get in trouble together. They sleep together. They eat together. They do everything together. And I do that to create a brotherhood for them because we have this individualism in our community where we never want to work with each other. So I always let them get in trouble together. Even if, one of them's talking back, I make everybody get in trouble. Well, you already know you should have told your brother not to be talking back. He wasn't supposed to be eating after a certain time at night, but y'all let him do it anyway. So everybody go outside. Everybody about to get the high knees and 6 inches. Everybody about to get it. Because I always tell them if one of y'all got weed in the car, everybody got weed in the car. So I'm just like, yeah. So I make sure everybody get in trouble. But it's just been a beautiful journey, man. And yesterday, you kind of sparked it off. I went on Mr. Roland Martin show, and I was a big fan of his, but he started attacking me on Twitter for absolutely no reason. I had no clue why he was attacking me, but he had tagged me and a friend of mine called me a Republican. I was like, I'm not a Republican. And he was talking about voter suppression. And I was just like, that's not my fight. I told him that on Twitter, but he was like, well, y'all come on the show. But my friend couldn't come on the show because he's Byron Donald's press secretary. And he couldn't come on the show. So I went, and I was just like, well, I'm gonna just get on there and talk about my program and tell him what I am fighting for. And he was like, well, what is your fight and all that? Well, I was like, well, this is what I'm doing. And this is what I believe in. So how are you going to tell me that not, relying on government is not going to work when I'm doing it, and we're doing it, so I try to keep it civil. I kept it respectful. And, I did invite him to come speak to my children afterwards, but the slick stuff he was saying on Twitter and the little backhanded stuff he was saying afterwards, and his little panel got on there and said their little stuff about me. I kind of was just like, I'm not even finna do this with you, man. I tried to keep it respectful, regardless of him calling me names on Twitter and stuff. I just let him have it. But then you shared a video yesterday on YouTube, and you kind of did your little podcast, and it kind of made a lot of rounds. And right now my social media is going bananas. I got like 16,000 followers on Instagram in a night, and like so many people are like reaching reaching out all because of the video you did. So I definitely appreciate you. But yes, the support's been overwhelming. And we went building shopping. I went and asked our school system, did they have any old buildings that they weren't using anymore? And they were like, well, we got 3 buildings up for demolition. And I went and toured one of them, and it's on the side of town where our children need us the most. Well, it's where the most children I serve. And the children actually need us over there. And I went and toured it, and the building's in great condition. I was just like, why are y'all tearing this down? But it's 36,000 square feet, 25 classrooms. I made an offer, and boom, we made it happen. And then I went and bought a school bus right after that. So I just, again, big boy faith and believing in what we want to do. And I just want to show young black men you can go do whatever it is that you want to do. And if somebody's holding you down, it's because you're allowing them to. You got to deal, play with the cards you got dealt and keep it moving. But that's kind of an idea of where where we are and who I am.
Wow. Everybody who's watching, in case you don't know, I'm speaking with King Randall, and King Randall is the founder of the school is going to be called I can't read my own right, the Life Preparatory School for Boys, right? Did I get it right?
Yes, sir. You got it right.
He's got it in Albany, Georgia, and as y'all can tell, y'all can see. Give me a yes or no in the chat if you can see why I'm impressed with him. You don't see a lot of 21-year-olds that are able to lay it down like that. And when I saw it, I was immediately sparked to say, okay, what can I do to help? And so I want to ask everybody to do a couple things. One, because we're building Black media, if you could hit the thumbs up button and make sure you subscribe to whatever channel you're on, that helps us to grow the platform. But then 2, the URL for his school to make a donation is right there on the screen, the xforboys.org, right? Did I get that right, brother?
Yes, sir. That's perfect.
The xforboys.org. And I just went to the link right before the interview. I went to the link. I gave 3,000. I'm gonna give more. That's just the beginning. I'm going to be in this with you for the long haul. I don't just want to talk about how great your work is, but I want to actually put my money where my mouth is. And I hope everybody, whatever you can afford to do to support this, I hope that you'll do this because this is what we need. Do for self. And maybe it's my bias, but I just, I was raised by a father who was in the military. And one of the things, and I have a lot of people, shout yourselves out, by the way, if you did serve in the military, thank you for your service.
Semper Fi, go Marines.
There you go. Yeah, because I love my military people that are part of this crew, because those are part of, you are 21 years old.
Yes, family. As you heard, a 21-year-old was able to establish from scratch, use his own house to creating something. If a 20-year-old can do that, what can a collective of people do? Just soak that into your mindset and think about that. It's what we've been talking about in forms of trying to create some form of economics, trying to create some form of understanding of our creativity. What are we doing to getting together? As I said, do we rely on the system or do we become self-sufficient? Do we work on our own or do we integrate ourselves and become just workers? Because we have to look at it, what kind of legacy are we going to give to our next generation? And not even generation tomorrow, not the generation after that, and not even the generation after that, but what type of legacy that will last for a long period of time. We have no institutions, we have no transportations, we have no wholesale or warehouse. When are we going to pick up the tools to able to push that narrative? So family, I'm going to play a couple of bits and pieces while more people probably at work. Some people are at home. When people start to jump on, we'll still have that dialogue of what's going on and what's happening. Let me look for something for you lot. Going it back into the archives and, just give you as much more information, because we just need something to motivate us to actually doing it, because this fear is becoming very strong, and the ego, and we're looking about what we can gain out of as an individual than what we can gain as a group collective, because a group collective will give a legacy for a long period of time if we're all coming together. But if we're deciding to be individuals, how far can you get with that? What is it that it needs to advance ourselves to the next level or position? Because we all got the creativity, but why aren't we using it as a collective, like a Voltron, coming together and becoming that heavyweight for ourselves and for the positivity of our people? What is going on? So, I want to play something that will give us a little bit of insight of certain things. Let me see. And oh, what would you lot like to listen to or watch? Let me find out something that will be quite interesting. That will give us an insight. Interesting. Go into depth because we need to start opening our horizons in many things. And we need to open up to what kind of things that we should do. Bear with me, family, because I'm looking for the right topic and the right information. There was one event that we did, and we spoke about care, the care industry. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play an interview that I did a couple of weeks back. And this lady's going to be on there. She's going to be on Sunday. She was an entrepreneur. And she's got her own school. As we are going into that pathway of schools, Europe. This was talking with the creatives. As I'm waiting, let me play this talking with the creatives. And anyone that wants to jump on, please do so. And we can have this discussion. So I'm going to play this video. And this is a woman called Safina Chari. And she talks about her school and business when we was having the dialogue.
Turn me into an entrepreneur overnight. I was always me, but what you need is just somebody to come into life there to begin the this empathy. So when I say that, I really mean that. I think that you just need to stay focused or find somebody there to become the best of you. Big respect. When I get up tonight, I'll be watching that guy. He said, man, big respect.
Technical problems. Today we got a special guest, but before we introduce this special guest, this month is Black History Month in the US, so I'd just like to give a little demonstration of one of our tours that we did 2 years ago. So let me see if I can get it up and then give you a quick play. Stuff. Even at his worst time, even had a newspaper, he still was doing business at his worst period. We are complaining to just find a job. Thank you. Waiting on others and able to repair it. And this is what I was saying about even in the form of a museum, and we're complaining about the schools, museums and what's not. We need to create our own. And for us to be able to create in our own, it goes back to the economical system.
Myself, Omega Axel. Anytime I'm in and around town, I'm tuned into Black Ice TV 7.
Peace. Yeah, that's Terry Riggs. As I do tours around London and the UK and in Europe, I do a lot of Black History tours. They call me the UK tour guide to the rest of the world. But today, we're going to be talking to someone very special in the fact that this is about the creatives and the people that are actually doing the groundwork within each different communities, whether it's in the US of A or whether it's in the UK or in Africa or in the Caribbean. But we have some powerful people that we don't get to see. They're always behind the scenes and they're always hiding themselves. But you know what? They put in that work. So talking to the creatives is about highlighting and putting most of these people into the forefront to show you what they do and what they're about. So before I begin, I'm going to introduce this beautiful lady. As you know, it's all about the beauty business. So welcome, Safina. Please introduce yourself to the local community.
Hi, Mr. Rings. How are you? How is everyone? Hope everyone is well and staying safe.
Everyone. Yes,
nice
but it's not about
you,
me.
Mr. Riggs.
It's about how you and what have you been up to? Because you know what? Everybody wants to know what you're about. Because this is the person that's been hiding behind the wardrobe and making everyone else do the work. So we want to know everything about the person that's doing the graft. So you know what, Safina, I'm going to allow you to give us a little introduction of who you are and what you're about.
Okay, so my name's Safina and people call me Zeph for short. And I run a training school which is predominantly based around hair and beauty. We have over the years broadened what we offer. We now work with young people in Peru, so the ones that don't get into mainstream school, some that are not in school at all. So we now deliver beauty or hair, but also functional skills, English and maths. We now also offer customer service. I've also divulged into doing something called the Erasmus group, where I send people abroad to different parts of the world so they can learn or work more in their industry, and they can get to know how other cultures perform and work in that industry. All expenses paid, so we do get very full very quickly because people are like, oh, it's a free holiday. But actually, it's always about business, and that works exceedingly well.
Okay. So that means you can put me in your suitcase and take me along.
Yeah, if you can fit. So
But you know what?
it's
You know what?
interesting.
We don't want to talk about what you've just spoken a lot of what you do for others. But we want to go into the nitty-gritty of when you grew up yourself. And I want to go as far as I always say to people, as far as going back to the age of 15. And what was you like when you was 15 years old? Because that is kind of the prime part of where your creativity has begun. So
I was
what
a
was you
tomboy.
doing at the time?
I was a tomboy at 15. I had a
Oh my
BMX
God.
relay burner. I wanted to be a vet. We had a farm at the back of our house where we used to live, and I used to go there after school because I wanted to be a vet. And it didn't take me long to realize I didn't actually want to be a vet when I had to start mucking out in the pig pens. Then I changed, and then I decided that I wanted to work with young people at quite a young age. So I went from, beating up boys, not liking boys very much, to then liking boys a lot, to then wanting to be a vet, and then then turning into doing social work. So I started off working with people and communicating with people through working with social services, and then I did my degree in criminology and criminal justice, which was awesome. And then I went into fostering, and then lo and behold, I went into marketing and beauty. Yeah, so I turned my hands to many different types of job opportunities at the time.
That's quite interesting because you see, where does this connection, because you're in beauty and the beauty business, at that age, there must have been something that's surfacing because, from a tomboy to becoming a teenager to becoming a young woman, there's a transition. And you know that our parents have much of an influence.
Okay,
So I
well,
want
the
to know, where
influence,
does it roughly come in?
yeah, the influence would have been, which I forgot to mention, is that my mum, everyone knows her as Zena, for those that know her, she's like my sidekick. My mum's like my ride or die. And my mum is a hairdresser. And she actually teaches within the prisons, but she also now works alongside me. So my mum started off, I grew up going into hair salons. Before she had her own hair salon, she used to work for a company called Aquarius, for those that know it, in Finsbury Park. And I used to, at the age of 5 and 6, be given loads of sweets, and I used to sit there and munch and watch TV while she used to be downstairs working away. And so I think my love, I'd never wanted to be a hairdresser. I hated it, not interested. But I think the love for being around people and beautifying oneself came naturally. Just, I think, because my mum's a hairdresser. So I think she was the one that actually started all this.
Okay, so if you wasn't really into the hairdressing, I presume that behind the scenes you got a taste for business. When did you start to create some form of your first business to able to manifest it into its true reality? Because you've got your mum that does the hairdressing. You said you didn't really like it, but you had to deal with it because it's part of a woman's criteria. But where did your creativity actually come into combining the two, the business and the actual beauty?
I went back to university and did a course in marketing, a BA honours in marketing. And during my journey there, I had gone back to do my beauty course because I wanted to be able to offer something to my colleagues at university, because I found that when we began our semesters, we all looked good. And then halfway through and near the end, everybody was unrecognizable. Their hair was torn up, skin was looking bad, nails was mashed up. So I decided that I was actually going to do beauty so that I could offer it to people that was in and around university. So I was doing my beauty in the evening, and I was doing my marketing degree in the day. And I worked in between that doing mobile beauty. And then while I was at university, an opportunity came up where we had to come up with a business opportunity that could possibly work. I then came up with a beauty hub for people to come into the University of East London and actually have treatments done, just very small treatments, but enough to make them look and feel
You know
good
what?
whilst they're studying.
Sabina, I'm just gonna put you on a hold for a second, because
Yeah.
if I'm right, you've done a slight jump, because
Okay.
there was a one part of beauty that you was doing, and
Yeah.
you know, and using your business mindset, you was able to kind of find a certain way. And this was very long time when you was helping someone do marketing, but you was creating something in forms of the beauty, in forms of hair
Yes.
products.
Yes. See, I've done so much stuff, I've actually forgotten what I was doing. I was like, what is it I was doing again? Yes, I came up with, at the time when Beyonce was doing her lace wig, trying to palm it off as it was her own hair, and we was getting into lace wigs, and I decided to come up with actually my mum helped me with this. Actually, we came up with a workshop where we was doing workshops and going around to hair salons and charging them quite a bit of money at the time for them to understand how to put on the lace wig units safely and be able to take them off, remove them safely without damaging their hairline, because there was a lot of things at the time going around where people were shaving the sides of their hairs off and stuff like that, which was ridiculous. So we went in like a force to be reckoned with and started to put these groups together, which was really successful. And from that, I started to sell hair and like lace wefts and stuff like that for weave. And I'd go into salons and say to them, right, you're going to buy a certain amount of weave from me. You're going to pay a small minimum amount for it. And then at the end of the month, when you've done a lot of weaves, you're going to give me this such and such a balance, which worked wonderfully well. So I came up with a product line, named it, branded it, sewed it for a little while in some Asian hair shops that were happy to take it on board. And yeah, I did that for quite a while, and that was a really good money spinner. And I was doing at the time as well, because of that, a lot of sponsors. So I was working with a lot of people, and I was sponsoring Miss Black Britain, I think, at one time, and I think at one point in time I did something with yourselves, and we did the Obama inauguration, which was a biggie, and that was awesome. We met a lot of celebrities on that night, so that was really, really, really productive. And we done, that was probably where, before going to university, my raw creative flair actually started.
Okay, just for 1 second, family out there, if you have any questions, please put your questions into the chat room as soon as you're listening and hearing what's going on. And at the same time, we have over 20 people in the house, and do press that like button, that big tick up there with the big thumbs up. You know, we want to get the numbers up, so please press that now, because we've only got 3 likes, and you know there is 22 people in the house. So it's not equivalent, but yes, if you have any questions, please ask your questions in the comment section in the chat room, and we will answer your questions. Okay, so in the facts of doing that and doing the hair, was you still kind of observing your mother's business on how it worked, or was you already removing and having your ideas? Because before you left that side of things and going to the academy, what was the procedures, what was your transition from there to actually creating your own business?
I think I was taking on my own kind of strategies and kind of learning as I went along. And while I was doing my marketing degree at a university, somewhere in London, they've got something called a business hub, and there I took a lot of my strategies, put it in place, and kind of worked out how I was going to work this and what I wanted to do. So I realized that I wanted to do a training school. I started off with a nail bar. I actually forced the university to give me a section in their university so I could do the nail bar. So I actually did that, and I started the nail bar. But I found that that was a bit too hot and cold, and I needed something that people would value a bit more, and I could make more money quicker in a shorter space of time, so to speak. So basically, I decided that I was going to offer awarded body qualifications. And I just went and found out how that kind of works, what I'd have to do. In between that, I was doing extra studying because, to deliver these courses, because they're awarded bodies, you have to be able to be qualified up to a certain standard. So I was just finding out, asking my mum also what I'd need, because she's been an assessor for many years. And she was like, no, you need to do your assessors. So I went and found and did that. So I did my assessors. Then I did my IQA, internal quality assurance qualification. And it's funny because within this field, when I finished my level 3 beauty therapy, I thought I'd made it. I thought I didn't have to do any more studying. I thought, that's it, I can move on and do what I need to do. And I was absolutely wrong. So if you're getting into this field, is something that just like you, even in terms of teaching, not necessarily having your own training academy, but in terms of teaching, you have to be continuously learning. If you're not a fan of education, then this definitely is not going to be for you, because you have to be current. And I'm
I'm going to ask a question here, though. I'm going to ask a question here, Safina, is the fact that a lot of people will say that going into university is a struggle, not just because you're going to go and learn something, but at the same time, the struggle is that you have to live your life. And people want to know, how did you, because one thing you didn't mention, at the time of your struggles, you had 2 children.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. I am a
and
mom. Yep.
They want to know, how did you juggle work, education, children, and maintaining your home? Because that's a creativity on its own.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I think for me personally, I'm naturally a very motivated individual. And once I knew what I wanted to do, there was nothing that was going to stop me. And, my family was so good. They were really, really supportive. So to be fair with you, they allowed me to progress in the way I needed to, because I needed childcare. Because, my youngest at the time was, I think, probably about 8 or 7. So I made a lot of sacrifices. My grandmother on my mum's side was always, tell me off, and I'm not spending enough time at home with the boys, and you need to be at home with the boys. And she just never understood my hustle. But I worked a lot, and I made a lot of sacrifices. And sometimes I did sacrifice my time with the boys, like watching them grow up at key, times, because I was at work. All the time. I was studying. At one point, I was studying literally like maybe 12 hours, a day at times. And then I'd still have to work because I have to bring in money. Yeah. So I didn't get much sleep during those like 3 or 4 years. Yeah. Sleep was a cousin of death.
In that critical point, what kind of advice would you give someone that is going through that, as they may have children and they want to go through the same path as in forms of the beauty business itself? What kind of advice would you give in that at that precise point?
Business is not as easy as people think. I think people have a really bad misconception that all we do is paint nails. We do a lot more than that, and we have to know the whole anatomy and physiology of a body inside and out. And it's a very expensive industry to get into. The equipment that you're buying, the products that you have to buy are very expensive. Not that should put anyone off, but you just have to be prepared, and you have to be realistic on what you can do at that point in time. I mean, I did things over a duration of time. So as I was studying, every time I'd finish a module, I would then hunt for whatever it was, product wise or equipment, and I'd purchase it. So by the time I got to years of finishing, I already accumulated a lot of stuff because I just bought it in sections as I was going along. But I would say you definitely need to have a good support background, especially if you have young children that can actually look after your kids whilst you're doing what you're doing. And I would definitely probably suggest, you know, if you're with a partner, having a supportive partner, you don't need to have drama. Drama doesn't work. Jealous partners don't work when you're trying to get to you know all about it.
You know, as they always say, as the women will say, typical men.
It doesn't work, and you have to have someone. I see a lot of the times women have really good ideas. I've been training for many, many years now, and I've come across so many types of women from all walks of life. And it always boils down to they want to do more, but they're in a relationship, and you know, sometimes the partners won't permit it. I was quite fortunate because I'm a very headstrong individual. So what I says actually was going at that time because I knew where I was going and what I wanted, and that was all that mattered.
Okay, so you know, in saying that, right? But then financially, right? I understand that you're going to go for these courses, but financially, how would you prepare yourself? Because sometimes, you know, if you're short of money, and okay, some people have families and whatsoever, but some women out there just don't have the financial backup, but need to go through these things. And the power that you kind of showed me is that one thing I always say to people, especially a lot of women, is that it's only the circle is only you and your children. The male is just more of the extension to the situation, because if you don't be strong, because one thing that if you find in the statistics is that women mostly live out men. So what you will find is that women have to know how to create their own circle and their own bondage within their own family. Because what we do in Black Eye TV, one thing we always advocate is Black family first. So we have to create that family and make that family strong. But you know, in the forms of you transferring that same ideology, do you put that same ideology within every kind of concept or business that you create?
No. And the reason why, you know, I just say it as it is, and it would be nice. It would be really nice to have all this Black family thing and we're all together and kumbaya. But unfortunately, some of our Black partners, you know, previous partners or whatever that we walk with, sometimes rather than supporting us, they're in competition with us. So when you're competing with the outside world, you're competing with other people studying, trying to get good marks, you're competing with people that might not want to give you opportunities to get where you need to go. You're also coming home and competing with someone that's supposed to be supporting you. So when you don't,
there's no teamwork.
There's no teamwork. There's a lot of I and not enough T.
A lot of I, no we. And I always say, you know what? Go on.
Yeah, so I find that because of that, either women don't move to their full potential because they don't want to ruffle too many feathers, and they think about the children first before themselves, and sometimes they just think, well, you know, I can do it at a later date, maybe, or, you know, it's just a dream. That's, you know, I wanted to really do it, but I don't know. And then they live vicariously through their children sometimes, you know. But I decided once I was getting into this industry, that nothing or nobody was going to stop me from doing what I had to do. And the proof is in the pudding, because, you know, now I still have my business, but, you know, the partners that I had when I first started, they're not here today. So that's my prime example. You know, they get caught up in whatever they get caught up in, and it takes two to tango. So it's not just a one-sided let's bash men kind of thing. But I think when you are an entrepreneur, and I think this works both ways, when you are an entrepreneur and you're on that hustle and you are on that grind, it takes a lot of hours. I would be at work until sometimes 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I'd get home about, you know, 3, 3:30, and I'd be back up at 6, and I'd be back in work for 7:30. And I was doing that for about 6 years or so, 6 or 7 years. I was running at that level continuously all the time, no matter what. And I had partners at the time that would become very insecure about what I was doing, and why are you why are you at work till late, and, you know, what are you doing? And if I, at the time, I was doing a lot of networking meetings as well, because that's really good to network with other, you know, like-minded people that are into business. And that became an issue, you know, because I was out. And this can be a problem, and I've seen it slow down so many women. It's unreal, you know, because I'm in the industry, so women don't finish their courses when they're with me. The dads won't look after the children so that they can come and study. You know, they'll go to the gym, they'll go everywhere other than be at home with their children. So this is the type of things that, you know, unfortunately, this is what we come across, unfortunately. So
Safina, 1 minute. I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Go on.
Why do you think the males are like that, in your perspective?
You'd have to ask their mum, sweets. I have no idea. And you know something? I've got to a point where I don't actually really care. Because I'm not a shrink, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not here to overanalyze you. We're here to work as a team. We're here to be a partner. My grandmother always used to tell me 2 hand clappings is always better than 1. Yeah. So if I win, you win. It's very simple. If you win, I win. And this is why we're meant to be working as a team. But unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't quite happen. Why? I don't know. I have no idea. But
would you find out that the reason being is that you are your own team, in that you have a background of foundation? Because I've heard mum and I've heard grandma, and it's like it's a pass down of understanding how to maintain the family itself and how to be etiquette in your business ways.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you find it's that way?
Yeah, 100%. The women in our family are super strong. They do what needs to be done. They make sacrifices where they must. And out of all that DNA came Zeph. And you know, sometimes I can be a lot more than they, and sometimes like, oh God, Zeph, you're just so much sometimes. But you know, they wouldn't have me any other way, and I wouldn't have me any other way. So I think because of the mechanisms that we have as a union, and we're really solid as a family, and we all support each other as a family, I think that has definitely given me, you know, a big heads up and a big advantage and a blessing that I can sit here today, have this type of conversation with you today, and move forward in the way that even in COVID, it's still been really good for us in COVID, you know. And I'm always looking at and finding different types of strategies, different types of business. You know, I'll call my mum, what do you think? You know, is this a good idea? Should I do this? Should I do that? Even though I feel quite like I'm savvy as an entrepreneur, and I'm always coming up with different types of ideas that actually do work. you know, she's like, yeah, do this and yeah, do that. And the stuff that she says that I don't really like, I just don't do it. But the stuff that she tells me to do that I like, then yeah, I go ahead.
Okay, so let's go to the seed of the flower, because you know something that has already been formed has to begin with a seed. Now you've got to the aspects of going to the colleges, going to the universities, studying and studying and studying.
Yeah.
What made you even think of creating that form of establishment in the first place?
I think
Because
when
it's a
I
big
was,
task.
say that again.
I said it's a big task you've done.
Yeah, yeah. It's, you know, something. It's really easy. Well, I think it's much more easier to get into this, but it's much more harder to sustain it. And I think that people see what I do and they think it's real easy. When I was building my business, I had a lot of lonely moments, lonely times, no life. So whatever life you think you was having or had, that's out the window. I didn't really see many people. I just literally worked. And literally my whole concept was I need to plant this seed. And the seed is I can play later. But right now, this is a serious thing. And for me, time was always of the essence, although I was quite young when I started initially. But I had planned what I'm doing today, I had planned probably about 15 years ago. So this is not something that I just jumped up and I was like, yeah, I'm going to just do this today. I planned this strategically. I studied, I went to work for FE colleges. I then went to work with private colleges because I knew I was going to do a private college at some stage. So I wanted to make all my errors in other people's establishments. I know that sounds really terrible, but literally that's what I was doing. And
But you know what?
you know,
Steph, hold on just 1 second, because what you're showing me, right, is like a vision board.
Oh, absolutely.
And this vision board, if it started 15 years ago, that takes patience to understand that it's taking you 15 years, where some people would have quit within a few years or halfway through. But you said I'm adamantly to get myself to get to that direction. So I just want you to know, you see that first plan that you created. I want you to explain that first plan, because people have to understand that this is a vision that you've put down to creating this business that you have.
Yeah. I mean, when I used to tell people I was going to have a training school, and they were like, oh, why are you studying? Or why are you here? You know, we do like a icebreaker. Why are you doing this? Why are you here? And I'd be like, Uncle, I'm going to have a training school. They'd be like, is it? And I'd be like, yeah. Oh, do you think people would want to come to your training school? And I'd be like, yeah, why wouldn't they? Of course they would. I'm doing the training. And I think I had, luckily for me, a lot of confidence because people around me didn't have as much confidence in me as I did in me. So I think if I'd listened to certain people, I probably wouldn't have started anything. I probably thought, oh, that's just such a silly idea. I'll best part that and not bother with that. But I was like, no, actually, that's what I'm doing. And you may even come there and want to learn something from me. And I think it was just very flippant. People would be like, oh, okay, she's going to a training school. Great. Okay. And then all of a sudden I've done a training school and they're like, oh, you've done a training school. That's really good. So it seemed like it was something that happened quite quickly, but it was something that took me a long time to put together, but I absolutely knew what I wanted to do. So it's not impossible. I had very good credit at the time. And that helped a lot when you're in business. Having good credit is really, really important when you're first starting out in business. And having a business plan, although it's really boring and tedious, but why I don't need to do that is really important. And actually studying and getting all your qualifications before you start is really important, because when you start your business, it's going to be very difficult for you to concentrate and go to college or university at the same time, because all your focus is really going to be on building your brand and building your empire. And I had many hats. I was doing marketing, I was doing sales, I was teaching, I was doing all the resources, I was doing admin, I was buying the products and stocks. You have to really want it, because that's a like we already discussed, it's a long time to be in business for that length of time and keep up with that level. And people would have normally quitted probably already.
Yeah, because you know what, as I always speak to the youngers, and we've got an academy, we've got called Manhood Academy and Womanhood Academy, and what I tend to find is when they speak to these young ones is that they always talk about, yeah, I want to be a footballer and I want to be I want to be able to play football, but I always say to them, but why don't you try to be like a football manager or a football club owner? But you see, most of our children today don't look at that aspect. They just look at the work side of things. And when you're explaining that you was going for the top of the branch, you weren't going for anything less within them 15 years. So in like what you was doing, did you put this down as in the form of your business plan and chopped it up and said, I'm going to do 5 years here, I'm going to do 2 years here, I'm going to do this or do that, or you just freelance all the way through?
I did freelance all the way through, but I was still strategic in my freelancing, because I knew that I had to make sufficient money, because I knew that when I was going to open up my business, you know, I'm a new business. I've got no accounts to show anyone to get any funding from anywhere. I'd have to rely on private clients basically to keep me afloat and going. So I worked literally 7 days a week, working and teaching at different environments and places. Literally, they loved me, because when no one wanted to teach on a Sunday, I'd be there teaching on a Sunday, you know, and Saturday and stuff like that. And God bless my auntie Jennifer. Every Saturday she'd cook. That's my dad's sister. She would cook for me every Saturday, and I'd literally eat and flake out on her sofa. Just I couldn't even move because I was so exhausted, and I'd get up and do the same thing. But I knew that I had to save a certain amount of money for when I was ready to go it alone. I was able to do that, because that's how a lot of businesses crash, because they start a business, they've got no extra surplus funds. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know how much money they're going to make. You can project all you like. When you see that money going into your bank account, that's the real deal. So I worked through every penny, every day, every hour I possibly could, and saved up enough money so I was comfortable to start my business. But I knew that I didn't want to be just a beautician. I worked as a beautician, so I did every job. I worked in every job to know what I wanted to do, and I looked at every salary band to see if that's going to be able to sustain me with a lifestyle that me on my own, not no man, not my family, but me on my own, can actually sustain and run my household and my children with. And if I knew that weren't going to happen, I'd work there for a little bit, then I'd move on to something else. So I did swap.
Savina, you know what some men would say? They'll say, this is a nice day. I'm off in a mile. But they don't know how kind and soft you are.
Well, do you know what? It was unfortunately, now I'm a bit more calmer. But at the time, it was literally all about me. It was all about me and my boys, and making sure that they never went without. Although at the time, or reflecting back now, you know, they needed time with me, which I now can do with my youngest son, because I'm now in a different position, so I can get to enjoy him now and still enjoy my business. So time was an essence that I missed out. But when they wanted the PlayStations and they wanted the brand newest of everything, they got it. They got more than two parents working together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, in the fact of creating this business and this school, what was it based? What was the foundation of this thing built up on? Because you know, some people say, okay, we're going to start from nails and then we're going to do this. But how did you begin to structure your academy, but the business before the academy? Because people want to know how you structured it.
Yeah, well, what I did is I started off with the nail bar, because when I was at the university and they gave me a location there to start my being an entrepreneur, the room was so small I wasn't able to do anything else. I was like, right, what can I do that would work in this size space? So I did the nail bar. Then when I decided that actually training was the way forward, because I wouldn't have to rely, because even though I had the nail bar, I was still teaching in another location because I've still got money to make. So I had girls working for me. I got some girls that were working for me. Some of them were really good and friends with me today, and some of them were absolute nightmares, and I'd never get anyone to employ them ever again. Yeah. But this was a learning curve for me, because I've never been a boss like that. And I had to learn how to manage people while still trying to run a professional business. So I was still working. And then what I realized is that I needed to get the awarded body in so I could offer more. But they only offer you more based upon the space that you have. And the space was too small, which means I would have only been able to offer me doing nails. So I speeched the people in the university. That was my strategy. And I said to them, I need to use a bigger room because I've got something to do, a conference room. Can I do that? And they said, yeah, of course. And they handed me the key. And then I got all the beds, everything out, put it in the other room, pretended that I had like all this massive space. And then the awarded body came down. And they was like, yeah, this is fantastic. This is like a lot of space. This is great. Not knowing I only had this small, tiny room. And they was like, yeah, we can give you the awarding for you to do loads of other stuff. And I was like, great. So I got that. I achieved that. So I was really, happy about that. And then from that, I thought I need to move now to bigger space, because now I have my opportunities have now expanded. I can now offer a lot more services and courses because I've been given extra, awarded qualifications. So by accident, nothing happens by accident. But someone called me and I wanted to move into Chinkford area, and someone called me and said, oh, there's a fruit and veg shop in Chinkford. They can't run it. It's been open for 4 weeks. Do you want it? So I was like, oh my gosh, yeah. Went and had a look. It was perfect for the space. I mean, we've kind of outgrown it now as we speak, but it will do. But it's a decent size. It does what it needs to do. And from having that extra awarded body qualification, I was able to expand, and we've never looked back. So you do have to be super creative. You have to tell a little bit of white lies to get what you want, and you do have to be very strategic. Sorry, it's the truth. You have to be strategic to get what you need, and then once you've got it, everything's cool.
That's as you have to understand the English language is made up of grammar, logic, and rhetoric.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's how you say it is what it is. So indirectly, it's not really a lie. It's just saying as it is.
Yeah,
but just so
so
as you began to expand, what did you? As you said, you had a small little room. What did you start to bring into that to creating the school itself? What was the next step?
Well, obviously, I wanted to offer more courses, which means I'd need more equipment. But because I had done the beauty some years ago and I was buying equipment as we went along, and I didn't wait to the last minute, I was able to obviously purchase some goods and stuff like that. So, and I just built up on that. I still worked for an organization once a month. I was doing customer service for apprenticeships in a gambling place. So I was going to Southend. So once a month I would drive to Southend and I would deliver training, because I just needed to make sure I had enough money. And this was always my thing, so once a month I'd have to shut the shop just so I can go and do this training elsewhere, just because it was good money and I knew that it would benefit Sitting Pretty. And that's the kind of stuff that I would do. But everything has to be gradual. If I try to go out now and buy all the stuff that I have in our training school, it would be thousands and thousands upon the thousands of pounds, which for people that are starting new in business, that may not be obtainable. initially. So
Okay,
starting
so
small is good.
okay, so in saying that, the first course that you provided, your very first course, how did you create that course and how did you handle it? Because remember, when you do your first new course, you have to shift and change and improvise and putting things together because you're trying to establish the first course. What was that first course and how did you try to establish it?
Well, this is where my entrepreneurial skills came into play, because I was running a nail bar but couldn't do nails. I could do everything. I mean, I'm talking about acrylic nails. So I was good at doing
Yeah.
everything else, but acrylic nails was not my thing. And what you used to find is that beauticians at the time could only do either a nail technician or you was either a beautician. And I was a beautician. So I couldn't do nails. So because I had the nail bar and I had the ladies that was doing nails, I just said to them, right, you're going to do your assessors and you're going to teach these people. And they were like, okay, cool. So they actually did. I formulated how I wanted the courses to be taught and they did the teaching. And then I was really hot on feedback from the clients, from the people, the learners that were paying for the course. And then I used that so that I could see where I needed to move forward the next time round and how I could change it and perfect it.
So what qualifications did you get after the course?
Awarded body first we did the in-house qualifications, so I just did it with a small insurance company that would allow you to get insurance once you had finished. So I did, because to join with an awarded body is very expensive depending on which awarded body you go with. Some are hundreds and some are thousands for you to join. And if you're starting as a new business and you're not quite sure how this is going to pan out, it's better to do it where it's going to just cost you a couple of £100 or like £60 or £80, but still deliver high quality training. And then when we got more comfortable with what they kind of wanted and how we would move forward, then we moved to the awarded bodies qualifications, where they got bigger qualifications, which meant I could charge a lot more money for that.
Okay, so in saying that, so you're doing these courses.
Yeah.
Did you have, besides doing the courses, did you have like a business that was attached to it, to the public?
Yeah, I mean, we did commercial. We did have the commercial side, but I'm not really a fan of doing commercial stuff, really.
Okay.
I worked in commercial for a long time, so I could get my skills up and I was effective in whatever I was doing, because I knew all I had in mind was training. I never wavered at one point in time. So everything I did, I used to work in a wax bar in where was it? Yeah, King's Cross, which was awful because it was hot and sweaty, and I had to do like men's backs and like coming from work and stuff like that. And all that kinds of stuff. But I took everything they gave me, because everything they gave me is what I utilized in my business. So anything they gave me, I was like, yep, I'll do it. Yep, I'll do it. Yep, that's fine. That's not a problem. I did everything, because everything that I did mattered and counted for moving forward within my own business.
So was there specific products that you used to work with, or was it just you created your own in-house products?
I would have liked to have created my own products, but at the time it was just too much work. So it was just too much with everything else that I was doing, as a one-man band. So in the end, I would, take on the most renowned products and I would use those. But even to do that, to become a stockist, we call it, is expensive. And I was using a product called Environ, and even to buy the machines to use the products with was like starting at $4,000. And then you'd have to do all the courses with those products. So they wouldn't allow you to just buy the products as a stockist. You'd have to do all the training, then you'd have to buy the product, then you'd have to buy the equipment. So even in terms of thinking of all these types of things, when you start a business, you have to take all these types of things into consideration.
Okay, so in asking this, right?
Yeah.
In your training, how many
Mm.
staff did you employ?
I don't employ anyone. Everyone is
No.
freelance.
Okay, freelance. So
Yeah.
as in no, then reword this. How many freelancers did you have that created your team?
Now we have my mum, and we have a lady called Norma who is like, she's like my sidekick. She actually, I met Norma when I was doing having facials. I used to go to her many years ago where I would
Yeah.
have my facials, and I was like, Norma, why don't you get into teaching? And she's like, yeah, I think I'll try that. And she's absolutely brilliant. And Norma is my ride or die, because in this industry, you have people coming in, what we call them, sheep in wolf's clothing,
Yeah.
where they come into your business to see what you're doing in your business and how your business runs and what resources you use, because they want to do the same thing. So they sometimes come with not the best intentions. So it's really difficult when you're taking people on board to deliver something that they are going to treat it as if it's their own and not that it's just a pass through because they're doing something else. When I was working in people's establishments, I always treated people thought I owned the establishments I used to work in, because I treated it as though it was my own at the time that I spent there.
Yeah.
And I didn't disrespect anything. I didn't take anything I wasn't supposed to. Sometimes I'd bring my own stuff in if they were low on stuff like that. And yeah, so it's really difficult finding people that fit the bill. And I do find sometimes that, especially beauticians, they can be, I call them promiscuous, because they move from shop to shop. Whatever's happening in that one and that's better, then they'll be gone. So you could come into work and have no staff all of a sudden, so for me, that's why freelance worked. But by having freelance, you never know quite what you're going to get. So learning to trust people was really important in business, and learning not to be too overly trusting, and keeping what you need to keep safeguarded for yourself, so that you're not totally exposing yourself or your business, because people will come in and try and expose your business and then walk out with it if they could, or ruin it.
So what would they say within your own business? What would they say is your speciality? Because that's your little corner. That's my speciality. That this is what I do, and everything else falls into place.
Yeah,
What is your role?
our USP is that we work very family orientated, and we work quite tight netted. So when I worked, and what I mean by that is when I worked in FE colleges, a lot of the girls that were on training would fall through the net if they weren't caught in time, or they weren't coming in, or they were struggling with the course, or they had boundaries to learning which prevented them from coming in, maybe childcare or finances, whatever. You just wouldn't see them again. And that would be the end of that. But with us, no one goes undiagnosed. We're able to work very closely with individuals. So we've managed somehow to create a very secure and safe environment. So as soon as people come into this environment, whether they were scared before about learning something new, by the time they touch into this environment that we've managed to create over the years, it's just like a different person. They come up with qualifications. They're a lot more confident in themselves. It's quite inspirational to watch.
Okay, so in forms of creating that system, did it take you long to create that system to keeping to able to maintain the business itself? Because a lot of people, like I always say, is that they can buy a house, or they can buy a school, they can buy an establishment, but the biggest issue is maintaining it. How did you maintain that structure and to make it disciplined in the way it is?
My concept to teaching, I think, is probably not run of the mill to probably most assessors. We're quite relaxed. We're very chilled. We're relaxed. We laugh a lot. We banter. Even though we're teaching you and they are learning, we still talk about women things, man problems. We get to amalgamate loads of different what we call life skills into one. So because sometimes they may come with an issue and this is might be what is preventing them from learning. And while we're doing a practical, we may talk about this, and then by the time they've finished the practical, they've achieved something, but they also are relieved because they've now been able to share this burden, so they can discuss it with us and talk it through with us. So I think we are much more than a training school of academia. I think we're definitely about making people feel safe and secure, and a place for them to come and discuss issues that they probably wouldn't necessarily get to discuss anywhere else. And I like to I'm more of a solution builder. So I like to find out, well, okay, this has happened. So how do we get to that solution? How do we fix this? So I'm a bit more of a fixer. I don't like to hear moaning and droning. We do try to keep it as positive as possible. And we do a lot of positive affirmations, I am strong, I am beautiful, all these kinds of things that we're into. So yeah, we instill a lot of that, which I know a lot of places do not, because I've worked in a lot of places, and I know, because of what I do, I know a lot of teachers, and that's not something that they do. So I'm quite I feel quite blessed and happy that this is something that we can offer, and I can actually really get to tailor make how people should feel when they come into a training environment, because not everyone likes it, and not everyone is sure that they're in the right place when they're in that place. But by the time they come to us, Norma's fantastic. Norma has loads of different types of experiences and working with drug victims and abuse victims and stuff like that. So she has a wealth of experience differently. I mix, as with many different types of people from all walks of life, so I can become like a chameleon and gravitate with anyone and anyone. And I think that's probably what makes us unique, and people keep coming back to us. Once they're with us, they don't actually really want to stop training with us, so that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Okay, in a matter of fact of you saying that, we've got a group of women on our other channel, which is called International Sister Circle, which will be coming back in March. And it will be nice if you come back and speak to these women, because you have a few women on the panel, and we allow the women to do their duties and diligence, where it's a Sunday women's conversation. All the men get out, even including me.
Yeah, cool. That would be awesome. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. So we have that every Sunday roughly around between 3 and 4. So on the Sunday. So that'll be good. But before we move on to the next, I'm going to play, because on this channel we call this Black Eyes TV ×2 is our entertainment channel, and we talk about the creation, we talk about what's going on within the industries of beauty, fashion, music, and art, and all that kind of stuff. We always, within our sessions, sometimes we play a music video, we play an advert or whatsoever. So we've got a guy that we're going to be interviewing and talking about banking in Ghana. So I'm going to play this video, and then we're going to come back. And family, if you have all your questions, please get your pens and papers and start to flood in your questions and the answers as we still dig into Safina, because there's still more that she's got to tell us about, especially on the creativity side. So I'm just going to play this music video while we're talking. But yes, Safina, in forms of your vision, where do you think you're going to go with it in the future? Or what are you planning within just the teaching aspect of things?
In my vision has been, and I didn't know why I had this vision many, many, many years ago. And I thought, why have I got this vision? Where I was standing in a panel, like I was somewhere, like I was delivering some sort of teaching, but more based on the motivational. So
Mm.
delivering things of a motivational level to women. So I think that I'll always do teaching, and this is what it's at. But yeah, I think motivational speaking is where we're at.
Okay, so let me just quickly play this video for the family. So and people, give your opinions on this guy. He's He's from the States, and we like to play a lot of our music artists that are up and coming. You know, the young ones, you got to help them out and promote our own as much as possible. So I'm going to play this video. So you just tell me what you think.
May you manifest every heart inside. May you manifest every heart's desire. Judicial systems and politicians wicked. Prey on the innocent, poverty like conditions. Popular protocol, populate propositions. Your whole existence is probably out the picture. They out to get you. Pouring DNA in mixture. Never thought I'd be torn CLA with these lectures. Maybe a picture for the people to paint a picture. Clear as day in their brain. We created the scriptures. Genesis to Deuteronomy. Who could rhyme with me on the subject? Keeping their eye on me, whole society know what's up next. My sobriety flows entirely for the upset. Suppression of truth, back in the booth. School of coons in the coop, take them back to the roots. I'm a star like a monologue, not your kaboom. Coming hard, you should know the God higher than you. Couple rappers in the game that I'm trying to chew. Couple countries on the plane, ain't I'm trying to view. I'm divine, you divine, what you trying to do? From my mind to your mind, let's align the crew. Cause every line is a sign, just combine the two. May you manifest every heart inside. May you manifest every heart's desire. The generation of change, no longer we see meditation is strange. Maybe in different lanes, but the destination the same. You seeing the wave, you hella late in the game. Gotta deal with the pain, repeating it is the same. Who protecting the culture? Who deflecting the vulture from scooping up all the folks up? Who you respect the most, influenced by and promote? Cause few and few of our role models moving is still a spoke of. For you, there's no love. Black civil rights movement got you confused with the rules of the illuminated, like who's related to who. Since the age of 2, made it fool what they say in the school don't pertain to you. Ain't the truth, they playing it cool. Since the age of the noose, we've been making the news. Crooked cops running blocks now, spraying your boo. When the semi on the Glock now, aiming at you. When it pops bullets, you not gonna be able to chew. May you manifest every heart's desire. Young, you. May you manifest every heart's desire.
Can't hear you, Terry.
A minute. I'm trying to get everything into place. Yes, family. I hope you enjoyed that song there. What do you think about that? Can you hear me, Safina?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
I said, what did you think about that?
Not really my genre.
Truth.
Not really my genre. Not really my genre, but he's creative. He's creative. He's creative, but it's not something that I would be rocking to in my car. But you know, kudos for him for doing his thing.
Okay. So yeah, he'll be on the other channel and he'll be coming on the creative because he's a very creative person in the States. So he's going to be this is the show that will be on at 10 o'clock on the Black Eyes TV channel. So it'll just be Black Eyes TV on its own. And they're going to be talking about banking, financial banking, and talking about cryptocurrency and more in Ghana itself, as well as working with the people in the African diaspora in the UK and in the USA of A. So don't forget, go to Black Eyes TV, put your reminder, press the like, and you will see it there at 10 o'clock tonight. Will be a big discussion on that situation. So now, before we go into it again, we're going to terrorize Safina once more and get some more information, because we need to be educated out here. So we need as much education as we can get for free. So we can set our own views up.
To help.
You know, our counterparts have always replicated our work, and we haven't said nothing about it. So why can't we replicate our own work? But yeah, in saying that, right, looking at the situation of the academy, now that we kind of, how many courses, by the way, do you do?
Oh gosh, we do hairdressing. We offer NVQs, which is like the highest level in vocational qualifications. So we do hair, we do beauty, we do nails, we do massage, we do Botox, we do fillers. We do customer service now. We do business studies, functional skills, English and maths, assessors qualifications, IQA, and teacher qualifications.
Okay. So we'll be looking at the website and seeing all that lovely, jubbly stuff that you're doing. But before we go there, I know you've got this academy, but I know you've got a mind of an entrepreneurial mind in the fact that you like to do other stuff. What other stuff are you up to? Let's put that mind of you.
I have a book that's coming out. Hopefully, it's with the publishers at the moment, and we're just trying to sort out the photo shoot for the front cover, which has been debatable and what should go on the front cover, but because of COVID, it's kind of slowed it up. So the book is called A Guide to Running a Training School. And really, when I wrote the book about 4 years ago, because that's how long it's taken. And the book was more, when the book has been read by a few people, including the publishers, and it came across as though it was a lot more motivational. At the time of writing it, I didn't think it was motivational. I was just really writing about the highs and the lows of running a training school, and the sacrifices you have to make, family, all these kinds of things that people sometimes don't think about when they're entering into a business. Being a woman, being a female woman of color as well, how that impacts things, and being asked to do, when I first started to do my business in, I'm not going to say the place, in a certain university, the amount of things that they asked me for architectural drawings of a layout of how where I was going to put my beauty beds, where I was going to put plugs. They wanted 1,000,001 things, and people next to me were just moving in. It's fine. But for me, I had to do, so I went and got an architect, and I gave them the architectural drawing. There you go. What's next, darling? So it's taught me to be quite ruthless. So I've spoken about a lot of things like that. I've spoken a lot of things about that in my book, and how challenging it can be, and how you have to kind of really dig deep as an individual to make these kind of things work, and want it bad enough, and don't give up. There were times I wanted to give up. There was a time, I think maybe 2 years ago, I said to my mum, I don't think I want to even do this anymore. So you do get to that point where you feel like you're knocking your head on the wall. We've had working with providers where we're doing all the work, they're taking all the funding, not paying us. I've got 2 providers at the moment that owes me a hefty sum of money, where we've trained students and they've taken all the money and not paid. So these are the things, you know, what do you do when you're not getting money for like 6 months, you know, but you've got students coming in every day, sitting down, using resources and stuff like that. These are the kind of things, the dark side of a training school that people never see, because when they look through the window, they push the door and they come in and say, "Hi Zeph, how are you?" And I'm like, "I'm fine." I'm all smiles. So sometimes when I get home, I don't want to actually smile, and I don't actually want to see people, because my job is to do that every day when I'm at work. You know, and these are the kinds of things that I talk about in the in the training booklet. Things that no one wanted to tell me and show me. I've actually written it down for you guys. You're gonna have to buy it though, unfortunately. But I've written it down for you guys so you can kind of see if that's the route that you want to go down, possibly.
Because you know the funny you saying that in terms of certain beauty and fashion genres, what you will find is that a lot of people get paid every 90 days instead of like a weekly or a monthly base. So when it comes to colleges and universities and things like that, they tend to suspend their period of time of payments, and some people may not even last a month. Do you know what I mean? Because of the amount of materials that they've got to use or spend on. So I understand that side of things. But in saying that, at the same time, what kind of other programs do you give programs or help youth in its perspective?
Yeah, we do a lot of programs for young people. We do programs between the ages of 16 and 18, where they can come and do either hair or beauty or barbering, and we encompass that with functional skills and business studies. So we're kind of giving them a whole, even if they don't want to do beauty when they leave, at least they already have their functional skills in English, because a lot of in English and maths, because a lot of the young people that go through this system come out with literally 0 qualifications. So we try to bridge that gap where, even though their home life may be a bit chaotic and disorderly, but at least when they come here, there's some form of stability, and they can gain a qualification, you know, whilst doing so.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
So have you had some of the young girls that have gone through that, have they actually come back again?
We don't get well, what happens is they can do a level 2 and a level 3. They normally stay on to do a level 3. Now these are young ladies who don't have any qualifications, never been interested in going to school, you know, probably been in trouble with the law on numerous occasions. Sometimes we have young mums. We've been known before to because we was desperate for a young mum to not miss out on education. Her people who she was with was supposed to, you know, house the young baby, and they didn't. So we would actually, sometimes I'd be holding the baby while she's actually studying, and we would take it in turns. Sometimes I'd give the baby to Norma, then sometimes to my mum, just so that she's not missing out on her education. So, you know, we do things of that. Sometimes it's not very orthodox, but we just want them to study at any cost possible. So we do things like that.
Okay, so what is hanging in for the future of Zeph? What is the
Zeph or sitting pretty?
What's the future plans?
I'm separate.
You know,
I'm separate. You know, Zeph is Zeph, and sitting pretty is sitting pretty. I've learned to separate myself now, Terry.
Okay. Ooh. So how have you learned to separate yourself? Because I want to know how to do that. Because I don't think, as men always say, you know, we don't know how to multitask, so we have to learn from the best.
Listen, separating myself from sitting pretty was one of the most difficult things I could have possibly done. And I had to realize that I am Zeph, and I need to be kinder to Zeph, because I wasn't being kind to Zeph during my years of building my business.
So sitting pretty took over
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sitting Pretty took over, most definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah. So
So,
now Zeph has a life,
uh-huh.
and I don't work as much days, but that comes with time. That comes with
Mhm.
time, I think. Yeah, that comes with time, and letting go, and allowing that your business can still go on, even if you're not running it 7 days a week.
Oh, because a lot of people ask that question. Family, if you have any questions to answer or ask in its format that you want to ask about the beauty profession and how it is and how to even get in contact with her, at the same time, I've heard some people say that they would love her to come on board and come and speak to some of their women. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat while I am looking for something. But as Seth said, she wants to speak out to most of the people that have helped her in every situation of the building of the academy and others that were influential to her. For example, Seth, give us one of the famous names that has helped you in your direction.
Yeah, this is what I
We
call
have to
the
bring up everyone that's got involved.
This is this is what I call the gratification shout out. Yeah. So I can't name every single person, but I'm just going to round it up. So these are the people that I'm naming that I'm absolutely grateful for having you in and around my life at some stage. So I first and foremost want to give a shout out to LSM Book Publishing, and they are the people that are publishing my book at the moment. This is not running in an order of importance. I've just written it down, so I'm just speaking it out. I also want to give a really big shout out to any of my students that might be listening. Without the students, there's no academy. So they are always my first priority. So big shout out to you guys for wanting to change and inspire yourself with a new career. My friends and family, listen, they know I love them like cook food. My aunts, my uncles, my grannies, my mum, my dad, my sons, although they drive me mad, but I love them too much, and I'm really grateful for them, because without them, a lot of what I've had to do over the years may have taken me a lot longer to do. I won't say that I wouldn't have done it, but it would have taken a lot longer for me to do. I want to say a big shout out to Dee Beats. She came today and did my makeup. Young 20-year-old young woman who's really into makeup, hard worker, really inspirational. So I want to say a big shout out to her. Also, Dolly Angel, she's brilliant at doing hair. So I want to say a big shout out to you also. Anton Ford, Ryan Gordon through the thirds. These are the people who are really inspirational. We do a lot of talking, especially with Ryan. We do a lot of strategy, business ideas. What can we do for this? How can we change it? So it's really important to surround yourself around positive, like-minded people. Get rid of the people that aren't talking your language. I also want to do a big shout out to Green on the Green in Chinkford. Tasha, we talk a lot. She's really inspirational. She lets me know when the business grants are out. So big up to you, Tash. Sharon, who owns their salon, she's another go-getter, really inspirational woman. She's got children as well. Has been through a lot of experiences, and she's awesome. Love you, Shaz. Want to say a big shout out to my mum, Mummy Dearest.
Yes,
I love
Mummy,
you.
Mummy Daily.
Mummy's been the seed to all of this.
Yeah,
So
I've got to take my hat off for Mum, because even when we was at the big show at the what's it called, what was that one that was near the bridge, the Blackfriars, and Mum was working hard. What was that award ceremony? And Leah Long was there.
Oh, Miss Black Britain, when I sponsored Miss
Black
Black Britain.
And I saw your mum was working it down. And I said, you know what?
Yeah.
You know, out of the bottom of my heart, I have to run to the shop and be a servant to Mum, because she puts in the work.
you know what? My mum puts in the work for everything. She puts in the words for my boy. She puts in the work for me. She put in the work for Sitting Pretty. Anything that Zeph is associated to, she really does put in the work. So I've got to say, big up to mum. Also, I want to big up Elizabeth Duncan. She does my massages. She's a brilliant massage therapist. So anybody that wants to have a massage or needs someone to come to them, or you want to go to somewhere, just let me know and I'll give you her details. She's awesome. So Liz, I want to say thank you. And she gives me all my my amethysts, my stones and stuff like that, because I'm into all that kind of universal stuff. And
chakras.
Chakras. And also I want to big up and say big gratification to Norma Ellis, who is my side rock at work. She gives me loads and loads of jokes. She's so funny. And Norma is a real inspiration to many women, and she's for us as women, and I love that about her. So Norma, I want to say big up. And one more person I want to say shout out to, my homegirl. She's my ride or die, Diana Francis, really brilliant hairdresser. I love you. Thank you for your support, guys. I just want to say thank you, and to you, Mr. Riggs, Terry.
But before we go, we got a bit
I
more
know,
time.
but when I'm going, I'm just going. I don't want to say thanks and all that to everybody, so I'm saying all my thanks now. So thank you, Terry, for choosing me as being one of your guest hosts, and I am truly appreciative of that. So thank you.
Okay, so before we head out, and we've got a little bit more information.
Okay.
I just want you to elaborate. At the end of the day, the telephone number for the business is 0203 417 4042, and you can say, and then you can. The email is
sittingpretty.com.
Sittingpretty.com, and then we're gonna go through as this is the home page, as we can see, all the work that she actually does, from the massage, the fast tracking course, and whatsoever. There's the number once again. There is the MVQ. Give us a little breakdown on the MVQ.
So NVQs are the top end of qualifications. They tend to cost more money because the units are a lot more larger. So if you're going to apply for a job, NVQs always look a lot more appealing to your people that you're going to apply for a job for. So yeah.
Okay, so then we're going into the other part, which is the beauty.
Yes.
Give us a little breakdown.
So there's different types of beauties here. There's fast track courses. Not everyone has time to sit down and do, months and months and end of training. So it gives you might just want to pick one particular unit. You just might want to do a bit of waxing, or you might need to refresh on something. So here you can kind of do littler courses to kind of get your money in, because you may decide that you may want to specialize in something rather than doing a whole course. So this is where this becomes quite good for people that may want to specialize in something niche.
Okay, what about massage?
Yeah,
I need one myself. I might have to find my way down there.
Not to me.
No. I could be the lab rat.
Yeah, so massages for people that kind of want to do hot stones, Swedish. We're going to add some new massages on there. We're going to start doing some Thai massages and some more different kind of specialized massages. So that will be new. That will be adding onto that program.
So the fast track courses,
those are people that kind of have an understanding about beauty, but don't have the time. They might be off for a week, 2 weeks, and they would just want to get in, get it done, and get out. So that's for those people.
And then teaching qualifications.
Yeah, so for people that want to be like myself, that teach learners, you might want to do your assessors, your petals and things like that. So it gives you a whole breakdown on different teaching qualifications. The assessors, I may add, and the teacher's qualification is a generic qualification. So not everyone that will be listening obviously will be beauty and hair led. So in order to do that course, you do not have to be specialized in hair or beauty. It's a generic qualification. You just need to be specialized in whatever you're going to teach. So if you're electrician by trade and you have qualifications, then you'd be assessing as electrician.
Okay. Special courses.
What's on there? Oh, the special courses, we haven't put anything on there yet.
On there, yeah.
Yeah, but the special courses will be things like micro needling, micro blading, those kind of more specialist courses for people that kind of want to get a bit more. Them courses are like your level 4s, so you'd have to be trained and proficient in a level 2 and 3 before you could literally do those courses.
Okay, so what about the apprenticeships and the beauty therapy?
I must change that. We don't actually really do apprenticeships anymore, just because we just don't, and it's a lot of paperwork for what we get paid. I've got to keep it real, got to keep it honest with you. And we've now found other ways for this to work. So this is kind of where the Erasmus program would probably work better, because people are not stuck on having to get paid a minimum wage. They still get paid an allowance. They go off a couple of weeks, they learn something, all's good, they come back with a different experience.
Okay, so this is the contact family. If you need to contact, and you can rewind and able to see the contact of the telephone number, which is the telephone number is 020-3417-4042. And it opens from Monday to Friday from 9:30 to 5 o'clock, or Saturday from 8:30 to 3 o'clock, and definitely closed on Sunday. So we can hijack her for the International Sister Circle. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? But yes, if you want to go to her website, I will put the link in the chat. Just get hold on, let me come out of here, and able to put the link in the chat for the website. So if you need to contact her as soon as, and you need her to come and show the women around you and show about what she does as we're going through this pandemic, and this, we need to highlight most of our creatives who are actually doing the work in the community and doing as much as possible, family. So please hit that like button, share, like, and subscribe, and all that lovely jubbly stuff. But let me highlight it once again. There is the website, as you can see. So please go to the website, check it out. And if you want to have a one-on-one consultation or discussion with Seth, I'm gonna decide to be her agent.
Listen, there's a line, there's a line of people that want to be my
agent. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna always speak to Mum. I'll bring her 4 cows and a mule. So if you need to, but if there is before I'm gonna let me play this advert, because we've got a show that we've started for every Tuesday at 9 o'clock on the main channel. I will play the video for you so you can see what the discussion is going to be, which is called The True Talk. I'm just waiting for it to upload. But Seth, if there's anything you need to say, what would you like to say? What kind of advice?
Stay focused. I tend to try and not say too much of what I'm going to do until I've done it. So you don't. Oh yeah, I want to say. Oh yeah, there's someone else I need to say a big thank you to, Terry. Big thank you to Terry. I want to say a big thank you to my haters. In business, you're always going to have a lot of hatering. So I just want to say thank you to all the haters. I love you a lot. And without you, there's not much motivation for me. So keep doing you so I can keep motivating myself. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. T. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. Let me just see if I can get this advert up. Hold on. Before we head out. Oh gosh, it keeps on sticking. Hold on.
What does that mean? You're not meant to play it? Is that what that means?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
It's been very difficult, but it's working. It's working a bit. I just got to let it settle in. You know, these new technologies these days, they're always giving problems. And give it one more try. I'm gonna give it one more try to see if it works. If it doesn't, they'll see me on the other side. Hold on, let's see if it comes up. There you go.
Even in 2021, knowing something like all toilet tissues and toiletries in colleges and HBCUs.
Out there making things happen as opposed to a specific organization, because most of the organizations that I see, they're kind of playing it safe.
And qualities in leadership, for me personally, has to come from people who are not emotionally led.
Start the repairing process, you know, because we are traumatized. Yeah.
Work the system and then go to work for them, because the kids is looking at you like, wait a minute, I'm ready to move, but you want to work.
This is the grammar, the input, the knowledge, and we uncover.
We need to get back to our natural state, which is black family first. You understand?
Black family, then I don't know what you're talking about.
Family, yes, that'll be for this Tuesday, so don't miss it at 9 o'clock. Okay, hold on. Yeah,
I just want to address something quickly, Terry.
yeah.
Someone messaged on my WhatsApp, why did I mention about haters? So a lot of that was being jovial. But on a real note, there's a lot of people out there that will befriend you, smile with you, you know, try and offer you advice, and actually they can't stand you. They don't like you. They won't support anything to do with your business. And I think as you grow in this industry, not just in what I'm doing, but in business in general, you have to learn to be what I call have the third eye. So not everyone you can welcome with open arms, but you have to be like professional about it. And not everyone you should let into your into your sanctuary. So you have to be, in business, you have to take the good and you have to take the bad. People that do not like you will pretend to like you, and then they'll slander you to other people. You know, they'll make derogatory references. So for those people, you don't react by making threats and stuff. You can gather the information and know, and just use that, turn that into a positive and move forward. Because these are the types, as you're doing, and I know that I must be doing something good when there's a lot, when people have a lot of negative things to say, and people will, and people do, and you have to be prepared for that. And I think my mum taught me a thing where you have to learn to be really professional and not take everything people say and do to the point where you're going to want to punch them in the face, because that's not how we act when we're in business. So you have to use the negative things that people say or wish and do about you, and transfer it and use it for good. So that's why I'm mentioning about haters, because they can have a lot of impact in your business. And this is something as an entrepreneur that I have witnessed and come across. And I'm talking about doing business with my own kind of people, black women. You'd be amazed with the amount of things that I've come across when you're working with other, you know, black people or black women in business. Is a serious thing, and sometimes if you're not careful and you don't keep your eye on the ball, they will try to take your business down. So the reason why I mention haters is because I've learned to rise above it. I joke it, I mimic them, and I laugh about it because I'm obviously at a different level and a stage now. But when you're in business, it's something you have to it's something you'll experience. It's something you have to think about, and it's something you have to be
100%.
conscientious about. You know, you can't be in business and think it's all, you know, sandy white beaches and clear crystal blue water. That's not being realistic. And I think when you're in business, you have to be realistic about why people are doing what they're doing and how that affects you and your business. When I don't get paid, that affects my business, it affects my home, it affects my children, you know, it affects a lot of stuff. So what I am saying is, don't be naive about
but you know,
people that
can you hear me,
don't
Zeph?
like you. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Zeph? One thing
you've
got to understand, one thing that everyone has to understand in life is just one word: love.
Yeah.
And once you understand what love is about, then you understand that it doesn't matter what anyone does or whatever they want to feel to do, it's always move in that format of love and keep it moving. But I'm gonna head out and end the show. And it was thank you for coming on board, Madam Seth, showing your
thank you, my darling,
the Iron Lady. And fans and family and friends and everyone, you know, it's peace, blessings. And you know, one thing I always say to everyone in the house, you know what? Spend black, live black, do black, and be yourself. Love thyself. Peace,
love thy and love thy neighbor.
I think that's enough things for us. I think in this time, I think that's all young people really need, because I do think we have the tools in us. I've always said that I don't believe that the Jungle Dragons then turned me into an entrepreneur overnight. I was always me. But what you need is just somebody to come into your life and get the best out of you. So when I say that, I really do mean that. I think that it's just stay focused or find somebody there to become the best of you. Big respect. When I get up tonight, I'll be watching Black Eyes TV 7, man. Big respect.
And I'm from City Pretty Academy, and I watch Black Eyes TV.
Keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. This constant type of pressure, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
Nobody love us. Let us not pretend, no.
Let us gain our independence and let us not depend. They'll never stop us now, they couldn't stop us then. This country lucky that we only want equality and not revenge. We need to invest in each other, how much you got to spend? I needed your help, my brother, how much you got to lend? You got a black business, I support you. I'ma buy black, the block I want us to buy. I'm trying to buy it, I'm trying not to get shot at in Babylon with a cop at. I need to see an all black Amazon I can shop at. Stop that, cause a black man is king, black man is God. Any black celebrity quiet, that man a fraud. Cause they wanna leave us with no blessings. I seen blacks get beat peacefully protesting, leaving the street bleeding with no weapons, or get COVID treated with no testing. I'm squeezing with no questions.
Keep your head up, your head up. All this
Ah, man. Back in
Shalom,
the house once
shalom,
again.
shalom.
You finally wake up.
Boy, what a listen, I ain't messing with the American brothers and sisters no more. I'm sick of them. I've had enough, and they've drained all my energy.
Oh my
We got
God.
my American brother and sisters, man. They drained me today. Oh,
Mm-mm.
have you slept yet, T?
Me sleep for where?
From this morning?
No.
Are you mad? I'm
I'm
tired.
a
I'm
soldier, man.
wounded. I'm
You
wounded.
know
They
what
done my
it is?
dance.
It's
I've
because
never.
I do power naps.
Oh, I don't know how you do that, man. I feel like I can sleep again, but I said, no, let me get up. Otherwise, food won't cook. Kids will be vexed. All these things. I had to just force myself, but I'm tired. I'm still on American time. I can't do this.
No, I do power naps. So like, even when I'm playing a video, I look at the time of the video and I see like it's over an hour. So I let it play and then I just gotta do my power nap or I go down.
Oh, that's what I don't know if I can even do a power. I've never tried that. I should try it, but knowing me, my power nap will turn into a long piece of sleep, so I won't even bother.
I kill the power naps, but I've been in and out. So we've been talking about drop shipping, innit? Yeah, showing that because I was gonna play a little video, 11-minute video. But yeah, what else has been happening?
I went to Bible class after I'd done my nap. I got my chapter and my verses together, and now I'm here. What have I missed?
Nyanifa came on. She came to bless her presence. As I said, if you see the title,
Different, you know. What is it?
Eh.
Oh dear. Let's see. Can we be self-sufficient, or do we have to rely upon
the system?
Ah, boy. See, I can't even think straight. Look how you got me trying to think now. Oh my days. My brain, let me get it together. Let me work on UK time. Let me get it together.
But anyway, yeah, we were going through things because there's this 21-year-old that's established a school.
Okay.
And some people try to target him, but hold on, let me see if there is. I played something from Instagram earlier, but yeah, he hold on. Yeah, he kind of established a school from when he left the military, and I was thinking, the Americans, right?
Wait. What do you mean leave the military? Do you not say he's 21?
Yeah.
See, already I'm lost. Help me out. Put me in the timeline. I'm already lost.
Remember all that? Like if you go back in history and they talk about Vietnam, some of these youths were 17.
Oh, shizzle my nizzle. Oh my days. So 17 when they went in, and probably around about 20 something like that when they come out. 3 years. Oh jeez.
But then what this guy achieved. Let me see if I can find another quick video of this guy, because it's really, if he can do that, I'm saying to myself, boy, why aren't adults doing something even 10 times better? Yeah, so hold on, let me there's this video. This is his school, right? This is 2 minutes.
Wait. Hold on. How did he start up a school when we're still waiting on Mr. Johnson? What's going on here?
He started from his house. This is what I was saying in the beginning. Even from a classroom. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, put up your socks, like get it together, because this is ridiculous now.
Yeah, this kid, as I said, he look, watch, this is just 2 minutes, but look at this.
Okay.
Let us make man. This is the scripture where God was talking about creating the human. And when he talked about creating the human, he said, let us make man. And for me, the us in let us make man entails and implies to me that I should be assisting God with making men. And this is where the X for Boys comes into play. This is the new man-making machine in Albany, Georgia. We started the X for Boys program in January of 2019. Albany, Georgia is one of the poorest cities in the nation. And also Albany, Georgia has one of the highest crime rates in the nation. And so I took it upon myself to curb that by working with young men and boys in the community and teaching them how to work in the skilled trades, such as working on cars, fixing houses, simple home improvement, simple brake repair, oil changes, plumbing, anything of that nature, to try and help boys actually use their hands.
I appreciate King Randall for taking the time out of his life to give us young men the opportunity to do things that can help us be better men and better people in life.
The X for Boys is creating men that'll be self-sufficient, that will be able to protect their women and children, and will be able to go out and earn things for themselves. We do not teach victimhood. There is nobody holding us down. I am teaching the boys that they can go out and get whatever it is that they want when they want it to. They have the same Father as Jesus, and that is God. And so they are able to go and do whatever they want to. The scripture says, greater is the God that is in me than the God that's in the world. So it's up to us to teach them about the God that's in themselves and to create everything that they want. Let us make man. Follow us on social media at New Emerging King, and you can go to the xforboys.org for our website.
Jeez, New Emerging Kings.
Now, and
Yeah,
the guy's he's only 21.
But you hear that he's called them New Emerging Kings. He blatantly said helping the boys like find their gods in themselves. Jeez.
Yeah, to create.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he goes with Boyce Watkins and he talks about 8 minutes. But he had a whole day with Boy Watkins on his channel. But he's got something on Instagram. But the way he talks, he goes about a little bit of his history. But then one guy tried to discredit him, but it didn't work. It just made him even more well known.
What do you mean? Like, why do people do that? When you see a man's trying to do a thing and he's benefiting his people, why are you not trying? Why are they trying to like sabotage the man's?
He's only
personality,
21,
man?
and it's a big man that's trying to discredit him.
This is ridiculous. And don't tell me he's one of our own as well doing it. Please don't
Yes.
tell me. Oh Lord, here we go. I'm going back to Bible class at 8 o'clock because I can't deal. I'm going back to Bible classes.
That's why if you listen to the end of the show of that woman that I was interviewing,
I did hear.
and she said about haters. You see, this is no matter how much you try, they're always gonna be haters, and they're about sabotage.
And there'll be the very same people that will say, why can't we just be better? Why can't we be more successful? Why? Because of you. That's why, because of
Yeah,
people like you.
the same people will say, why can't it be mixed?
Why can't the black community get it together? Why don't we support each other? Why don't we circulate black economics? Because of you. Hello, look in the mirror. That's why.
Why can't you migrate with the great white?
God, don't even get me. I'm so don't. I'm just waking up. Listen, let me go and get my holy water. Sabbath is coming up tomorrow, so I'm not gonna let you lot tempt me. Oh Lord.
But yeah, but that's one of the headlines that's going at the moment. But yeah, if anything, I'll play like his interview, his little interview, 8 minutes, a bit later. But what we're trying to say is that we were talking about the self-sufficient in the facts of that everything we do nowadays is we rely against a system, like what we was talking about earlier with Born Rich, about the KFC and the McDonald's and all this kind of stuff, where we're not relying on our home cooking. We and it's becoming a norm.
Girl, definitely. Yep. It's called easy access, isn't it? Lazy culture. Yeah.
And that's
so we'd
what
rather go and put the money in a takeaway rather than go and buy your food and cook it from scratch.
Yep.
Laziness, total laziness.
And this pandemic has made it even more worse.
Oh jeez, Uber Eats, Just Eats, everything eats. Yeah, is at your front door. Is literally at your front door.
But when you actually think about it, the McDonald's now will be twice the amount when you do it by Uber Eats or Deliveroo. Because you got to pay for delivery fees.
When you know what they could have done, let me cook it for them and send it to them in a send it to them and pay me. That's what they could have done.
Yeah, some homemade burgers.
Oh, my days.
You know, my mom used to say, "Oh, you want McDonald's, do ya?"
Is it? Let me go and buy me £2 of mince. Let me make your burger.
Exactly the point.
Go get me £2 of mince and see if I don't make you the burger.
You're going to tell me to cut the potato to make the chips.
But you don't know, and you better cut them looking like chips too, just to make sure you got the whole authentic thing.
Yep, the original household made, and she'll say, and you get that big bun. Put real lettuce in there.
So your burger there. Now go yum and enjoy.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Are you asking me for McDonald's?
Feisty. Yeah, but it's true, you know. But hold on, I was just looking at the title of the show again, yeah, just to make sure I got it right. And it says, can we be self-sufficient, or do we have to rely upon the system? I think in 2021, personally, for me, it's kind of hard to be self-sufficient because even when you are self-sufficient, you do it all on your own. You still got to declare your taxes. You still got to declare your company. All of that still got to go through the system. So there's no way to be totally self-sufficient without doing the system. If you don't declare these things, or you can get done for copyrights and all these things have to go via the system. You have to make it law and official. Otherwise, you can open up yourself up for fraud, counterfeit. Your things can be stolen, and somebody can make bigger money off of your idea and your product. So,
but do you reckon that we can build towards being self-sufficient?
I don't know, considering we were in 2020. I'm just trying to be practical, innit? We're in 2021 and literally everything's digitalized.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if you've done everything from scratch off your own back, you done it all by yourself, you still got to put it onto the net. Especially in these times here now with this pandemic business and not open and them something that you can't open up a shop or nothing. So it has to go on the net. And if you're doing it and you're trying to stay reliably off the system, then now you're leaving yourself vulnerable to be copied. And
but then let's say, for instance, I need a drink.
Oh no, so do I.
Give me 2 secs. Oh my gosh.
Okay. But yeah, man. Oh, is anybody in the chat? Sis Christy, are you there still? Bless up yourself, sis. Ooh, sorry, I'm so tired, yeah. The Americans have done my dance once and for all. They finally finished me. But if you're in the chats and you're watching, bless up yourself, family.
Yes, my labels have arrived.
Cool there. I never know said Gemini did there. Gemini, where you there? Hey,
Yeah, everyone was in when you were sleeping.
I where you there, little munchkin. Oh dear. Every time I think of Gemini, I think of a little chipmunk. Every time.
Oh gosh, my labels came through.
Oh, you got your thing through? I'm still waiting on deliveries.
Yeah. I collected my t-shirts as well. So.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
See, when you're talking about self-sufficiency, yeah, you're just talking about business alone, like in that sense.
Once business is commenced, then everything else kind of falls in place. Because if you're making money, then you're able to provide, innit? Into creating your own creation. So your own, if you're helping someone, let's say someone that's got a farm in Jamaica, and you're helping them to grow, and then you're bringing it over there and you're selling it, and then you are able to build your own empire, then you can able to be more reliable on the resources of things outside the circumference of the system.
I hear you, but like I said, in 2021, that's kind of sticky. Because in some way, shape, or form, you have to be involved with the system, whether if it's terms of banking, whether it's in terms of collecting funds and sending funds. There's a system involved in some way, shape, or form. Hence why I've got to like be thinking, how do you do it without including the system at all? I don't know if that's possible now. A couple of years ago, well, about 10 years ago, definitely, maybe. Now, it's just getting to a point where they've literally made it so you have no choice but in some way, shape, or form to include them. It's like they've bullied their way into our lives and we've allowed it. I could be wrong, but that's how I'm seeing it, like literally. And everything's linked to everything. There's literally no way to hide from them.
And that's a point.
So I don't know.
Yes. I'm so excited.
Oh, so you're nearly there now, yeah? You're nearly there.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on packaging now. I ordered some packaging. I haven't got that.
I've been looking for a company to do luxury cardboard boxes. But
I've got one, but the thing is, what I'm finding though, this taxing business. See what I mean? The system, man, they always find a way to get you. It's the taxing I can't deal with.
But if you get it from them people there, them people there. The good thing is the price is cheap, but the quantity sometimes is a lot.
Well, that's what I do. I normally ask for samples first, see how the mock-up samples, see how they come out, especially if I want my own logo and stuff on it. Some of them, they look very nice and everything, and I think, yeah, I want that. But then when they add on the tax, I said, cool, then let me rethink, and then I end up putting it on pause.
Yeah, because some of the samples, you might the delivery costs more than the sample.
This is what I'm saying. So that's why we putting it on pause and everything's just taking long. That's exactly what I'm saying. Or they'll send something to you and you think, okay, can you change this and change that? And by the time they get it to when you want it to, where you think, okay, I'm satisfied with this. Maybe later on I'll change it up again, but this will work for now.
But
and then
delivery
or some stupidness.
What I'm doing now is I'm just sourcing it from this country for now.
Okay.
That's see, like my labels. I done them here. So if I do them everything here, then the more if I sell more of the whatever I'm selling, and it starts to make money for itself. Then I have the time period to source it over there.
Maybe I might need to look over here. I did find a couple of sisters still. I'm not gonna lie, on Instagram. I'm not gonna lie, Instagram has become one of the most valuable places to me lately. Especially finding UK-based people that do things like or can help me with certain things. That's been a massive help. But even them, they're saying because of obviously if it's kind of slowed down, they can't get certain things or something's happened. So I'm just like, we're all kind of in the same predicament. But hopefully next couple of weeks things should be back to normal at least, or some way back to normal. Did I not say the 12th of April? So I'm just thinking, okay, that's not that long away. I don't know, man. Sorry, guys. I seriously drained. The brothers done my dance last night, man. This is actually, I've officially been done. My dance has actually officially been done.
That's right. When I know that it's the Americans, I make sure I get kicked the afternoon before.
The Americans are literally ending my entire life, career, and future. Oh dear.
What's going on, Kushti? Yeah, the Americans, you have to sleep from the afternoon before.
Yeah, otherwise you can't keep up, or you feel like how I feel. Like I've literally feel like I've been in a fight or went to a rave and my body's all seized up and I can't move. That's how I feel. Like I'm gonna have to take a salt bath later, if anything, can try and relax these muscles. But man,
CMOS.
Something, yeah. But I normally use Dead Sea salt and Himalayan salt in my bath still when I do take bath. So I'll probably try that.
But then
just the muscles and stuff.
I'm going to sleep. I'll fall asleep in the bath.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what I need to do, because the way I was up all night with these bloody Americans. Yeah,
and then
I
even after the bath,
to go sleep early tonight. Oh dear.
And then after the bath, my eyes are burning, so I'm definitely going to sleep. Even if I sleep in that bath, I'll get up because the house is all hot. And then I'm just coming out of the bath now, and I'll just say, you know what?
Because it's steamy and all of that as well, so that just rocks you to sleep. Yeah,
and I'll just sleep to the next day.
But it's good for your relaxation if you've got things like you're struggling with sleep and that's probably a good way to cure those things. What's it called when you got what's that thing when you stay awake and you can't, like your mind, your body's tired but your mind's still, there's a word for it.
Yeah. And there's some people, they can't fall asleep because they're scared of them dreams.
Wait, where are you going with this? Hold on. Let me get my thinking. Listen, I'm still asleep. Wait. Where are you going with that? I'm scared of the dreams. Wait, what? You think I never catch it? I might be a few hours behind, but I caught it.
No, I just don't. Sometimes when if they had a nightmare or they've been having some deep thought, because sometimes some people forget before they sleep, so to clear their head, they carry that deep thought into their sleep.
Yeah, it could be a worrying issue that they don't. It's underlying, but it's not worrying as to the point they're not functioning that. But it could be something in the back of their mind, so it pops up when their mind is about to relax. It could be money issues. It could be children, love life. It could be anything. But yeah, there's a word for it? I forgot. I just slipped my mind right now. There's a word for when you can't sleep, but I can't remember now. My brain. I told you, the Americans done my dance. I can't think.
That's why I love meditations. You just play, like when nature is raining in the hot sun.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And when you listen to that sound there, you sleep like a baby.
You know, I got a few of them still. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, Honey Firo gave them to me a few years ago. Some meditation. I got one with water and rain and stuff. That one's soothing.
Yeah.
I've got another one. It's like a Japanese something. That one's actually quite good.
Yeah, and just if you
Have it there and have your little Himalayan salt lamp if you've got one, people. That's another good
yes,
thing. Yeah, that pures your ear, cleans your ear.
then get some nice candles and then just put some oils in that water, boy. Oh
Yeah,
my!
I got my air humidifier in my my oil humidifier, so I normally burn that and then have my salt lamp.
That takes me to another world, boy. If they talk about astral projection and you're doing mind traveling,
Behave yourself. You never know where you might end up.
end up on the planet the moon.
Behave yourself, Terry. Oh dear. Oh gosh.
Oh no, those are the kind of things, man. It's just giving me memories.
Jeez.
I only could do that on the weekend, especially if I'm not doing much on the Saturday. Oh my gosh, I'm doing that Saturday all the way till Sunday.
Oh my days. I wish I could. These kids will be every 2 minutes. Mom, leave me alone.
That's why I do it late at night. Late at night. You see, when you do it like 12 o'clock at night on a Saturday night, and just fill the bath, do everything. No one's bothering you till the morning.
Oh boy.
By the time you finish and you come out of the bath, you go in your bed. I'm telling you, in the
Game
morning,
over.
they can be screaming as much as they like. You ain't hearing nothing.
Game over. What you saying?
Trust me. One time I must have done it from 12, and I didn't even know I stayed in the bath that long, you know. Stayed in the bath for about 4 hours. Because I had the music, I just lay there, relaxed, and just went into my thoughts and cleared my head. And then I went to bed about 4 o'clock. I didn't wake up till 12.
Wow, boy. That's how I felt today, but that was out of tiredness. That wasn't out of relaxation. That was out of tiredness. Literally, I went to my bed. I think I came into, when you went live, I came in, I said, bless up and all of that. And after I typed that, I think I saw Kushli come in, and after that it was game over up until maybe about 2 hours ago. I woke up and I was like,
because I think around that, all them
I had to go and do the school run. That's the only reason why.
All them lot started flooding in.
Who?
EIE.
Where the EIE? Where's that?
Probably
Let me not say that. Where's the Hamite man? Where is he?
And then a few people came in. Benedict Goddess.
Okay.
Who else? There was 9. Some other guy came. There's a few people come through.
Oh. Okay.
Even he quickly passed through.
Big up. That's right, family. Keep it going.
Yeah, so
I was in cloud cuckoo land at that point. I was gone with the wind.
I was even checking, I even checked on them lots channels.
What's been going on? What have I missed over there? I saw the question of the day and I kept it moving. I ain't trying to answer that nonsense.
You can't see there's like 2 or 3 of them at a time. And then, I don't know. It's like IC3.
Oh, God almighty.
The lieutenant of
the banking system.
Yeah, and then he would sit there with his outfit.
Cheat.
But it's being honest. The streets are quiet. What's going on?
I don't know, I'm not. You know what it is. I've not even been to. I'm not gonna lie. In the last like 3-4 days, I've not really been to watching what's going on with the panels because I've been too involved with my Hebrew business, isn't it? I've been on the American side of town, so I couldn't tell you what's really going on in the UK side of town. I'm on the other side of the waters right now. I'm with the Americans.
Yeah, the Americans have been busy.
Man, they're out here. They're wilding out. I see. Also, IUIC, they're wilding out. I've been over there. I've been on that side of the waters. I'm not even gonna front with everybody else.
Because Signet has been going live early.
Yeah, I saw he did a couple of
He's been playing a lot of his old stuff.
Yeah, man. You know what he's doing? He's a wind up. Internet is over there winding up people and getting onto the Hebrews. He needs to leave us alone, leave us Hebrews alone, and come home, Sonetta. Behave yourself.
Yeah, I said he's porcupine is a Hebrew.
Boy, I just need somebody to get my captain over here, and I'm good in it.
Yeah, he's a workaholic nowadays.
No, I don't care. He just needs to find time to come and see his UK peeps. But I know the whole situation, the worldwide situation right now, it's not going to be a while before that even happens anyway.
Yeah.
But other than that, where's Brother Isle? Is Brother Isle over? Has he been over here today?
Who's that?
Isle.
Eric.
Brother Isle.
No.
Oh, he hasn't. I don't know if he even got the link to this channel, you know. I'm not sure if he did get it. No, because he came this morning. I think he came early this morning. By the time he came, I don't know if he... Did he get the link to... I think he did, you know. I can't even remember. Too much was going on this morning. I can't even remember if he got the link. But I did tell him to pass through. Did Ball Rich come over today?
No, he ain't even been up.
He needs to. I told this, you know, check out my DMs and respond. Why am I not getting a response from this fool?
Yeah.
See, when I catch him, it's peak. These Americans be playing me, man.
Don't you see when he does his late nights, when Baldrige goes all the way in the morning, 2 days in a row, I guarantee he's gonna do a long-term sleep. Yeah, he's gonna do a long-term sleep.
I'm not gonna lie, it was an energy raiser though, so I'm not gonna hold him to that because I know it was an energy. My energy's gone, so I know his is definitely gone.
Because remember, even at the same time, him interviewing them people, he interviewed them till all 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, but you're forgetting he was over on Vellies before that, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And even God Jacob said that he fell asleep and missed a lot of it.
It's draining when you're doing it all till all early hours of the morning. That's why he said, "No, I'm going bed. I'm going."
I was up for over 24 hours. Remember, I did the whole UK thing, and then I went over and did the whole American thing. I did fall asleep at one point for maybe about, I think I fell asleep for about 45 minutes to an hour, and I jumped up again, and I got back in it, and I was like, oh man, and then I fell asleep again, and that was about after 9, nearly 10 this morning.
Yeah, I did do some sleeping in between the show because when he said he's going to be back in 15 minutes, and I kicked out, and then something woke me up. That was it. My computer came on and it woke me up, and then next minute I see him go live again.
Okay.
Yeah, but.
So what's in the news? Have you seen what's going on in the news and all of that? This injection passport business. Have you heard about that?
What? No, I haven't seen that. Let me see what's on the.
Well, now they're talking about. Listen, I know the the UK people are gonna go mad, you know.
Oh, the passport thing, the vaccine passport. Yesterday.
For the pubs, I was like, yeah, you're trying to drive the white people crazy.
What,
when I saw that, I started laughing. Yeah, now they need their vaccine passport to sit in the pubs. What is the biggest part of these British culture people? Not their pub. You know they're gonna start wilding out. Yeah, when they. You already saw what happened the other day with the Bristol thing. Now you really want them to go crazy.
Yeah, they will go. Oh, they will go crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna wild out.
Let me see if there's any black issues at the moment.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
So, right now, what's that? All your love is getting me. Bridgewell Police Station. Kill the bill. Avon and Somerset police officers got broken bones at Bristol's Sunday protest.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh. The University of Edinburgh to return Benin bronzes to Nigeria 124 years after it was taken by British forces. They're playing some chess game, you know. I know these people. Returning certain artifacts, yeah. That's interesting.
Since when? I want to know what's the loophole, because they must think we're fool.
Yeah, they're trying to sweep people. That's what they're trying to do. Let me look at that. Yeah, Edinburgh. Yeah, but Edinburgh is not the British Museum. These are the accessories.
Oh God.
Yeah, Edinburgh. The University of Edinburgh is returning a Benin's bronze to Nigeria following a review that found the effect was taken from the country. The blah blah blah. Bronze is famous for depicting the Oba. Oh gosh, in 1897. That long ago. But what is the reason? The statement of the university has received that the items will be sent back within weeks after having ownership of it since 1957. These people are thieves. But what is their scenario around it? The response to the move, German foreign minister said the issue of repatriations was part of an honest engagement with colonial history, and it was a question of justice. These people think they're sneaky. The news following the report that Germany had also confirmed it was in negotiations stages. Hold on. Why would you be in negotiations?
Wait, did you did you just say Germany?
Yeah, but even but it's the wording. It says following the report of Germany had also confirmed it was in negotiation stages.
Of what though? I'm confused. Negotiating what?
Negotiating the artifacts.
Oh.
But why are you negotiating? You just give back.
You know, I hear what these from long time, so these people think we're stupid. What is in it? What is the catch? You don't hear? That's the first thing. Like my first response was, yeah, they must think we're fool. What's the loophole?
Yeah, what are they getting in return? That's the only reason why you're negotiating. Both of them have terms. These people, man. I just have to wonder. News. Let me see what else. These people are just teeth. Business, Middlesex Black Pound project. Blah blah blah. Where is the major news? You know what? Let me go to the mad papers. The mad papers. They enjoy. All your love is getting me through. influencers and plus size bloggers. Thanks the followers for. Oh yeah, we read that long time. Come on, voice man, you need to keep up with the times, man. What's wrong with you people, man? Let me look at. Okay. Let's see. What newspaper? The Sun. The Sun. Let's see if the Sun's talking.
Did you just say the Sun? You haven't done a bloody laugh, right? Oh my god. When have they ever got anything good to say, especially about black people?
Exactly.
Oh my god.
That's the biasness that you have to find.
Oh god.
You see, they're the only one that will come with biases, and then you have to suss the biases out. Oh gosh, see, the first person I didn't want to see. Boris Johnson. What do they say?
Why is Shakira asking, was Malcolm X rejected in Africa? I wonder who's putting that nonsense out, or who's asking this question.
Where did you see that?
On Instagram, sorry.
Locked in MP wins votes to extend laws to September, but lockdown road map on track. Hold on. Am I right in saying that he's locking down till September?
Who?
It says locked in MP wins vote to extend COVID laws to September.
Why are you surprised? You don't hear what I tell you about the system. Hence why I tell you, can you really get away from the system?
But lockdown roadmap is on track. So the lockdown may have its own thing. Yeah, but the laws will still apply till September.
God. More bullying from the heads, from the up there people. Okay, we got it.
Okay, pure foolery. NHS emergency alert levels downgrade as patients in hospital fall. Damn the Sun. That the Sun hasn't got nothing sensible to talk about. There's no striking news. Let me see what else.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm over here just trying to catch up on all the stuff I've missed in the last 24 hours. Oh dear.
Guardian. Let's see what the Guardian says. Interesting. The Guardian. Oh, they've gone live. MPs. Oh yeah, he's talking about the MP thing. It's still live. Vote for extending emergency powers for 6 months. NHS alert in England.
Oh boy. Hold on. Where's DC Brad?
I don't know.
Did you give Brother Ezra the link to the show as well?
No,
Oh man.
because I was by the time I tried to, it was late.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll get it soon. Look, there's a sister out here that started up her own jewelry company. Let's see if I find out.
The papers are just talking foolery at the moment. Well, let's see what's on the news. Let's look. News. Let's see what's the latest news. Police search on the Queen's estate for loot artifacts. Oh gosh, someone's been looting.
Great.
That was 27 minutes ago. They should have kidnapped the Queen. That'll be some good news.
Oh gosh, the whole lot of them just need to go. I'm sick of the lot of them.
Oh my gosh. Football. 51 minutes ago. The Guardian's been putting. No wonder. I'm looking at Guardian. I don't want the Guardian. UK news. We put UK. Let's see. Okay. COVID-19 cases, death.
What is this? Wait a minute.
Oh shit! What is the problem now? Hold on. Let me call you back. I'm not saying call you back. Stay there 1 second, please. I'm coming back.
No problem. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm being on. Oh, sorry. I was just on the I wasn't even looking at the thing or nothing, but I was just doing. Ah, man, I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie. I can't even focus. But big up yourself, sis. Christy. I see you back. Just finished the parents' evening. He got good feedback, but was for all of 10 minutes and got rushed off for next to parents. Come joking, barely got to ask questions. Listen, I haven't even booked my one yet, but for my daughter, but I'm gonna book it now actually. There's so much things I need to get done, sissy, and just not done it. But yeah, they were asking. Oh God, they were asking me to book something. Oh dear. Bless up, bless up. Let me put this in before I forget. I'll put it in. So I'll do there 1 second. Just let me book this damn parents' evening before I forget. I did see a reminder email come through this morning, but sorry, I was so tired. I had to get some sleep. So now you've reminded me, sis. Oh, Kushti, you've been missing it. I'm not gonna lie. I've not really been around because I've been on the American side of things, man. So my body is out of sync. I'm not in the loop. I've been messing with the Hebrews, so I haven't been around. Oh gosh. Let me just book this damn parents' evening before I forget. Thank God you reminded me. Thursday, 25th, is I'm unable to attend. Oh, it closed. I'm gonna have to do it again tomorrow. Apparently, it's closed. I waited too. Oh, it's after nearly 6 o'clock. Well, it's 5:30. That's why. I should have done it earlier. But yeah, man. What's been happening then, sis? What have I missed? What's been going on? Oh. Dr. Nika, Ozea, and Zaza Ali. Okay, so I see Sonnet is over there doing his little thing right now. Keeping, the peeps woke. Who else is on? Sar is on. There isn't nothing really going on at the moment, really. I think we're in that stage now because we're all in limbo. I don't know if people know what's going on. People are all over the place, including myself, by the way. So I'm not sure what's been going on. I saw Shaka almost had a stream last night, but I didn't get to quite catch it because I was on another stream. But yeah, he was doing a building stream last night. What else is going on? I've missed out on so much. Oh boy, there's big news going on in Jamaica right now. That's what's going on. Oh gosh, he was doing reasoning about the business and the Asian man with him taking over things and keeping us out. Oh. Yeah, that's what they do, though, isn't it? Well, that's what they do. They take over, they move in for the kill, then they push you out. Isn't that what they do? And the fact that they do it, and they do it with the fact that they do it, and they do it with no second guessing, no conscious nothing. and in a sense we're supporting it because there's no other way for us to get things. It kind of leaves us in a cycle of how do then we get ourselves back up there in the field that we should be dominating, rather than having, you know, these people come in, take over our thing, and then benefit off of us by billions and billions of pounds because it's something we need. Yes, group economics, totally. But the thing is oh, excuse me, I did come in at the last part, and like Terry was saying, I did hear when the sister was talking about sometimes it'll be our own that'll be trying to mash up our own businesses, or, you know, stop you from progressing in life. And then Terry also mentioned about some young man. He started up a school, 21 years old, and a big man is now trying to shut down his thing. So it's like we want to be balling in one ear that we want to circulate black money, you know, black economics, buy black, purchase black, to circle our money within ourselves. But then it'll be some of our own people that will try and mash up our thing, and we'll be like, what that for? Like, rather than come and help build up the thing and keep us going, you want to come and tear down the thing and then cry about it later on, talk about, oh, we can never do for ourselves. Like, which one is it? What are we doing? Oh my God, the Hamite has arrived. Jesus. Why? I just come from my Bible practice here now. I just got my Hebrew teachings, and look, this Hamite come in here with his foolishness. Boy. Yeah, I know, sis. We are definitely damaged. Yes, the Hamite has arrived, sis. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. Oh God. This is the reason why I couldn't get no sleep last night, you know, because people like him. Oh, Tessa, did you see Kemo and Ezra in the chat?
No.
Oh, you missed a lot last night. They had me in stitches. They had me
Kimo?
on Kimo and Ezra in it, talking about the purple bandits.
Yeah.
I told you I had no sleep. I literally been awake for over 24 hours. That's why I had to drop asleep this morning, because the Americans are killing me, man.
I heard what's the name trying to take the piss. Born Rich, when he was saying that about Chemo being one of the purples.
No, he was taking the pee out of Ezra, talking about Ezra's a fake Israelite.
You know why? Because you know why?
Like, you shouldn't be here. These teachings are too much for you. They were running him, and ISUPK were busting up laughing.
Yeah, because when he got because of they let Schiffer beat him, innit?
Jeez, hold on, Schiffer beat Ezra. What?
Yeah, in the debate.
Wait! I've missed a whole lot. When did this happen? Wait, don't tell me it happened on Triluminati, because I definitely would have missed it then.
100%.
I knew it. That's why I didn't know about it, because it had to be over there for me not to know about it. Because what were they debating? What Israelite? Hebrew Israelites, or the doctrine? The book.
Yeah.
Oh boy, did they actually bring out scriptures?
Ezra couldn't pull out his papers.
Don't worry, I got 8 o'clock appointment tonight for my School of Jacob. I've got to go to my Bible class. I'll be ready for them in the next month or two. I'll be taking them on. So what are you saying? Who won? So, you saying Schiffer done Ezra's dance.
They were just
Let Ezra come back behind me and call me Lady Duppy one more time. I go and end this entire career.
That's why.
You shouldn't have told me that now. You should never.
That's why. And what makes it worse Have you noticed he's never been back? Yes, EIE.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. You see, he's never been back since.
But this is what happened. I thought that both of them had left in it. But then when I went
No,
to look,
this
I
was,
think I went to peek the other day and I saw Schiffer on the
Schiffer's back.
panel. So I said, Schiffer,
He
okay,
was
looks
there,
like Schiffer's back.
Yeah,
But,
he was there today. He's there
but I
today.
didn't realise that Ezra had gone, to be fair. I don't go over there, innit? So I didn't realise if Ezra was there or not.
Yeah, man. And the guys.
EIE, you see something? Listen to me, brother. You need to come back home, take up the gospel, return back, brother. You just lost, brother. You just lost. Return home. EIE's mix. EIE's passing. I can't deal with him. I cannot deal with this guy. Oh gosh.
Ban on travel out of the UK could last all summer.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't know why anyone's preparing to go anywhere in the first place, because they already told us from the beginning.
I'm getting out anyway.
This thing here can last for up to 3 years minimum. So I don't know why anyone's surprised at this point.
But her problem is, I'm going there for work.
Yes, I have been definitely warned about you people, yeah? So let me tell you something. My brothers have my back and they told me, stay far from you people.
You hear that, EIE?
He said, I must stay far from Uno is a curse and a sin. He's an abomination. EIE is trouble. Like, I can't be around people like him. I have to stay away from EIE, and EIE will get me into problems. No, I'm gonna leave God Jacob to deal with him.
Jump on. Speak your piece.
He's not having to say. I'm gonna make God of Jacob done his dance. Watch. Let him carry on with his foolishness. Where's Kimo? Kimo's gonna end him. Let me get Kimo up in here and see what happens. He ain't gonna have them big boy talk in the chat after that. Once you go, how about you can't go back? You Benjamins are lost people, man. You Benjamins are the lost sheep. I swear. Oh man, you don't need to come out, man. Oh dear. EIE kids. Listen, without EIE, if you don't get a laugh a day, you know something's wrong. You must be able to smile and laugh and bust one little joke. With all the stress we've got going on in the world, with all the sadness and doom and gloom and losses of life, you have to be able to bust a little joke, you know, and just say, yo, let's forget about it for a couple of minutes. Otherwise, they will mad you. Okay, look, like that's what they're trying to do us now. They say that this is they can't wait to get the numbers, the final numbers after this whole pandemic situation on the actual effects upon mental health it has had. So, boy, you might as well laugh your sorrows away.
You know what people turn mad?
I try for mad with man. They have been locked down in house like hamster in a cage. Then my taste every shop locks. You can't even get the. You know, normally when you spend money, that it sends off some. What's it? That it sends off something inside of your body that gives you that happy thing that you know when you're just spending, looking, touching, new thing, new pet. You can't even do that. Shops are locked everywhere, I swear. Picking them, they had us locked down with them for nearly a whole year, homeschooling, trying to run a household and trying to make money at the same time. It was just crazy. Like, and you were wondering why the mental health is rife.
When you actually think about it, it's coming up to 2 years.
Well, not for the UK, but for other places, yeah.
Yeah, but what round the corner? How many months we got left?
Oh, come on, Terry, the year just bloody begun.
Yeah, exactly, and we're much going into April.
Yep, we're going into April, mate. I still feel like I'm in January at this point because we've not really done anything. So I still feel like I'm in bloody January.
Exactly the point. Before you know it, it's finished.
Well, I don't know, mate. And then on top of that, we've got all these transitionings coming up in September. So some will be going into high school, some will be going into sixth form, some will be going to uni. All of that stuff, like it's precious, man.
Don't be surprised when you start seeing people doing. When you used to see them football pitches or games, and you see someone running across the pitch.
Oh Lord. Start Nate. What they call it, streaking, innit? That's the word. Streaking.
Exactly.
Let me get some tissue.
Streaking.
Hold on, be right back. Let me get some tissue.
Trying to get some excitement. Oh boy. Yeah. Peace, family. Just having this dialogue. If you read the title, please jump on and state your piece upon the platform. Yeah, it's open for everyone. This is a family house, and come and say something. Let me put something on for you. A quick little saying. Hold on. Yeah, there was one video that I didn't play. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. See if you can make sense out of it. Yeah. I hope you can hear me while I'm trying to load this thing up.
Okay, I'm back. Oh boy. So let's see what else is going on. Oh boy. Up your foolishness are going out there, Okay, let me try this way. Oh, where did Tessa go? Oh, I just realized. Sorry, I'm not even looking on the screen. I'm looking on the newspapers. Yeah, I swear you always step on delay, Can you hear me? Or am I still here or not? Let me see what. Hold on, I'm not looking at the screen, so give me a second. Oh my god, I'm in our life. Them done me dance last night. I'm out. It's game over for me. Oh boy. That Boris is gonna get, if Boris carries on with this foolishness, you know, he's gonna get broke up. He needs to allow the people them. Boris is antagonizing the people them. Yes, Kushti, they're banning flights and all sorts. Yeah, but I'm not surprised though, to be fair. I'm not surprised that they're doing that. What they should have done that is from the beginning, then there would have been no need for lockdown 2, 3, 4, 5, or how much ever ones we got to come. If they had done it from the initial lockdown and just followed everything China had done, we wouldn't be in this predicament now, you know. Notice that we're still in it. We would have been nearly already out of it completely. But no, they're back to front. This is why we've got all this madness going on. But I think they did it deliberately for that reason, just so they can keep us in this position at this point. So yeah, I'm not even surprised. Not that I had any plans of going anywhere this summer anyway. My whole thing is to save all my money up this year so I can but come next year, God willing, most high willing, powers that may be, ancestors willing, that I can do what I want to do come 2022. But I never had the intentions of going anywhere in 2021 anyway, so I don't care. Mm-hmm. But this is what I'm saying, EIE. If we had done this from the beginning, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. But then at the same time, I do believe there is some deliberacy from the governments on it, just to keep us in this predicament. See, I don't know. Something ain't cleaning that buttermilk. That's all I do know. Yeah, man. Now they're talking about bringing passports into the UK to drink in the pub. You know what the Europeans are gonna go mad. They're gonna lose their nuts. It says, listen to this. It says, landlords and politicians united in today's condemnation for plans of vaccine passports to enter the pubs, describing the proposal as unworkable, absurd, and unfair. The backlash came as Boris Johnson clarified that no decision had yet been taken on the idea and confirmed that any such system would not be placed before pubs are due to reopen for outdoor service in 18 days. So I'd say the next 18 days or so, Europeans can get back to doing what they do in their pubs. And there is definitely not been confirmed that they would need passports to drink in them. Maybe not necessarily for the outside, but maybe for the inside. But now when even such a proposal, they're wilding out about it. And we already see them mash up the whole of Bristol one day. They don't want to keep messing with these Europeans, you know. They see mash up the whole damn country. Leave the people them alone. It says, speaking on Sky News, the Prime Minister said, one thing I will make clear is none of this is obviously going to apply on the April the 12th. When it will, when it will all be outdoors anyway. So when the pubs are open, they're not going to open for indoor sitting and drinking, is what they're saying. It's only going to be open so they can sit and drink outside. So whatever happens on the 12th of April, all will be unaffected. My throat. I'm sorry. He goes on to say, but he added, all sorts of things are being considered. What we want to do is roll out the vaccine program and see what that builds in terms of general resistance to the virus. And I don't think there are going to be a road for certification. He said that the vaccine certification group would report back in early April, suggesting that its findings would inform any decision. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that it may be upon the landlord to decide whether to to bar entry to people who have not taken the vaccination. So they're saying it's not going to be a government thing if it is implemented. It'll be, I guess, this between each landlord to decide whether they want their patronizers of their pubs to be vaccinated or not, which could get sticky. This morning he added, you've got to be careful about how you do this. You might only be able to implement a through a thoroughgoing vaccination passport scheme, even if you wanted such a thing in the context of when absolutely everybody has been offered the vaccine. The government intends to have offered all adults a vaccine by the end of July. On the government's roadmap out of the lockdown, pubs are due to be able to serve customers inside from middle of May. Oh, so what they're saying is in April, when everything starts opening back, the 12th of April in the UK anyway, they'll be able to enjoy their pubs and stuff again, but they can only do it from outside. It may not be until about the middle of May that they might allow people to start sitting inside of the pubs. But for now, they can't really say for sure. Anyway, pub bosses pointed out that half of the people working in pubs were under the age of 25, so we are unlikely to be vaccinated anytime soon. Fiona Hornsby, who runs 2 pubs in Liverpool, the Bridgewell and the Dunning Castle pub, said the vaccine passport and the suggestion that pubs will have to ask for them is absurd. Who will serve the customers? The majority of hospitality staff are under 50. Can they not come to work? After pub bosses also questioned the practicality of the scheme, Jonathan Neyman, chief executive of the Shepherd Meme Pub Group, said, imagine a scene where family is reconnecting for the first time after this crisis, where grandpa's forgotten his vaccination certificate, mum is pregnant, and the kids are too young to have had it yet. Who's going to make the judgment on the door to turn them away, or who will on what occasion? So basically, they're finding all reasons as to why. They're putting out all the reasons as to why the passport vaccine for pubs will not work. So I guess that's not even our fight, to be fair. I just like watching them cuss and go on and act a damn fool about it. I'm not gonna lie. It's not really our business, but might as well get some love somewhere. Oh. What's this about? Oh, here's listen to this. So here's the plans of what you can and can't do when lockdown rules start easing. So it says, when can I do things in England again? So from March the 29th, rule of 6 returns outdoors. So you can stay at home guidelines dropped. Okay, so you can start gathering in groups of 6 outside from the 29th of March. From April the 12th, non-essential shops like hairdressers, gyms and stuff like that, pubs, restaurants, outdoor spaces, they all start to open. Okay, then they skip to the 17th of May. So it says rule of 6 returns indoors and outdoors, and restaurants, pubs, hotels, and those kind of places with at least 50% capacity. So that happens on the 17th of May. Then they go on to the 21st of June. By then, indoor venues like nightclubs finally reopen. So I guess raving starts again officially from the 21st of June, and life virtually back to normal. Yeah, so they're saying for the 21st of June. So not until June then, people. Don't get your hopes up high yet, just because it's April. So we won't probably be back to some form of normality from what they're saying until June the 21st. And that's just for England. I don't know if even America still has any form of lockdowns going on out there.
But then doesn't it go even further because traveling doesn't start till around May?
They didn't mention traveling at all in the government lockdown rules. It's not mentioned at all. It doesn't say nothing about traveling. I'm telling you, look, you lot are sitting there talking about traveling. Take that out your mind. That's not going to happen till next year. I don't even know why you lot are looking to go anywhere. It's not going to happen. You lot are trying to put things in the law that ain't in the law. Like, take that out of your mind.
I know I'm traveling.
Stop listening to Ultra Funky. That's what I'm saying, innit?
I'm not going on holiday. I'm going for work.
Either which way. Let's see how this works. Because I doubt you'll be going anywhere without that vaccine.
No, you get tested.
We'll see. But yeah, according to the government guidelines, there's no mention of travel at all. So if I was you lot, take that out to your mind. You're not going nowhere.
That's what I said to you. If you looked at the what the Asian woman said. Hold on, let me look for it.
Yeah. So what about? I literally heard them for the last week when I got up. You know, when you're getting up in the mornings, yes, it's Kushti, and you're getting the kids ready in the mornings, innit? So normally I have like Good Morning Britain in the background, innit, listening to what's going on in the news and stuff while I'm getting breakfast and all the kids there together. And I literally heard the people them say there will be no traveling, none. It's all about staycations, basically going to seasides in the UK, going to Butlins or Puntins. Those things will be open. So they'll let you do staycations, but vacations are not allowed. You're not allowed to travel. I don't know why these people keep talking about traveling. You cannot travel. The law tells you that. So I don't know. So it says, what about raving in a sweatbox, being that close? Well, that's the thing, because it's going to be, they're looking to, hold on, so let me go back to the plan. Because they're looking to have, what did it say? It said it, did I roll past it? About the vaccines being offered. By that time, what they're saying is basically by the time we get to June, majority of people would have been vaccinated by then. So therefore, yeah, clubs and bars and nightclubs and that will be able to reopen by June if people go and get the vaccinations. That's their guideline. But you got people that are saying they're not doing the vaccine, innit, and all of them thing there. That's where it will get sticky, because if they stay with that stance and they're not taking it or they're not having it or whatever, then and only then it starts to get sticky, because then how do they then work out who's had it and who's not? What, are they going to have passports to enter clubs? I don't know how that's going to work. Would you have to carry your passport, your vaccine certification to the clubs? Instead of carrying ID, you just have to carry your vaccination so that you've been vaccinated.
Look at this. You see that?
I'm looking
breaking
news. Instagram.
Latest UK updates. Boris Johnson hopes international travel can resume on the 17th of May. But warning, things look different.
But that's not true, because it says literally here, the 17th of May literally says rule of 6 people. Only at that point that can you meet in a group of 6 returns indoors. So they're only allowing you, there's no way they're going to allow you to travel. I'm telling you. Let me give you the link.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to send it to you. I ain't got time for this.
Look, I've just got it up. You can travel. You can travel.
You cannot. Staycation. It's been all over the news all week. I'm not even arguing. Look in the back. I'm not going to argue. In fact, I got to go anyway and come back later. But have a look. I'm not going to argue. But peace out, family. I'll see you later.
Interesting, family. I want to play a bit of 11 minutes video of drop shipping. I was having a good conversation with Lady Divine. We're gonna go into the drop shipping video, family, and give you some more info on drop shipping.
For the foreseeable future. Let's not waste any more time and jump straight into what AliExpress Shopify dropshipping is and clear up any misconceptions people may have.
What is dropshipping?
AliExpress Shopify dropshipping is a business in which you find a product on a Chinese website called AliExpress. There's other websites you can turn to, but AliExpress is the biggest and most popular one. For example, you find this face cleaning, pimple removing vacuum, really old winning product, but just as an example, it costs $12.39 on AliExpress. Once you found your product, you would then head over to Shopify, which is a platform that allows you to create an e-commerce website and accept payments and orders. You create a website on Shopify in which you sell this face vacuum for a higher price. Let's say you sell it for $34.99. Now we'll get into more details later, but you would then advertise your website on social media, and when someone orders this product from your website, they give you the $34.99 as well as their shipping information. You take that and head over to AliExpress, where you proceed to order this product directly to your customer's address for $12.39. And just like that, your customer paid you $34.99. So after paying for the product, you're left with $22.60 profit for basically being the middleman and marketing the product. Once you find out that this product is actually selling, you would start paying more money for ads and scale this operation up. I've had multiple products that I was able to scale into the hundreds of thousands and even into the seven-figure range. So don't worry, you're not doing all of this for $20. It's a scalable business. So that's just the overall summary. This is an easy concept that's a lot more difficult in practice. So before you go out there, you're going to need to know a few more things to do this successfully. There's 4 pillars to a successful dropshipping business, so we'll break this down into 4 sections. Pillar 1 is your product, pillar 2 is your website, 3 you have your advertisement, and 4 your marketing. So let's start with the first pillar, your product.
Pillar 1, product.
Arguably one of the most important parts. If your product
I don't know about you, but I get so bored of having the same meals every week. Sometimes I want something easy.
sucks and no one would ever impulsively buy it from an online store, you won't get very far. With dropshipping, you're usually selling stuff on social media, so you have to have a product with some sort of wow factor that people could see, think, hey, that's really cool, and buy it right there on the spot. It also helps to start with products that solve some sort of problem. That poor vacuum helped clean people's faces and remove blackheads. When people first started dropshipping it, no one had really seen it before, so it had a wow factor to it. People would see it on their Instagram feed, they'd stop scrolling and would want to check it out. This pet hair roller, pet owners would see this ad where it removed pet hair in one swipe, boom, a little wow factor, and it solved the real problem. Now, your product doesn't absolutely have to solve a problem, but my best products and ones that have been the easiest to sell usually would solve a problem for people, kind of help with an insecurity or make their life easier. You can sell products that don't solve a clear problem if the product is very novel and has a huge wow factor, or if it's something people have a passion for. These ceiling stress balls, as an example, they just seem kind of fun and unlike anything people have really seen before. This penguin board game, most people have never seen it before, so when they see it pop up, they might be a little intrigued because it's so novel. This dog toothbrush solves a problem and people are passionate about their pets, so they're willing to drop money on them. This baby cushion chair helps newborn babies sit down and play with their toys without falling over and hurting themselves. Parents are usually, hopefully, pretty passionate about babies and wouldn't want them falling. Boom, sold. And I'm not saying you should sell any of these products right now, but all these products at one point or another have been hot selling products, and it should give you a better idea of what really works. If you haven't had any success with dropshipping and are trying it for the first time, I would recommend not reinventing the wheel and finding a brand new, untapped, revolutionary product. Instead, I would hop on a product that is currently selling well. You can search for ads on Facebook and Instagram, find current ones that are performing well, and see the product they're selling. You can pay attention to the products you get ads for. There's websites that compile lists of potential winning products. You can look at AliExpress products with a lot of orders and cross-reference to see if any dropshipping stores are selling, and just in general, do a lot of research. And I'm going to leave this section off by saying you want to find a product that either you yourself, the person who just smashed the like button, can see yourself being interested in, or at least know someone in your life who you can see buying the product. If you can't think of anyone and can't imagine anyone in your life that would want to buy it, well,
congratulations, you played yourself.
Pillar 2, website.
Not gonna spend too long on this part. You basically have to create a store that doesn't look like a 5-year-old just scribbled crayons all over their screen. Shopify has templates that you can use to create a nice, simple, clean, easy to use website. You don't need anything too fancy. Just make sure it looks like a legitimate online store. Shopify also makes it very easy to buy a domain through them. So think of something clean and simple, and you usually want to go for the .com ones as people trust those domains the most. Now that's the design aspect of it, but you also have to choose between making a general store that sells everything, a niche store that sells products in a particular niche, or a single product store that only focuses on one single product. Right off the bat, I'm not a
Get a professional website for your business instantly with 123reg.
fan of general stores. I think the conversion rate is a little low on them. It's tough to sell car products and beauty products on the same website. I just personally wouldn't recommend it. Single product stores have the highest conversion rates. They feel very branded. You can make it look very sleek, but it's hard to test products on them since you have to create a brand new website every time you want to test a new product, which is very time consuming, can be discouraging, and those new domain costs can add up. Now, niche stores are what I would probably recommend to a beginner since you can make them feel like a brand and have a really nice fitting design throughout the entire store while being able to test new products in the niche very quickly. If you have a baby store, you can name it Munchkin Bloom, something broad but fitting to the niche, and then you won't have to create a new website for every product, but instead just add new products into the store that you want to test and just build up the product pages for them. And then if you have a product really pop off, you could take it and create a one product store around it, really make it branded and get those really high conversion rates. But I will say some products work incredibly well with one product stores, and there's no way around that. You might have to pop them into a one product store right off the bat, but that's for you to decide.
Pillar 3. Advertisement.
Very important. Your advertisement is the first thing people see in regards to your store. It's the thing that gets them to your store and can make or break your whole dropshipping business. You can't just screenshot an AliExpress product, pay someone to post it on their Instagram page, and expect to make money. A little janky slideshow won't cut it either. So how do you create a good ad? Well, first off, you need footage of your product. When you're first starting out and are testing a bunch of products, it would be tough to order the product every time, plan an ad, hire actors, film footage, and edit every single time you find a new product. Most beginners will start off by scouring the internet for footage of their product, then editing it together just to start testing the product. Once they see that it's selling, they then can start paying for content creators to film themselves using their product, or ship it to yourself and film your own ad with people you know or actors you hire. Keep in mind though, the footage you find online and use for your ad can be copyrighted, so you might get complaints with that. Be very careful. I'm not endorsing this. I'm just saying that's what a lot of beginners do. If you decide to go the scouring the internet for footage route, make sure that once you see that a product is selling well, you switch over to your own ads. Not only is this going to make things way safer, but it's going to make your store stick out since all these other stores selling the same product don't have custom footage.
Everything they don't have, I have. It's called jealousy, one's envy.
With custom original ads, you'll be able to scale things and really build something more sustainable. You constantly want to be filming new ads if you want to keep selling the product for longer than a month or two, since people will quickly get tired of seeing your original ad and it's going to stop converting. Last thing on this is make sure the first couple seconds of your ad are very attention grabbing. You're fighting for people's attention here. You're fighting for people to stop scrolling and view your ad. And really, you only have the first couple of seconds of your advertisement to do so.
Pillar 4. Marketing.
Now, if you have those last three pillars on lock, this last part should not be too difficult, although it will take some practice and experience. You're going to be marketing your product through social media. There's lots of different ways you can do that. So let's go over a few basic ones as well as maybe some new and innovative ones.
Media costs keep rising? It's time to try Taboola. Reach up to 2 billion monthly users with Taboola's sophisticated algorithm.
First up, the one I started with was Instagram pages. You can pay either actual influencers on Instagram or theme pages to post your product/ad. If you have a beauty product, you can pay some beauty theme pages to post your ad. If you have a fitness product, there's plenty of fitness pages. A baby product, there's baby and parent pages. The big thing with this is to make sure you're using pages that have really good engagement and that all of their followers are not dead. And I mean that figuratively, not literally. Then from there, I personally went to Facebook ads, which is where you kind of want to eventually end up. This is where the big bucks are made, the major leagues, and you can really scale things, but it's a little more complex than just paying an Instagram page. There's also a lot of limitations with what kind of products you can actually sell through Facebook ads, as they are incredibly strict with approving your ad copy and what you can even sell. I absolutely don't want to discourage anyone from going straight to Facebook ads. It's very possible to succeed with them right off the gate, but again, that's something you gotta decide for yourself. So those are the two main ones I've mainly used. However, there's also Google ads, Snapchat ads, Pinterest, and now even TikTok. I've seen people post videos of them using their product on TikTok and just have that ad. It doesn't really look like an ad, but it really is. Go completely viral organically, getting them millions of free views on TikTok that otherwise would cost tens of thousands of dollars. The latest example I've seen are those ceiling balls that keep on going viral on TikTok, and one of the stores that sells them is apparently sold out, so it definitely works. You can even pay pages or influencers on TikTok to promote your product the way you do on Instagram. I'm telling you, if you get creative with your marketing, there's so many different things you can do, but those are the kind of main routes you can take.
In conclusion,
those are the main 4 pillars summarized. Hopefully this gives you a good idea of how you can start dropshipping. You're probably going to want to do more research into all of these little things separately. This is kind of just the overview, but there's plenty of videos online regarding specific topics, and I even have a course linked below where I break down everything that I do to start my stores in detail. So dropshipping is not dead. People are still buying stuff online. Sure, eventually dropshipping from AliExpress might get a little outdated, but all of these principles can be applied to an in-house brand or even to dropship from a different source. So dropshipping as a whole is not really going anywhere, but that's Shopify AliExpress dropshipping for you. This is how I started. I know people having success with it for their first time right now personally, and from getting tons of DMs on Instagram. You just really have to have some patience and keep testing things until something pops off. You can't expect to make millions on your very first go. Really hope that you guys enjoyed this video and found it helpful, and I hope that you have an amazing rest of your day. Peace.
Morgan Freeman voiceovers.
Yes, family. Talking about drop shipping. I hope you got some info on that aspect. And you know, as I was saying before, is how can we galvanize together as a team, or create a team of think tanks to creating things like this, that we can all work together into building this economical system or empire. There's many ways to doing this. So, as I was saying before, we need to galvanize and put this situation into bed in the fact that we can create something, you know what I mean, than to do nothing, you know. So I'm always asking people to get involved. I got a burning chest. There is a show tonight at 11 o'clock on Black Eyes TV 7. If you have the opportunity, log in at 11 o'clock on Black Eyes TV, but it is a bit late. I'm gonna play something for ya, but before I do so, this Sunday, we have the International Sister Circle for Definitely. Please check this out, which I'll play the quick advert that's coming soon on this Sunday. Yes, family. That is International Sister Circle. I'm gonna play another video for you for today. Whoa, I got a burning chest today, man. Try to get what's going on, get the influencers in, but in the forms of the topics. What would you like to listen to today? What would be exciting? What discussion should we elevate from? If we go in a bit of the history, and understanding, no, I'm gonna play something I haven't played in ages. I'm gonna play something for you, family. Well, I gotta sort some stuff out. Play one of the things of the elders. Also, I asked the elder for permission to even talk.
TV, bring you that information. Very happy today to have the elder with us, my friend. Yeah, I love speaking with him. Always raises my mood. So I'm glad that he was able to join us because he's got a busy schedule, always on the move, always teaching. So without further ado, let's introduce the brother. Brother, introduce yourself to the family. Let them know who you are, what you do, and then we'll begin the conversation.
You know one thing though, we were supposed to ask the elder for permission to even talk, so we forgot. But
indeed, can we begin, elder? That's it.
Yeah, it's all there, family. You have my permission. I appreciate you for this opportunity. I just thank you. My name is Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. I'm an educator, particularly educator of our children here in the United States, specifically New York, and most specifically Bronx, New York. I spent 31 years teaching our children. And my great fortune was being introduced to this information from a very young age, not just from my family, because I was born Booker T. Coleman. So there were always references to Booker T. Washington, the educator of Tuskegee Institute. So I was always aware of culture, not to mention that I was introduced to Professor Clark, John Henry Clark, at a very young age. I was about 12 and a half. And so culture has always been a part of my life. And one of the things that I brought to the educational process was a deliberate desire to teach culture to children and realizing the impact that it had on me. And it's not that it is ever too late. It is never too late. If you're walking and breathing, it's good time. But when you get to our children at a certain age and you empower them with their beingness, it changes the entire dynamic of their life system, because much of what I started hearing as I got older, I knew it was nonsense. I didn't buy into it. And the reason why was because long before anybody started throwing all of these types of propaganda of concepts of another culture being greater than mine for the nature of their skin color or their hair texture or whatever it was, I knew from practical example that just wasn't true. And I wanted to get to our young people very young. So my first license was in early childhood. I was a kindergarten teacher. I used to get the 4 and 5-year-old babies in my class, and I used to drop some knowledge on them. Now on Facebook, you know, social media allows many of them to be able to contact me, and there have been quite a few that have told me the impact that I've had on them through their life because of what we talked about when they were 4, 5, 6 years old. I taught first grade, second grade, but because of my other work, I was also a teacher in middle school. For us would be like from, let's go by ages, because I know your system may be different there in UK, but you know, when you're dealing with early childhood, you're dealing with 4-year-olds to about, let's say, 7 or 8. Then you have elementary, which goes like from 7, 8 to give or take about 12, 13. Or I should say 8 or 9. And then you have the middle school, which basically for us is considered to be 6th grade. And you always add 5 to whatever grade it is. So it's like about 11 years of age to about 12, 13. High school for us, of course, would be 12, 13 to about 17, 18. And I've taught college. So I've taught every grade. I've taught every subject. I have been a teacher. I have been an administrator. I've been an assistant principal. I come to you with this information only to let you know my background, to get a sense of I'm like the spook who sat by the classroom door. I've watched how the system works. And what I wanted to do was to bring to our children and to our community. And so when Brother Richie and Brother Mr. Riggs tells you that I'm busy, I'm not going out, but I'm busy about doing things like this, talking to the community, doing interviews, writing books, doing curriculum. And so about 5 years ago, I was, well, I've always been into spirituality. I've always been basically a spiritual person. I grew up Roman Catholic here in New York City. I was choir boy, altar boy, wanted to be a priest. And so I've always been on a quest to ask basic questions about why am I here? You know, who brought me here? And what am I supposed to do now that I'm here? And so it was a quest that I was always on. I collected materials over the years. I've studied books. I've done comparative religion courses. I've taught comparative religion courses. And I just wanted to figure out this story. And so about 4 years ago, maybe 5 now, this was 2014, 2013, I decided that this story that I was about to write was not for me. It was for all of us. And I wanted to find out, what is religion, you know, and what is spirituality? What is the difference? What is the difference between a spirit and a soul? What is ritual? What's the purpose of ritual? These are questions in my head. And so I began to write a book. And I titled the book Spirituality Before Religions. I wanted to go deep, you know, not a couple thousand years ago. I wanted to go very deep into this process, exactly what is this all about? And I came to realize through what I subtitled my book. The title of the book is Spirituality Before Religions, but I subtitled it Spirituality is Unseen Science. Science is Seen Spirituality. Because in my study and in my journey to figure this out, I came to realize that you cannot separate spirituality from science. Science and spirituality is like one side is leather, one side is suede. Spirituality and science is like the head of a coin and the tail of a coin. You can't separate them. They're one and the same. They're just two sides of the same. And so in this book, I explore and I go back into the deepest parts of consciousness, of where the entire thought process of spirituality came from. And what I found the answer to be is the Twa people, the original people, the hunters and gatherers who became agriculturalists, saw the resurrection in botany, and that's where it came from. The idea of planting the seed, the seed growing, the seed aging, dying, decaying, and then resurrecting itself. That's where the concept came from. It came from nature. And they said, well, botanically, that's what's going on. We plant the seed. The man plants the seed in the woman's body. The egg becomes fertile. The fetus grows, is born, grows in age and time, ages, dies, and the concept of resurrection of the spirit of that human back into the ether, back into the cosmos occurred. It was on nature. And so from that point, we develop an understanding of spirituality and we examine the texts of ancient Kemet. Spirituality before religions came at a time that I think is very appropriate, because when you go to the last chapter, there's a piece in I wrote the book for the last chapter, and the last chapter is the return of the Black Cosmic Mother. And as you can see all around us, from this side of the pond to your side of the pond, there is a return. Somebody's coming back, but they're going to clean the earth before they come. You know how you got to clean the house before mama come? Mother Earth is cleaning her home so that when her mother, the Queen Mother, the Black Cosmic Mother comes, everything will be all right.
Okay, that's all. Beautiful intro. For those that don't know, again, the title of the show today is Spirituality Before Religion, which is also the title of our brother's new book. So again, that's where we're talking around that concept. That's why the elder began by laying that out for you. And as he said, it's a real poignant time for these conversations to be happening. People are always talking about the age of Aquarius and knowing and stuff like that. How when you have conversations with people who are into those aspects of cosmology and so on, how do you talk to them in relation to the same subject of spirituality before religion? Because again, a lot of religion today is, again, cosmology wrapped up in different stories and other mythos and stuff. So how do you reconcile that with people?
Well, you know, my brother Richard, the main point for me when I'm talking to folk, from my perspective, I wrote the book for our people. I didn't write it for academia. I didn't write it expecting awards. I didn't write it for any other reason but to convey a message that I had come to, my own personal Kaaba thought, as it relates to us as a people and where we are. And the purpose of the book is just to lay out in the best way possible. I do not insult any religions. I have a respect for religions. Here's how I tell the story. When we, as African people, were stolen from our homeland, brought to this part of the world, treated the way we were treated, from the moment we came in contact with Urugu, the incomplete one, from the moment we came in contact with them, there has been an adversarial, very angry, hate-filled relationship. And when we were brought to this part of the world and we were treated that way, you can only imagine what must have been going on in our ancestors' heads as they worked on the plantations, as they were treated, as their families were broken up. People talk about a pandemic. We've been living with a pandemic for over 400 years. We know what this virus has done. We know what this virus is. Those that know the history understand the virus. White supremacy, due to white fragility. We have lived with a virus for 400 years. How did we inoculate ourselves from this virus when we were on the plantation? With nowhere near the types of rights that we have now. We are still being challenged, but we certainly are far better off now than we were back then in many different cases. So we were introduced to this story. And wow, what a story this was. This man was born. We knew he was black. Black folk on the plantation knew he was black. Just the fact that they wouldn't let him in the hotel, motel, or Holiday Inn. He had to go back and be born with the sheep and the cattle. There was no room in the inn. So he was repudiated from, even before he was born, coming into the world, he was repudiated. And then the story goes, he was hunted by Herod. And so the idea of the story that you're dealing with is the fact that, wow, what a story this was. For us as a people, it sort of kind of mirrored our lives on the plantation. And with everything that he did, in all the stories of Jesus Christ, you had never heard them say he was going home. This brother was homeless. If you wanted to look for Jesus Christ today, I would probably go under a bridge. He'd probably be living under the bridge. He didn't have a home. Sometimes the brother walked the earth with one sandal, according to their stories now, because he couldn't afford another sandal. Okay, and so our people saw this story and said, that's like me. And so in becoming attracted to the story on the plantation, it was their life stream. It was their ability to survive what they were going through. Dr. Amos Wilson tells us all great organizations solve their people's problems and meet their people's needs. At that time, for us on the plantation, going through our pain, whether it be in the United States, whether it be in Jamaica, whether it be in Trinidad, whether it be in Puerto Rico, whether it be in the Dominican Republic, Antigua, wherever it was, Africans were going through things. And this religion gave them hope for tomorrow. And so in certain ways, I really appreciate what Christianity did for us on the plantation. Because if it weren't for that hope, some of us wouldn't be here. And so my purpose of writing Spirituality Before Religions was not to put any religions down. But let me finish my story with you as it relates here. There's a brother, Jeremiah Kamara, brilliant scholar. I heard him once say, he was quoting a proverb. And he said, when a spiritual system no longer meets your needs and solves your problem, when you still believe in that system, even though it does not meet your needs and solves your problems, it's like carrying the boat on your back after you cross the river. And the idea is that the boat was very important to getting you across the water from one side to the other. It was very important. In fact, if it wasn't for the boat, you wouldn't have gotten across. But if after you get back on land on the other side where you were trying to go, you still carry that boat on your back, that boat becomes a burden. And so it becomes important to understand this story that's been told to us came out of Africa. And so what spirituality does is that in the later chapter, I do an analysis and what I do is I go deep inside of those texts, from the Memphite text and the pyramid text of the Old Kingdom, to the coffin text of the Middle Kingdom, to the Book of the Coming Forth, Today by Night, including the judgment scene and the 12 hours of the Amduat, which is the underworld, the judgment time for your soul. I go into the Aten text of the 18th dynasty, and then I go into the Shabaka stone, which is a rewritten version of the Memphite text. So in a sense, and in my analysis, I take you in a circle where you end is where you end, which is the origin of the Muslim, Rosicrucian, Buddhist, Confucius. The one thing that I will tell you is that when you read what I analyze in those chapters on those different texts, you'll find your scripture on the walls or on the papyri or the coffins of Africa. And one of the highlighting points that I try to get across, family, it's such a beautiful, wonderful, liberating story that unfortunately has been so contaminated by white supremacy and even by Asian supremacy, because Buddha didn't look like that. The original Buddha was not a short, squat man sitting down smiling, bald head. That was not. I think that that's what Buddha looked like. Everybody outside of us did the same thing to us. They tried to erase our origins and put their existence in there because they weren't in. They weren't there up until they haven't. The latest they can go back, and I'm speaking about Indo-Europeans, European Asians, Cro-Magnon, whatever you want to call them. However you describe people of European and Asian descent, with due respect to everybody, I don't speak in absolutes. They are Europeans as we know them today. They are no older than about 10,000 years old. We've been around for millions of years. Europeans didn't exist until about 10,000. I'm being nice to them by giving them 10,000 years. Asians came out later than that, and they didn't exist until about 5 or 6,000 years ago. Read the book by Sheikh Anta Diop, Civilizational Barbarism. Read some of the books by Gerald Cross. The books are there, and that's what I get into in the book. The books are there. The information is there. And if you put it all together, you can come to understand who you are as a people and what you have to do. And another thing you can understand is that there's no difference between us as a people. Fundamentally, as a student of John Henry Clark, I am a Pan-Africanist. Wherever Africans are, Africa is. And wherever Africa is, I'm home. Be it in the Caribbean, whether it be in UK, whether it be in Holland, whether it be in Germany or France, or whether it be on the continent herself. Whether it be in Los Angeles or Chicago or Detroit here in the United States. South and Central America. There is only one race, and that's the human race. And that human race is African. Humans were born to be black, like plants were born to be green. It's just simple. And nobody's prejudiced against albino plants, but albino plants were not born to be albino. They were born to be green. And with the absence of chlorophyll, they became albino. That's science. That's not personal.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Listen. Already, I'm loving it. I gotta just say, hit the like button, show love. The brothers taking time out to talk to us and dropping jewels already. One thing, when we use words like spirituality, because of the way modern day religion is, it's changed the very concept of it. Where, as you're saying, we're talking about science, we're talking about nature, but with the modern day context of spirituality, we tend to think airy fairy or think of just the unseen. Speak to how the African always linked the unseen to the seen, because I think that's it's very important how again we learnt about our environment, and I know you speak a lot about that in relation to spirituality and how we express it.
It is very difficult to separate the two. We see it even today in the world we're living in, even in the religions that we practice, even the religions that are African-based, be it through the Spanish language, Santeria, the French language, Voodoo, the Portuguese language, Candomblé, English-speaking Caribbean, Obia, even here in the United States, the African-American Baptist Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, when you look at the way of the relationship between the pastor and the congregation, that is an African setting, the call and response. That is why when you look at every faith system that Black folk have gotten into, even if you get into Black folk into Buddhism, Black folk into Islam, Black folk into Judaism, or if you want to call it Hebrew Israelite, Black folk are into Christianity, it's different than the way in which their Eurasian counterparts celebrate it. There is a flavor, there is a dance, there is a way in which we operate that brings in and lets out that spirit that we have within us. And because we're speaking English, we use words like espiritu or whatever, and religions, and I understand that. But Africans did things without explanation. You know how you've heard people say, I love you so much, words could never explain, or I'm so mad I could spit. There are emotions that cannot be expressed in words. They can only be expressed in deeds. And so what becomes important as we begin to develop understanding these words is that we have to Africanize everything that we're experiencing. And so that becomes very important, that we understand how we look at things and how we develop what it is that's going on around us. Spirituality is a way of life. You can only show spirituality. You can talk about it, but you can only show it. It's a way in which you live. It's the way in which you function. And African folk have from the very beginning, but you got to go back to our beginnings. You have to go back to the Twa people of Central Africa, many of them living in what's called the Ituri forest, the original human beings, the short-statured people derogatorily called pygmies. They were the first hunters and gatherers that came out of the human movement or human evolution. They were the ones that put everything in its place, the hunters and gatherers. But in hunting and gathering, there was a need to be able to expand your caloric or your food intake. So then they did fishing, and then they also did agriculture. And out of this agriculture, they began to see how nature worked. And that goes back to what I said earlier about them observing the idea of a plant in the earth going through its different phases and then coming back next season as if it resurrected itself. And so as we're looking at this story, we come to realize that spirituality is something that you live. In other words, you know, Professor Clark used to always say, Africans didn't say, I am my brother's keeper. They just kept him. And I often, you know, veggie backing off of that, I say, you know, that I never tell my brothers and sisters, I got your back. I just got your back. There are things you don't have to say. There's things that you do that you never have to get credit for. But if you can cover somebody and help them out, that's the key. You know, I once saw a proverb that said a man or woman can achieve anything in life as long as they don't care who gets the credit. And that becomes very important in moving our civilization forward. And that is what African philosophy is based on. And also, I want to stress the fact that, you know, when we talk about Africans being the first people on the planet, let's take that a step further. African people are the only people on the planet. There is nobody else on the planet. Everything came out of us. Everyone came out of us. No matter who you are, where you are on the planet, you came out of an African dynamic system. Your environment just happened to maybe beat you up when you were in the ice, scared you so much, turned you depigmented, took away your complexion, calcified your pineal gland, so you lost a sense of spirituality and human movement and compassion, morality. I'm not speaking in absolutes, but I don't have time to be looking for no good white people. I'm sorry, I just don't have that time. I know they're there, but I ain't got time to look for you. I'm too busy trying to do for our people what has to be done. I recognize that you're there. Plus, if you are the type of person that I think you are, you know your place is not with us. Malcolm told you, your place is with your people. Trying to get them people in shape, because them people are the ones that's the problem, not us. We don't need people. We're allowed to do our own thing. Taking those who care deeply for us, we could solve our problems. Like I said before, black folk really don't have a problem. White folk have a problem. Black folk problem is the fact that white folk have a problem. We get this together if we were left alone and allowed to flourish on our own. Stay out of our way. As James Brown said, I don't want no one to give me nothing, just open up the door. I get it myself. Black folk have been willing to go for what they want on their own. But folk got to get their foot up off our back. And that's what the challenge is that we're looking at. I don't speak in absolutes, and I say that frequently because that's very important to say, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm blanketly talking about somebody. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad once told us that there's 1,000 wolves outside your door. 100 of them would put their life on the line to protect you. 100 of them will do whatever was necessary to ensure that you can get out of your house safely and go where you have to go. 100 of them, which means 900 of them are ready to eat you alive. The challenge is you don't know where those 100 are in that pack of 1,000. The question is, are you ready to go outside? Not me, because I wouldn't have time to look for those 100. I know they're there, and if they really care, they know what they got to do to the other 900. That's how I have to look at this. Dr. Edward Scobie, brilliant scholar from Dominica, spent a lot of time in UK. He used to always say, don't tell me nothing about good white people, because good white people act as shields for bad ones. And I've often thought about that as we are thinking on this process. And so it becomes important, family, that as I express myself to people, that I can and just where I'm quoting from the Bible or from the Quran, came out of Ethiopia. The Quran is a book that was written in the mountains of Ethiopia and then brought into Saudi Arabia by Africans that established Islam. That's why you have Bilal being so important. Because Bilal really is the one that brought Islam after he went into it. He didn't go into Ethiopia from Saudi Arabia. He was already from Ethiopia. And he back and forth, because remember, at this time, geographically, if you look at Saudi Arabia, particularly Yemen, and if you look at the east of Africa, the Horn, you could walk from Africa to Saudi Arabia when in the Red Sea. There was a direct relationship between the west coast of Saudi Arabia and the east coast of Africa. In fact, they had the combined kingdom of Saba, which was on the west coast of Saudi Arabia and the east coast of Africa. Saudi Arabia is part of the African continent. You can't separate it, although we do today, but you can't separate it. It's one and the same, and it was African based, and that's where Islam came from. And you know, my attempt is simply to present to our people a story. In fact, if you just believe me, I haven't done my job. I want to create questions in your mind that makes you think. You don't have to believe me. And I'll tell you something else. There will be scholars, younger scholars, maybe some yet to be born, that will come upon our work, as I came upon the work of Martin Delaney, as I came upon the work of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I came upon the work of people that came before me that I never knew. But I continued their work, and I respected the eldership work. And I took what they had done and took it to the next level. They did not have the Sheikh Anta Diop's and the John Henry Clarks and all the scholars that I was able to, Dr. Yosef Ben Yekinen and Shashi McIntyre. They did not have those scholars, but they did the best they could with what they had. Now in my hands, I have their work. I'm doing the best that I can do in my time. Younger generations are going. That should work. It should work that we dedicate ourselves generation to the next generation, taking our work to the next level, because they will have access to work that I don't have. There are phenomenal scholars out here doing phenomenal work. Runoko Rashidi, Anthony Browder. I started listing names. Maybe I could have done that because there's a whole bunch of folk out here doing some great work. I study under them. I study their work.
Definitely.
They are great scholars. You have scholars there in UK doing phenomenal work. Robin Walker. I mean, I have 2 copies of his book. I got one soft cover and one hard cover in case something happened to it. Because when scholars like that come along, I got to get more than one copy, because, you know, after a while, that book is going to be $20,000 when you try to buy it online. Because they try to keep that information out. So I know that book is going to be $20,000 in about 4 years. Yes, man. All of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima's work and the library of John G. Jackson, Sheikh Anta Diop. We have some scholars out here, Dr. Yosef Ben Yikinen's work. I mean, we got scholars out here, family, that are doing phenomenal work. And my work is to take the level. It's not to stop with this. But this book is going to have you ask some questions. You're going to start to see some things as it relates to what Africa contributed to the concept of the unseen world. And it's in the scripture. It's in the utterances on the walls of Africa and on the papyrus. The story of resurrection, the whole story of the Christos myth. The passion of Christ is the passion of Cyrus. If you understand the Osirian drama, which I go deep inside the book for, I talk about the Osirian drama from a language that I believe that our community can understand. It's a story. I tried to break it down. See, and my advantage, family, is because I was with children for so long, I attempt to break things down so that I can talk to somebody that's 4 or 5 years old and tell a story. And kind of words that they can understand the story. And because I've told so many stories throughout my life to children, I took this story, the Osirian drama, and I told a story about it. And I explained it in a way that you could sit around and tell children this story and they would understand what it is that you're saying. I wasn't trying to make it deep. I stayed very focused on my research. For those that have the book, you heavily documented, because I knew that once I started this, people was going to ask me certain questions. And I knew that I had to have my endnotes in place. I knew that I had to have my bibliography in place. Nowhere in the book do I, except at the end when I give you my book list on religions. And that'll blow your mind alone, just that book list alone. Because I'll show you where the real Moses was Tepeti, or the Pharaoh Akhenaten of the 18th dynasty. That's who it is. Solomon and Sheba are his parents, Amenhotep III and Queen Ty. And Jesus the Christ was modeled on King Tut. That's how deep it gets. They have taken our historical peoples and events and places and placed a European mythos over our history. And then they're going to make it literal. That's how they're able to make it literal, because they're actually taking people who actually lived, but did not do the things that they claim that these individuals did, but were related to that time that created an ability to create an organization around that. I can show you Genesis in the Shabaka stone. I can show you the story of Cain and Abel in the Shabaka stone. I can show you Adam and Eve. I can show you Noah. And it's all written in Africa by Africans for Africans.
Yeah, I'm definitely hearing you. I think one thing I want to say is, whenever you're talking about religion, spirituality, whatever, again, in this modern day setting, a lot of people tend to, because they've realized that there has been a conspiracy to change facts. A lot of people, as they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater. And they say, spirituality as well as religion is outdated, or it can't help in today's society. And again, right now we find ourselves in the middle of this pandemic, COVID-19. Everywhere is in uproar. People don't know what to do. People have no money. How, again, does this concept that you have studied personally for you, first of all, as well as what you can impart to the people on a wider level, but how does it help in this modern day setting?
The last chapter of the book, as I told you, is titled The Return of the Black Cosmic Mother. We are moving into a different age. This age is a feminine energy age. It is an age that astronomically, people call Aquarius. We, calendrically speaking, there is something known as the Great Year. See, Africans had a lot of calendars. That's the first thing. They had a 7-day calendar, and they had a 10-day calendar. They had a 10-day calendar of 3 months, 3 weeks per month. They had a sidereal calendar. They had a calendar of 1,460 years. They had a leap year calendar where, like we do leap year every 4 years, we add a day. They added a year. That's where the word leap year came from. Originally, they used to add a year after 1,460 years. They then could add a year that would catch up with all the 365.25. Okay. But they also had a year that was called the Great Year, which was 26,000 years. 25,920 to be exact, but they always had that 80-year play. So it was considered a great year. It was 26,000 years in duration. This is how you know how old African folk are, because you just don't pop up with that 26,000. You have to go through that cycle, that 26,000 year cycle a couple times before you can figure out something is uniform here, And so in this 26,000 year, you have 12 houses, and every house is 2,160 years in length, give or take. And that, I believe my math works out to about 25,000. But the idea is we are leaving the age of Pisces, which is the age of the fish, which really is more as it relates to Pisces being fish. This is the beginning of the year. And Pisces, and it's called the precessional of the equinoxes, which means that, like what we do is that since January, give or take, we've gone from Aquarius to Pisces to Aries. Okay. But the way the precession goes, it goes the other way. It goes from Aries to Pisces to Aquarius. And 2,160 years ago, give or take, we moved out of the age of the ram, which was the Amen priesthood. We moved out of that into the age of Pisces, which is the age of the fish. This is why you see Christians in particular with fish representing Jesus Christ. That's really an astronomical constellation that is the age of the fish. Now here in 2020, 2021, we are on the cusp of moving from the age of Pisces, which male, see, a ram is a male sheep. A ewe, E-W-E, is the female sheep, and the lamb is the baby sheep. We're moving out of the ram into the feminine energy of Aquarius. And I say this in response to your question. You have to be aware of what's happening. Bob Marley got a song, and I encourage you all, when you get the opportunity, listen to what Bob Marley is saying in Natural Mystic. Saying there's a natural mystic in the air. If you listen carefully, you'll hear. Could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why, because there's a natural mystic in the air. What we're experiencing right now in this pandemic is probably from a spiritual perspective. I'm speaking from a spiritual perspective, just what I feel when I look at this and what has happened in the world. I have watched for the past, or I've studied for the past 500 years, there's come upon the earth a very violent, mean-spirited, anti-God-like person that has caused great pain, not just to other human beings, but to the Creator's creations, to the animals, to the tree. Burn down the Amazon. The Amazon is like the lungs of the earth with all of the greenery, all of the beauty, cutting down in order to make way for some type of artificial wealth. You cut down the lungs, the breathing capacity in the Amazon jungle, Amazon forest. You poison the water. You poison the air. You poison the land. I'm speaking from a spiritual perspective now. Mama Nature said, no, child. We can't go on like this because my mother's coming back, which is the cosmic reality. See, there was a cosmic reality before. There's always been cosmic reality, be they meteors, asteroids, events that have just come from the cosmos. But when the black cosmic mother returned, nurture and sustainer, she was the womb from whence everything came. The black cosmic mother. And she's coming back. And I'm not trying to sound ethereal or like I'm pulling in something from outside. I'm just telling you that that we cannot explain, that they're just there. They're happening. But the Earth can't come to this how we all acted like this. You know, think about when we as kids are acting up in the house and your mama's there and she's saying, look, my mother's coming. I'm trying to get the house cleaned up for her. You all better start acting because you're the one dirtying this house and you're fighting amongst each other, throwing each other up against the wall. You're breaking things and all the rest of that. You'll need to sit down and get yourself together. But you know, the children ain't going to listen. Mama said, don't make me get up out this chair now because I'm going to have to fix you. You know, mama don't play. So just do what you got to do. And the children keep playing and keep messing around there. And then mama get up. Mama get up and put everybody in their room. And that's what's happening. Not a bomb drop, not a shot fired. And the whole world is in their homes. Even the Atlanta housewives are at home. Everybody's at home. Nobody's outside because Mother Nature has had just about enough of us. And keep this in mind. There was a time that there were no humans on this planet and the earth was doing fine. Mother Nature said, I brought you in and I can take you out. The earth doesn't need us. They can do good with the good ones of us, but they don't need us. For billions of years, the earth did fine without us. And so this is a warning. Mother Nature is telling us, listen, get yourselves together. Stop this nonsense. I didn't bring you in for you to act like this. Don't shame me. And so this is how I see this from a different perspective as a person viewing it. Now, what I just told you was a very spiritual story to me. But it was another story that I could have told children that I could have been sitting on the floor talking to 4 and 5-year-olds and they would understand exactly what I'm saying. But what I am saying is a higher order thinking skills of spirituality. To be able to read the messages, to understand the natural mystic that's in the air. That's what Bob Marley was talking about, the natural mystic. It's there. You can hear it. If you listen carefully, you will hear. But if you don't, then you're going to run out. You're going to want to, I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the party. I'm going to the bar. Ain't nothing going to stop me. And then all of a sudden you catch this COVID and your lungs turn to stone. Because what I'm hearing about COVID, that don't play. That takes you out in a matter of hours. If you catch it and your body is the type to receive it that way, you're out. And it doesn't make a difference. You could be a muscle man, a muscle woman. You could be a health, eating healthy foods and all the rest of that. But if your body is capable of catching it, then you're in trouble. Because it'll come down on you. There are other people who eat pork, eat all sorts of nonsense, and they don't get it. This is a very particular virus. And the way it's manifesting itself in different people, different ways, whether they be children or people of African descent, you know, people of European descent. We can see what this is going to do to some folk. This is something serious. And if we don't listen carefully, we will not hear. Many more will have to suffer, and many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. It's just a natural mystic in the air.
Facts, brother. I totally hear you on that one. I mean, you was talking about, sorry, Riggs, was you going to say something?
No, I was just saying true Bob Marley words. Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me better. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, go on, say what you're saying there, though.
No, brother, I'll follow what you're going to say.
I was just going to say, I know you was just talking about children and relaying these stories and information on that kind of level of understanding. But one thing that we do is focus on over here is children and Black family and the importance of it. And obviously, you know, as Black people, we always talk about Black excellence in the form of things we've done. But again, we kind of sometimes forget about the very foundation in which Black excellence comes from. So again, you know, in relation again to the title of the show and what we've already been talking about, how important is the Black family as the foundation? You know, speak to that and how you feel on that.
My perception is a nation is only as strong as its weakest family. Family, it was the cornerstone to the Twa civilization. When I say Twa Mbuti, I'm talking about the San, the Kung, the Moesha, however you want to call them, the short-statured people that we know of derogatorily being called the Pygmies. Of the nation. It always has been, and it always will be. We speak in terms of we want to build a nation. I want to build an empire. I want to build dynasties. Empires are built by people. Dynasties are built by families. Dynasties are able to continue on throughout their entire existence, handing down within the family. Empires and dynasties are not built on baby daddies or baby mamas. Although I respect those that bring children to the world and do the very best that they can, if we don't have commitment to our family, then we don't have commitment to the nation. And that's a hard reality that we're all going to have to face eventually. One of the things that has so torn asunder our people is the fact that the first thing they did was disrupt our family lineage. That's what they did on purpose. They took us and sold us in various parts of this hemisphere in order to break up the solidarity of what would happen if a family was in place. Fathers were meant not to take control over their family, because if he did, he'd either be killed or he'd be sold. Because if the father had that type of power, then it would negate the power of the European landowner. So the only person that was allowed to have power was the European male. And he did it by breaking up the family. So whatever they do to tear you apart, where you have to start with when you want to build yourself up, and that family.
No, definitely.
Oh, wait a minute. Renegade Ralph, you're saying that song, Natural Mystic, was Phil Collins? I don't think so. Check it out.
No, definitely not.
On my iPod.
Definitely.
Yeah, but I appreciate some of Phil Collins' work, but he did not do Natural Mystic. I got that, man. I got that on my iPod. I listen to that every day. Bob Marley was like a prophet. I remember when I was first introduced to Bob Marley, I was writing for a magazine, and they asked me to do this review in music, and the brother held up this album, Nazi Dread. I had never seen or heard Bob Marley. This is 1975. 1975. He held up that, and when I saw those dreadlocks, I had seen those dreadlocks in Ethiopia. I had seen them in Ghana, but I had never seen them like in contemporary music from someone within this hemisphere. And I went and I played that album. And my goodness gracious, I thought he was somewhere between Gil Scott-Heron and Malcolm X. I've seen, in fact, the best concert I have ever gone to in my life was when Bob Marley opened for the Isley Brothers in Washington, D.C. When was that? This would have been in the spring of 1978, because I was in Washington, D.C. in 78. And I heard the Isley Brothers were there. This was after I had heard of Bob Marley. I'd had all his albums. I think Kaya was out by then. I had all of his albums by then, and I was just listening to this brother's music. And when I heard that he was opening up for the Isley Brothers, now check this out. Now here's the setup. I had a lot of respect for the Isley Brothers because you don't let someone like Bob Marley open up for you. Because when Bob Marley got finished at his concert, if the Isley Brothers weren't on point, people would be ready to leave. See, your opening act has to be good, but it can't be better than you. So I had a lot of respect for the Isley Brothers, letting Bob Marley open for him, because Bob Marley could have been the headliner himself. But Bob Marley, at the end of the concert, I remember he walked, Bob Marley and the Wailers walked off the stage singing Exodus, Movement of the People. And the chant was, movement of the people. I mean, that's what was going down in that big arena. They walked off the stage doing Exodus, Movement of the People. But in the background, you could hear the Isley Brothers coming on, and they were singing Fight the Power. So what the family, I'm a teacher, so I got to give you an assignment. Here's what I want you to, I want you to play Exodus, and then I want you to follow it up with Fight the Power by the Isley Brothers, to get the sense of the momentum that was going on in that arena. That, now you talk about spirituality, that was a spiritual experience for me.
Right. I can imagine.
And then I saw him when he did his last concert in New York, when he opened up for the Commodores. Now that was powerful. That was powerful. Even with the Commodores, I had a lot of respect, because that was a number of years later. That was, I think, 82. I'm not sure when that was. But I know that this is because New York was his last concert that I believe that he did in New York. And so he opened up for the Commodores, and he was as dynamic, if not more dynamic, than he was for Isley Brothers. It was just a spiritual experience. If you see Marley in concert, that was That brother took me to another level. I'll never forget what that brother contributed to us, and I have the utmost respect and honor for all that he represented. And that's an example of when he crosses over into philosophy and life. When you listen to Bob Marley's words, in fact, many of the Rasta words, Peter Tosh, you know, all of them is just so powerful. But yeah, that's my Bob Marley experience. That's how I know that Natural Mystic is Bob Marley.
Right. That's a proper confirmation story. That's why I like, yeah, put a stamp on it, give you the experience story. That's real music right there. Commodores as well and Bob Marley. Like these combinations are blowing my mind.
Oh.
Like I've never heard them openers. You get me? So just I would have loved to.
Damn, I can testify. I was there, man.
Like I'd like to get Gil Scott Heron. I would love to hear him in concert. Like that's
another. Yeah, man. I've seen him at least 3 or 4 times in concert, man. And I used to visit him when I lived in DC. He was teaching at the University of Washington, DC. He was teaching writing. And I used to visit his office in DC. And it was funny because the brother, sometimes he was there, sometimes he wasn't. But he used to say, hey, man, sit down. And I would sit down and he'd be doing something. And this brother, what you saw is exactly who he was. He was just an everyday brother that never separated himself from the community. But again, going back to 1978, this is when I was living in DC. He was teaching at the University of Washington, D.C., and I used to go by his office and just sit. I forget how I heard that he was in D.C. I even forgot how I got his address, but I got it. And the first time I went, I spoke to his secretary, the sister that worked in his office, and she said, well, he's not here now. He could have been on tour or anything, been in class. But I used to pass him by and I used to visit. And there were times that he'd be in his office and, hey, man, how you doing? Sit down, have a seat, man. You want something to drink? And he was something. Bro, Skyrim, the good brother. Good brother.
And look how relevant his tunes are today. Like Winter in America. Woo. You know what I'm saying? Like the tunes are Living in a Bottle. Like he's got so many tracks that if you play today with this modern day backdrop, again, just like how we're talking about African spirituality forever being relevant and needed for our lives, the same way our music from our people, again, is ageless in that sense. Because as I said, when you listen to those tunes, you're getting the same experience, if not even more poignant today. You know what I'm saying? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you figured out a little bit, you can.
Yeah, everything's yeah. Tell me if you can hear me again. Am I covering?
We're all
wait, suddenly my signal's going silly.
It's not. It's the signal's okay. It's just carbon signal's a bit.
Oh, is it mine or it's Carver's that's going a bit funny?
Yeah.
All right. So all right, he'll be back on in a sec, people. Listen, big up to everybody who's joining us. Don't forget to smash that like button. The brother's been dropping jewels for us. Come with all sorts of information. So like, share, and subscribe. You know the play. Support Black Eyes TV. Support Mr. Riggs. Here's our Eldar back on.
Yeah. StreamYard.
Wait.
That when I run StreamYard, they, like it'll fall off, but it'll give you a chance to come back on again.
Yeah. You just fall back to the back room.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, Riggsy, did you want to?
Yeah, but I just want to add this one thing before we go on. Keep in mind what the name of Gil Scott Heron's last album, his real last album, was called Spirit.
Right.
And,
Right,
and
really.
he had a piece that was called Message to the Messenger, where he was talking to the up-and-coming rap artists about how they are presenting themselves in art and entertainment. And I remember there was a line in the song Message to the Messenger that he says, they know, they don't know what to tell you or tell them, meaning the people, young black people. They don't know what to tell them, but they know that you do. And what he was trying to infer to the rappers at the time that was coming up with a lot of different lyrics that we had never heard before, because, you know, you're going back to the very early 2000s. What he's attempting to tell them is the fact that they don't know what to do with us, but they know that we know what to do with us. And they're going to block you from being able to do that. And that's what this is about. As far as I'm concerned, we know how to take care of ourselves. And they know that. And that's why they will attempt to get in the way. And I always tell, here's another song by Bob Marley, Trenchtown Rock. My wife is from Jamaica, and I went to Jamaica for the first time in 1981. Bob Marley, in fact, had already joined the Ancestors by then. And I remember listening to Trenchtown Rock in its earliest stages. People said to me when I got there, you know, family of my wife and everybody said, where you want to go? Is there anything special you want to experience while you're here? I went to Ocho Rios and I went to Montego Bay and went to various places in Kingston. And, you know, we just went around Dunn's River Falls. We just went everywhere. But I told them, there's only one place I really want to, every place else that you take me, I'm willing to go. I have a good time. But there's one place I want to go. I want to go to Trenchtown. Nobody wanted to take me to Trenchtown. They said, that's where the bad man live. And I said, that's where the bad man live. I said, what you talking about? That's where they said, well, you know, there's a lot of crime, things happen in Trenchtown. I said, wait. I want to go to Trenchtown Rock. I'm going to go. And so they're called helpers. We might call them maids. I don't understand. But that's another story. The helper lived in Trenchtown. And she heard me talking, and she told me, she said, well, I live in Trenchtown. If you want to go, if they'll drive, I'll go. And so I said, oh, that's great. So I told him, I said, yeah, listen, she going to take me to Trenchtown. That's going to be great. Okay. And so we set out. We're going to Trenchtown, and all of a sudden, they stop the car, and she gets out. She says, I'll be right back. And so I'm waiting there, and I'm saying, wow, she's taking a long time. She all right? She said, oh, no, she's fine. She just wanted to drop some things off in her house. And I said, but wait a minute. You told me she lived in Trenchtown. And they said, yeah, this is Trenchtown. So I step out the car, right? And I'm looking around. And the only difference between Trenchtown, or the part of Trenchtown that I was in Jamaica, and the project that I grew up in New York, was that the project that I grew up had paved cement streets. Whereas in Trenchtown, they were paths or dirt roads. But the houses looked the same. It was a 3-story house. I lived in a 6-story project apartment. Though the benches, the tree, in fact, quite frankly, Trenchtown was more beautiful than the project that I grew up in, to tell you the truth, with the trees and just everything in general. And then I saw, you know, there was a Rasta, you know, sitting down, and I went over, you know, and started talking to him. We had a great conversation. When the sister came back and she saw me sitting on the side talking to the Rasta, we was having a great conversation. Here's the point that I'm making. They try to make us afraid of ourselves. Like when folk are coming to New York, they say, don't go to Harlem. Harlem is where the bad man live. And eventually people start believing it. When they say, When I go to Jamaica, they say, don't go to Trenchtown. That's where the bad men. See, they keep us apart. So once we start talking to each other like Rasta and I were talking, we come to realize, hey, we got a lot in common here. There's a lot of stuff in common here. And they do the same thing for our brothers and sisters in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They are taught, stay away from the African American. Stay away from the Jamaican American, or stay away from the Jamaican if they're going to Jamaica. Stay away from them. They're bad people. Because they know that if they keep us separate through fear, then we'll never be able to get ourselves together. But when Rasta see me from New York and I see Rasta, I see my brother from Ghana, my sister from Nigeria, we start talking to each other. We come to realize, wait. We have a lot in common here. We need to consolidate our forces and do something about what's going on. And so it becomes important that we understand this and be able to move forward.
Yeah, so Brother Kaba, right? I wanted to ask, right? Because in what you just said, in understanding how to utilize spirituality and or any of the African systems to overcome fear, in the fact of the Haitian Revolution, of how they overcome fear in the time of Walkman. I just wanted you to kind of elaborate how we can utilize that to able to overcome fear itself.
The concept that we're dealing with is spirituality is energy.
Mm-hmm.
Scientifically speaking, what animates all things brings them into existence. All of that is spirit. We have defined spirit as a religious concept, as an anthropomorphic man of European descent. But that is not spirit. Spirit isn't even a black man or a black woman. Spirit is an energy that pervades the universe and lives in darkness. And even when you look at stars, stars are codified, concretized black matter, dark matter. When that dark matter is pushed in to the point where there is no more space, it implodes. And when it implodes, that is the birth of a star. A star is crystallized black or dark matter in the cosmos. They say that there's nothing faster than the speed of light. That's not true. And as long as we deal with that science, we'll never be able to understand. It's not that that formula E = mc squared doesn't have a place in physics. It's just not the speed of light. Because speed of light is not the fastest thing. The fastest thing is the speed of darkness, because wherever light travels and goes, darkness is already there. So darkness travels much faster than the speed of light. And so when you're dealing with this energy that's within you, your energy, our ancestors had that energy, that spirituality on the plantation. And that's very important to understand and to see. They had that spirit of emancipation. In Haiti, our brothers and sisters had just about enough. And they say, no more, no more. And there was no power. See, the other story that they don't tell is that not only did the French try to conquer Haiti, but so did Spain and the United States. And it wasn't until Teddy Roosevelt that they finally were somewhat successful by invading the island. Haiti had the most perfect democratic socialist state that ever existed. They had an economy that, had they been allowed to develop that economy, that would have been a powerful. I suggest that we all study the economy that came out of the revolution of Haiti. And look at what those brothers were going to do. Look at what the sisters were developing in Haiti. It was a perfect union that Thomas Jefferson refused to accept, because he was afraid that if black folk in America could see IT do what they did, then all of a sudden there would be very serious problems in America as it relates to enslaving African people. They still had the problem. One too much later that you had Nat Turner and you had John Brown and you had other insurrections. But keep in mind, there were insurrections in this part of the world for a very, very long time. They had insurrections in Jamaica. They had all sorts of revolutions throughout the Caribbean, Central and South America, Mexico. There was all sorts. But see, they don't tell those stories because they're afraid if you know the truth, then you will then begin to take in that power and to be able to do what you have to do. There comes a time when people say, I've had enough. It's not going on anymore. And when that happens, change occurs. But the people have to be ready. One or two people ain't going to work. We've seen that happen over the years. There's a lot of people had great ideas, tried to bring the people together, but the people just weren't ready to get together for a lot of different reasons. But when the people decide, and we've seen evidence of it in so many different ways. I'll tell you a story about when I visited Birmingham last summer in August, when they premiered Hidden Colors 5. You know the story, what happened with our brother Tariq Nasheed. Okay, here's the backstory to that experience. Hidden Colors 5 was premiering in New York, Long Island, New York, the day before I was scheduled to go to Birmingham for the screening of Hidden Colors 5 in Birmingham, UK. And so I was in the movie. My wife and I went to the premiere, spoke a little bit, and then I was exiting the movie, talking to people, and just having a great fellowship. And the brother Gardy Oasis, brother from Haiti, that had seen Hidden Colors, the 1804 Hidden History of the Haitian Revolution. He came out and he told me that Tariq wants you to have this. And what it was a copy, it was his copy of the DVD he played for the screening. And normally Tariq gives me 4 or 5 copies after it premieres. And so I said, wow, okay, for the first time I'm getting the copy before, you know, a few weeks later down the road. And so I get in my car. Before I get in my car, I check my phone for calls that may have come in while I was in the movie house, because I shut my phone off. And I see that Tariq's assistant has contacted me twice, Ola. And I'm saying, wow, that's funny, because Ola knew I was in the movie. Why would he call me? Why did he knew I was in the movie? So I called Ola back. He said, did you hear what happened? And I said, no, what happened? He said, UK has banned Tariq from coming to the premiere. He said, did Gardy give you the DVD? I said, you talking about the one for Hidden Colors 5? He said, yeah. He said, well, that's what you got to bring to Birmingham, because Tariq was going to bring the DVD himself, but now since Tariq could not go, the only DVD capable of doing that was the one that I had. So I said, okay. So I shut my phone off. I did not talk to nobody. I made no communications except for my family, children, and of course my wife. Made no communication because I wanted to get out of the country quietly, because I knew that once I got into Birmingham, I didn't know what was going to happen, because I knew that it was being billed that Tariq and I was going to be at the screening. So I knew that people who banned Tariq was aware that I was coming, and they probably knew what plane I was on and the time I was going and everything else. Long story short, is I get into Birmingham, I get through customs. The brother Eric and his brother come pick me up. I'm carrying the DVD in my computer bag because I know that I can keep that in my hand the whole trip. I'm not putting anything that's going to go on the plane. I'm not going to put that DVD in there. So I'm carrying it with me. When I get there, I give him the DVD. And all of a sudden now there's a lot of things going on. He now tells me that they have canceled the event. And he said, what do you want to do? I said, well, I came here to do the event. So I'm answering your question now as it relates to the spirit. I'm giving you a different example of what it is that we have to do as a people, because I'm going to tell you what I feel. What I said to the audience is what I'm saying to you now. I was moving into a situation I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. I knew that there were forces that stopped Tariq at California when he was in Los Angeles trying to get to New York to catch the plane to Birmingham. The forces that stopped him, I knew were watching me. At that point in time, I had a choice. I didn't have to go. But there was a spirit, there was a fire in me that said, there's no way I am not going to Birmingham. There is no way, nothing is going to stop me. Now, on a more graduated level, I would imagine that was the spirit that was in Nat Turner. That was the spirit in Harriet Tubman. That was the spirit in Nani of Jamaica. That was the spirit in Boukman. That was the spirit in the revolutionary members of the Revolution of Haiti. That's the spirit on a graduated level by matter of degree. How tired are you of what you're experiencing? There's another story I want to tell you. I'm a teacher, so I got a lot of stories. There's a man. His friend had a dog. The dog was at his feet. The man was talking. And the dog was yelping and hollering in pain. And the guy was looking at the dog, yelping and hollering, and looking at his friend, and his friend kept on talking. And he kept on talking. He figured something was going on, so he kept talking. The dog was yelping and crying and hollering and in pain, and the man looked, and he noticed, he said, yo, your dog is laying on a plank of nails. And the guy said, yeah, I know. When it hurt enough, he'll get up. So my question to black folk is, when are we getting up off this plank of nails? We can yelp, holler, and cry, but when are we getting up off this plank of nails? That's the decision each and every one of us has to make. What are we going to contribute? What are we going to contribute financially? What are we going to contribute intellectually? What are we going to contribute as it relates to helping our people understand what it is to liberate and emancipate themselves? What are we willing to do? By what graduated mark are we going to be? Where does this go? If the people don't go, it can't happen. It's got to be a movement of the people. That's what Exodus is saying. It's a movement of the people. And to cry, let my people go. And when I say that, I am not talking to them to let us go. I'm talking about us. Let us go. Let that inner being in you. That's what spirituality before religion is attempting to tell you. You have an enemy. Your greatest enemy is your negative forces in you that deny you access to being able to achieve your divine purpose on the planet. Period. Whatever that may be. And only you know what that is. And that's the key to all of it. Everything else outside of you is an obstacle. They're not your enemy. They're your obstacle to get over, because there's nothing you can't get over. But once you defeat this negative energy, frequency, vibration within you, all these things they've told us about ourselves and what we can't do and who we are and what we haven't done, once you understand what you've done and you begin to decide you're going to make a change, it starts with you. It starts with me. I am responsible. I know what got me in this situation. I know who enslaved me. I know who bamboozled me and lied to me and cheated me. I know who did that. But if I blame them for the conditions I find myself in, while I give them the power to get me out of this predicament, I also give them the power to keep me in it. But when I assume full responsibility, understanding all the other ramifications, but once I accept responsibility for this, nobody can get in my way. I am the deciding factor. In algebra, when you're doing mathematics and you're solving for the unknown, you have an equation, you have a variable, only those variables can solve your problem. You can't take a variable from outside and solve your problem. The variable is what's going to solve your problem. And for me in my life, white folk are not a variable in my problem. So they have no right to speak as to what's going to help me. You help you. I know what I need to do. I know what we need to do for our people. We have to start thinking about it on that level. You know, the work that you're doing. My brother Riggs and Brother Richie, the work that you're doing, the community has to support you. That's what's going to make them, what makes your program better that helps them is them helping your program that helps you. And we have to get this into our heads. What's going to happen? And the question is, this is what I tell the children every day. We used to get up. This was our mantra every day when I was teaching in class, and even my own biological children. If it is to be, it's up to me. If it is to be, it's up to me. And when I say that, each of us saying that, it's up to where you are in your life as to what you want to do. And I believe that spirituality is the energy that animates and moves you, not only to want to, but to actually act in the interest of total emancipation and total liberation of who you are as a people. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, 100%.
Killed it, as always.
But another one is I wanted to ask is, what is that true entity of spirituality? That entity, not what it does, but what it actually is.
You don't know. That's the mystery and the beauty. It can't be seen, but it can be seen. For instance, you see, I raise my hand. Okay. You can see my hand.
Yeah.
That's the physical. But what made my hand move? You can't see that. That is the animating energy within me that made it move. You can't see it, but you know it exists because you can see my hand move. So the seen is my physical body, but the invisible or the spiritual is the energy that made my hand move. And that's the story that our ancestors told about the Creator coming out of the original Trinity in the Shabaka stone. That you had the Nun, which was the matter. You had Ptah, which was the hill that rose up out of the water, which represented the conversion of potential energy at rest, into kinetic energy in motion. And then up out of this combination of matter and energy, you had creative utterance that they call the Atum, that sat atop Ptah and called all things into being. That's where you get the concept of Adam from. Adam was given the responsibility by the Creator to name all of God's creations. Well, that's what the atom does. The atom is the definition, the ATOM, that came from us, the ATUM, atom. The atom is exactly that. The atom in science is what creates all of the molecules and all of the other things that exist. In other words, you call things into being, that's when they exist. That's why naming is so important in the African tradition. So that as you're dealing with these concepts going back and forth, spirit cannot be seen. And that is why in many African traditions, you don't really have a name for God. You have representatives of God that in Kemet, they call them Neteru, or or the essences of the emanations of the Creator. But you have Heru, and you have Asar, Aset, Nebetet, Sekhmet. You have different representations of the Creator taking on nature's elements, but you don't really have a name for the unseen. You don't really have a name. We call it Amen, but even Amen doesn't represent God per se. Amen represents the hidden fertile waters that brings all things into existence. See, once we begin to look at it from an African perspective, it's very straightforward. And it's really a beautiful story. I really enjoy the story. And it's clear the way our ancestors used nature to explain some of the most complex issues that was around them, like, what is spirit? Spirit cannot be seen. However, Amenet, who is Amen, the hidden, Amenet, the feminine, whenever you have the word ending in a T, it represents the feminine aspect. Amenet was the revealed. So when I showed you my hand going up, that's Amenet. But I couldn't show you the energy that made my arm rise. My arm down is in potential energy, energy at rest. When I lift my arm up, I converted the energy from energy at rest to energy in motion or kinetic energy. That is the creative force. And so that is spirituality, animation, energy, the light, heat, and sound energy that comes from the sun. Spirit is like the driver, and the sun's rays are the car. Spirit drives the light, heat, and sound energy down to earth, which creates life. That's science, and that's in the Aten text. And our ancestors were dealing with these higher forms of thinking. And not just that, family. Our ancestors actually had mastered many forms of solar power. Things that we're trying to do now, they already did. In fact, there are some, like for instance, in King Tut's tomb, there is evidence that they may have been on galactic power, which is the third form. See, you have 4 different levels. A civilization is only as great as the source of its energy. Right now, with everything going on, everybody's into Earth's energy. That's number 1. That's the lowest form of energy. When you draw from the Earth, the oil, the water, the gas, all of that is Earth. That's number 1. At some point in time, you begin to attract solar power, which is another part of spirituality before religion, where I'm describing that solar power is the wealth of the future. In fact, solar power is so abundant, the energy system is so powerful that there's no A-I-R-E at the end of your name that will describe how rich you'll be. There's no millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire. There's no deal. You cannot fathom how wealthy you would be if you tapped into solar power. And so the next level is solar power. The third level is galactic power. Just imagine what you're doing right now when you fill up your car with gasoline, okay? You fill up your car with gasoline and you just drive. If you had a solar cell in your car and you had a solar power base, you could drive for free because the sun doesn't charge you money. You would just be able to derive your energy from the sun. All of us could. The third level is galactic power. Now, suppose that we could use our sun as a satellite so that every human being on the earth had his or her own star. Do you know how much energy that would be? If we could derive this power from just one sun, imagine if we could derive power from our own personal sun. The final one is cosmic energy, which means that we could tap into galaxies of energy. A civilization is only advanced as its source of power and energy. And right now we're at the lowest rung.
At one time, our ancestors were deriving solar power. You can see it in the pyramids. You can see it in all of the writings, that they understood the power and majesty of the sun. And they had derived some very powerful ways. But when the Greeks didn't get it, Romans never got it. And now we tried to help them out in the Renaissance. Africans going into Europe, they still couldn't get it. And that's what Western civilization is based on. And now we're living in a world where not only is it misinformation, it's misinformation. Because the Romans never got it. They were barbarians and savages. They never got it. And if you look at how they conduct themselves now, you can see they don't know what they're doing. All the greatest scientists in the world, Cambridge, Columbia University, Yale University, Oxford, Salamanca. You can go all around the world. Nobody know how to deal with this virus. They can't. Listen, you can't find rubbing alcohol in New York. No stores have alcohol. You can go to the corner and buy a fifth of gin. You have no problem buying liquor, but you can't find alcohol. Does that tell you something about where we are in this civilization? When are we going to figure out, we better get ourselves together, because these folk don't know what they're doing. They're not that intelligent. I've never thought of them as being that intelligent. I've been around them enough to know they're not at all intelligent, and they're emotionally unstable. I'm not speaking in absolutes, but enough of them have proven to me they are not stable. When are we going to understand this, family? When are we going to decide once and for all? A change has got to come. And if it is to be, it's up to me. It's up to you to decide once and for all you want something better for yourself and your family, for your community, for your children, and for the children who are yet to be born. Somewhere we have to make a decision. This is my thing. This is what I do. I'm in education. Where are you? You could be anywhere. Whatever you do, you might drive a bus. Be the best bus driver. You might be a nurse. You might be a doctor. You might have a whole bunch of money, might have none at all. But what are you going to do? You've been given these cards called life. How are you going to play your cards? You have a divine mission. That's why you're here. Can you find it? Will you find it? Something we got to think about. When are we going to get up off this plank of nails? I hear us hollering. I hear us yelping. But when are we getting up off this plank of nails?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's freezing up on my end. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, much appreciated. Listen, we're coming to the hour and a half point. You've been going in beautifully. Before we start to wind down, I just want to deal with the body of work that you've done, because again, I feel like it's been a procession to this point, and people might not know about other works that you've done. So just speak to the certain books that you've done leading up to this book, and obviously tell the people where they can find them, and you know, any other significant work that goes along, because I know me and you've talked about digital work and certain DVDs that you've participated in.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yes. Well, my first book, you know, again, following African tradition, it is a tradition to have a ceremony that is called a libation, where you pay homage to the ancestors. And I have always been a curriculum writer. I write for the classroom. I write to teach to children and to the community. So that's how my writing has always been. And I was in a presentation in Los Angeles where there was a sister that was a prolific writer. And she said to me, "You need to write a book." Oh, no, she said, "Do you have a book?" And I said, "No, I don't write I don't write books." She said, "Well, you need to write a book." I said, "Well, I'm a curriculum writer." And she said, "No, I understand that." But she said, "You have an entire audience that you're missing, because there are some that enjoy videos and they enjoy audios, but you also have an audience out there that enjoys reading books. That's how they get their information." She said, "You need to write a book." I said, "Well, I wouldn't even know how to even start writing a book because I write curriculum." She said, "Look, what you've just said alone, if you just transcribe what you just said, you could write, that could be a book." So the sister made me start thinking about that. And then I was encouraged again one time. I was doing a presentation that same summer. It was in the summertime. That same summer, someone else said, "Man, you need to write a book." And then I thought about it. And I said, wait a minute, now there's two people. There was a sister and a brother that have encouraged me to write a book. And I said, but I don't write books, I write curriculum. Now, here's the difference between a curriculum writer and a book writer. You could have a situation where somebody is like writing a book about foods around the world. And the book talks about the different foods. Now you have somebody else that writes a book of recipes on how to cook those foods. I'm like the person, curriculum writing is like the person that writes the book on recipes, on how to cook. I write how to teach. And I write lessons in math and science and other things on how to teach mathematics or how to teach a class, because I'm a classroom teacher. So I decided that I was going to start I'm going to start to write a book. But in the African tradition, I had to do a libation. So I did a libation to the architect of America's African studies programs. We're all into Black studies, we're into culture, but we don't know the history, really. We think of the 60s as that explosion of Black studies departments, but we don't know that William Leo Hansberry had developed an African studies program in 1922 at Howard University. And he directly or indirectly has impacted everybody that has come out of the Black Studies Department, one way or another. And I wrote two different theses on him. One, his life and times, and the other was how he developed the Black Studies program at Howard. And I combined them together to write my first book, which was an intellectual libation honoring the life and times and works of Professor William Leo Hansberry. Spirituality Before Religions really is my first book, so to speak. My first book actually is William Leo Hansberry, but that was a libation. That was a book that explored this brother, paying homage to him, thanking him for all that he had done, because he really, although I never knew him, he really was part of my my thought process. And so I wrote William Leo Hansberry, and then again, about 5-6 years ago, I started writing Spirituality Before Religions. However, I have joined a phenomenal technological genius by the name of Brother Philippe Matthews, who we have structured an online class. It's called the Kemetic Wisdom School, where we do classes. I'm doing classes. I've done classes on the Shabaka Stone. I've done classes on the Dogon. I've done classes on West Africa. I did a class on the Africans in Greece, where I did research on the origins of the Olympics. And what I found out was the Olu, the word Olu of Olympics. You would say, wow, that probably come from Egypt. No, that come from Nigeria. You see, we don't realize all of Africa was great. We don't know, because of what we've been exposed to, that there was a lively international trade amongst African peoples with the world thousands of years.
we don't see that Africans that were in West Africa were impacting Africans in Kemet, were impacting people in Greece. You know, we don't study the fact that actually, when you look at the boot of Italy, if you go to the western coast of that boot, was where the original people came out of. The land was called Etruria, E-T-R-U-R-I-A. Don't believe a word I say. Research this. Or go to the Kemetic Wisdom School and take the class, because I take you through these. And these are black folk that they're called Etruscans. They lived in Etruria. The islands of Sardinia was black people. All in the Mediterranean area, it was for thousands of years, all Cushites, all black people. Simple. That's science. In Turkey, black people. Greece, black people. Long before there were any Indo-Europeans that came down out of the ice mountains, long before that, all that land, the Mediterranean basin, was established. Even in Spain, I know we get really romantic about Africans going into Spain in 710 AD, but we can track Africans in Spain going back 3,000-4,000 years before the Common Era. There are Africans in Spain and Portugal, in Italy, in France. There's black people all in the Mediterranean basin. Just check it out. It's there. The information is there. You just got to look for it, because they're not going to let you notice. If I were them, I wouldn't let you notice either. That's why I look for it, because I know they're doing what they're supposed to do. The question is, are we doing what we're supposed to do?
No, that's the key element. And it's funny that you say Olu, because my African name is Oluwole.
Okay.
Which is God has entered this house. That's the meaning of it.
Okay.
And that's Nigerian, because the side of my family is Nigerian, Yoruba speakers.
Okay. So that's where it comes
from. Say what you was going to say, Elder.
No, I was just going to continue responding to your question. I was just giving you examples of the Kemetic Wisdom School. You go to Shock Metaphysics, S-H-O-C-K Metaphysics, METAPHYSICS. And if you put the word shock in the slot, you get half price. It's $14.97 a month. And I'm not the only person that will be teaching classes. There's a number of great scholars that teach classes on the Kemetic Wisdom School. And so that's what we do. Now, when I was first writing Spirituality Before Religions, I decided that I wanted to offer the community an introduction to my work. So about a couple of years ago, I created a website where I offer a free 6-day e-course on Spirituality Before Religions, because I had a feeling that the book was going to have an impact on the community in a way that they had never been impacted that way before. So I wanted to prepare the community for the book. I thought it was going to come out much sooner, but in reality, there was a lot more work I had to do on the book that really made it what I believe it became. Because it's selling well in UK. It's selling well in UK, in Canada, and in Germany. It's Italy, Spain, because folk are waking up. They're beginning to see things. And I think this pandemic is helping. And so if you go to my website, kabakamene.com, www.kabakamene.com, you can download the free e-course and my 44-page study guide. Now, my study guide, Dr. Clark often told us, you may not get to your destination in your life, but if you leave the proper roadmap, others will be able to follow. My study guide came out of Hidden Colors 1. A lot of folk, particularly young people, were coming to me and say, yo, man, I didn't know it was going to roll like this, man. I thought Hidden Colors was, you put it on world, Tariq put it on World Star Hip Hop. I thought it was going to be, Nicki Minaj, Drake. I thought it was going to be about rap.
I didn't know it was going to be about culture and history, but I ain't never heard nothing like this before. Tell me a book I can get. And I began to realize that for some people who have been introduced to this information, there was nothing surprising about what they saw. They enjoyed it. They liked seeing it. It was presented well, but they knew this information. But for other people that had never known this, that walked into this, didn't realize what they were going to experience, this was overwhelming. And I did not want to just offer a book. Okay, read John G. Jackson, read Chancellor Williams, read John Henry Clark. So what I did is I shut down for 2 weeks. This was in April of 2011. I shut down for 2 weeks, and by May 12th, I came out right around this time in 2011, 9 years ago. That's interesting. I shut down for 2 weeks, and I brought all of my collected work together, and I put it in outline form. And I'm going to stick a pin there for a minute, because I'm going to tell you a story about Dr. Clark. One time I told Dr. Clark, I was teaching at the time, and I said to him, Dr. Clark, I could never pay you back for all you've done for me. He said, you're right. You ain't got that much money. But you can pay me back by doing for others what I've done for you. And he said, the greatest thing that I've ever given you, I've given you for free. I've not asked you for the greatest gift. There were other things that cost, buying his books or whatever may have happened. But the greatest gift he gave me free. And I thought about that. Now I'm going to return back to my story. The study guide is the greatest gift I could give to my community because it's my roadmap. It is where I'm headed. And so for anyone out there, for the younger generations that are moving up, that are interested in this area, for those yet even born, this 44-page study guide that outlines my entire approach towards teaching and learning the true history of the original human beings on the planet, that is my study guide. And I give it to our community free because of my love, respect, and honor. There are things in life that must be free. I understand that. There are things that must be paid for too. But there are things that are free. And some of our greatest gifts have come for free. And the greatest gift that I could ever give the community is what you're giving me now. And that is your time. Time is the most precious thing that you have. Time is the one thing you can never get back. You can't buy back, and you can't sell forward. Time is what you exist in for that moment. And it's precious. And so that's why I appreciate all of you taking this time out of your schedule to be here with me, as I have taken this time to be here with you. And I thank Brother Richie and to all those involved with making this happen. I just thank you for this opportunity. And so what becomes important is to go to my website, kabakamene.com, and to download that. And you can get my books on Amazon. That's the best way to do it. Normally, you could get it, you could order it, I would mail it to you, but Amazon is the best way to do it because the mail is going through a lot of different changes right now. And if you go to Amazon, you can order the book, either William Leo Hansberry or Spirituality Before Religions. I'm pretty sure that you will be, from the reviews that I'm getting back and from responses I'm getting back from people, and even looking at the live comments here, there are those of you wherever this show is going who have the book, and you have expressed it. And I'm confident that my intentions, what I set out to do in the book, have been met by so many people's responses to me as to the impact that it's had on them and what they're looking at. And also, it has come at a most appropriate time. Not only because we all have a little bit more time to be able to sit and read, but also I think there's some things in that book that I'm expressing that will respond to and assist us moving forward this time in our history. I never knew. I published it July 12th. I published it in paperback. That was on the Kindle. Can't buy Kindle no more. The paperback is what you buy. And that was published at the end of July, I think July 29th. There was no way I knew this pandemic was coming. Yet there's a lot of parallels in Spirituality Before Religion between this pandemic, nature, and spirituality. It's very interesting how all of this is connected. And it becomes so important, family, that we understand there is a natural mystic in the air. And if you listen carefully, you will hear. And so I invite you to download my free e-course and study guide and check out the book, Spirituality Before Religions. And if you're interested in Black studies and the origins of a brother that put everything that he had on the line to make sure that we learned our history and culture, William Leo Hansberry is the man that you want to study and understand what he did, what he actually did back in the 20s. You know, when I wake up in the morning, family, I do not complain. I am blessed. I'm telling you, considering what our ancestors went through, I have no right to complain. I can understand what we're going through. But my goodness, I pray that the spirit of Harriet Tubman, every day I pray that her spirit enters and revitalizes, not so much enter me, but I can revitalize her spirit, her tenacity. My goodness, if she could do what she did. I mean, she walked from the South to the North. We complain because we trying to Uber. We trying to go someplace by bus, fly, take the train, or she walked from the South to the North. And then I have a DVD on my site on the Underground Railroad. What would Harriet Tubman do? My son and I did 2 documentaries, one on Malcolm X and one on Harriet Tubman. And the one on Harriet Tubman, I went up to her house where she lived up in Auburn, New York. Okay? I live in northern New York City. It took me close to 7 hours to get to her house in Auburn. I'm already in New York, going up to her house in New York State. It took me 7 hours by car to get to her house. So even after she got from the South to New York, just to get from where she was in New York to her house was a 7-hour car drive. So imagine how long it took for her to navigate that by walking, or however other means of transportation you might have. That tells me she wanted to be free. What are we willing to do to be free? I do not complain. And if I even dream about complaining, I wake up and apologize. Our ancestors led the way and did things that we would never have to do again. And what we're doing is so that our children, our descendants, will not have to go through what we're going through today. And that's just how we have to do this, family. If it is to be, it's up to me. What are we doing? What are each and every one of us doing? And I stand online first to ask myself, before I look out at anyone else, I look at myself and say, what do I need to do? Also, I started a webinar series on spirituality before religions. And so you can go to the site sbrwebinar1.com. And we did that a week ago. So we've started a webinar series to go deeper into the book, and we have bonus offers with more materials that could not be put in the book or in the webinar. Because I'm really covering this from every base possible. First is the e-course, then came the book, then came the webinar, then came the bonus offers of the webinar. And when you put, and then we have a question and answer period for those that attend the webinar. We have a question and answer period that lasted 3 hours last Sunday, because folk had a lot of questions. And so when you look at these different aspects of this, we're thoroughly looking at spirituality before religions, and then giving the community a chance to get their questions and their feedback and their ideas as it relates to what they've experienced through all of the different mediums.
Rich, you having a problem?
Yeah, it's just pausing now. So I'm here. I can hear everyone fine. All right. Well, again, we've covered most of the bases. The elders told you where to find a body of work. Riggsy, is there any announcements we got to do before we sign off and conclude today's show?
Yeah, before we even sign out. Kaba, I was going to ask.
Can you hear me, Riggs?
Yeah, I can hear you. Kaba, I want to ask if you got any form of PayPal or Cash App that anybody would like, where they can able to donate to.
I'm sorry, brother. You were coming in and out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I said, do you have a Cash App or a PayPal where people can donate to your works?
Yes, you could. Let me tell you two things before I respond to that question.
Yeah.
I have always wanted to give something to get something.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate donations. I appreciate love collections. But if you wanted to support my work, I'd like you to go to my website, Kaba Kamene, because I've got a lot of DVDs.
Mm-hmm.
And when I stream them, like if you 99 cents, $1.99, $2.99 if it's a three-part series. I have books, I have a lot of things up there where it's a $0+ or a $1+, which means that for those, and I realize that there are those of us, particularly nowadays, that may not have the financial support that they need to be able to be purchasing a great deal of material, but I still believe that there's material that should go to the community. So it's $0+, and you are welcome to download it for free. But if by chance you have a little something extra when you talk about donations, if you want to give a little something more than just getting it for free, then you can put whatever you want. Some people put $2, $3, $4, whatever you like. There's also a $1+, which means that, okay, I'm asking for $1, but if you have more, then that's cool. Okay? So that I want to do business. And by that, I mean, I respect and honor donations. Coming from your heart, I love you, respect you, and honor you for your support of my work. And I know that. But I would like you to get something back from me for whatever you may give me. And that is what allows you and me to be able to build the types of businesses, because you know what we have to do with this work that you're doing, Brother Richie and Brother Riggs? There are people in the media world that get paid big money for what they do. We have to start businesses such as this with intellectual property, which means the growth of the mind. Our community, in getting this information, here in the United States, they pay for cable. They pay for extra media. And so there should be some form of payment for the work that intellectual property as culture has to do. We have to start a business in that also, so that the community could best support me by going to my website and purchasing items that I have up, from DVDs, whether they're physical copies or whether they're streaming. I made it possible, again, for those that wouldn't be able to maybe spend $20 or $25 on a DVD, they can stream it for $1.99 or $2.99. This media, and Brother Rich, you and I have spoken about this before, the many ways in which we can monetize this process, because the money that I make goes into my work. It goes into the furtherance of buying a book or buying something that I need that pushes my work forward. Maybe I need something for my computer, whatever it is. The finances that I get allow me to do this. And the same is true for you and Brother Riggs, the work that you're doing. Now, with that in mind, I also see the other option, which is PayPal and Cash App. And my Cash App address is $, Kaba Common A, and the number 7. KABAKAMENE, and the number 7. That's my Cash App. My PayPal is Common A 777 at AOL.com. KAMENE 777 at AOL.com. Whatever support you give me, may I tell you, I appreciate the time you've spent with me. Just today, this is precious. And to my brother Richie and to my brother Riggs, I thank you so much for offering me this platform to talk to our beloved community. And I thank you for this opportunity to be able to do this. And I wish you only the very best in all that you're trying to do for our people, because I know that your heart is in making it better for our people. And we all have to support the work that you're doing. That's why when you contacted me, because I know I've been on your program a few times before, but when you contacted me recently, you know, I just so appreciate what you do and respect the work that you do. And I honor the fact that so many people have come to this session, that I just support you. And whatever financial support you may offer my way, it goes to the betterment of our people and our community and all the things that we need to do for the people. And I know that it's going to be the same for you also. So I pray that the community supports you and understands during this time more than ever, we value the work that you're doing and the work that all of our scholars are doing to move us forward, following the traditions of all of our ancestors who risked everything so that we could be free. For that, I will always be dedicated. And I will attempt never to let them down. Because, like I say, I'm blessed, or blissed if you want to use it like that, considering no matter what may have come my way in my life compared to what our ancestors went through. They were some powerful people. And you talk about spirit, I pray that their spirit inspires us, inspirits us. Those were some powerful people. Some of them maybe could not read, could not write, but they certainly were one with the creative force and knew how to make things happen. And I pray that that type of cultural common sense emboldens us to do what we have to do, whether it be here on this side of the pond, or in UK, that side of the pond, or in Europe, or in Central or South America, in the Caribbean, the motherland herself. We need to get busy. And we need to understand this person that we thought was all great was really the Wizard of Oz, who was a very small man that projected a very big image of himself with a big booming voice. But when that dog Toto pulled back the curtain, what everybody saw was we all saw a mixed up little man that didn't even know how to free himself. As Bookman told the truth, cast aside your white God, embrace your African spirituality. You are free.
Okay, so tomorrow we are going to have a group of young people called Total Exposure. It's a platform for music artists to perform. They talk about music, they talk about entertainment, they talk about fashion and all kinds of stuff. This will be tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And then on Friday, we yet again for the second series for the Manhood Academy, the Rites of Passage. We talk about the parents, we talk about the family, we talk about how we can put our youth through the Rites of Passage, as you can go to the website and register your children for the Saturday sessions, which is online. but we're going to be having a special guest, and we're going to be having more of the co-workers within the Manhood Academy. And then on Sunday, we have what we call the International Sister Circle, where the sisters do their thing. And this time they're going to be doing womb healing with a lot of women. So there's going to be 6 of them, and they're going to be demonstrating what they need to do to healing themselves. So that will be on Sunday. And then Monday will be a special person coming through. Not saying who, but watch out and log in on Monday. But yes, so tomorrow is 9 o'clock. Friday is 8 o'clock. Oh, there might be something special on Saturday, but the International Women's Circle will be at 5 p.m. So watch out for that and make sure you log in. So yes, Rich.
Yeah, listen, again, people, go to the Instagram, Mr. Terry Riggs or Black Eyes TV 7 to see flyers. Go and look at the Black Eyes TV page on Facebook to also see digital flyers of shows that are up and coming, so you can confirm those times. As always, big up to the chat room, our usuals, Melanie Goddess, Asiatic. Special shout out to Craig Samuels. We will be booking you on the show, brother. So look out for my contact with you. But big up for tuning in. Big up to everybody who donated today and supported the channel in that way. Special thank you to you for doing that. Again, Brother Carver, love you. Yeah, I mean, love the information. Love talking with you. So really appreciate you coming in again and chat with us. I definitely want to bring you back again at some time to do this all over again. But again, keep it black. It's all black everything. Recharge those batteries. Understand your environment. And understand it starts with improvement of self. You understand? You can't help the wider community if you don't work on yourself and your family first. So take note, take stock. Talk to me, brother.
Please, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to ask you a question. Can you see my comments?
Yeah.
Because I put down the 3 different sites that you could possibly go to.
Oh. What you do put on the YouTube?
I'm putting them over. It's a private chat.
In a private chat, hold on. Copy. Hold on 1 minute. Family, watch. Hold on. So I'll put that in the comment section, and I will put that in the direction in the description box.
Okay, because I'm about to send. Okay, I'm sending the different ways. Okay, I sent 4. I put it in a private chat, but can I? If I were to move over to live comments, would it also go over there?
I'm doing it now.
Yeah. We're copying and pasting. Yeah, we're doing it. And these will be in the description of the video. So anybody who tunes in after the fact, you'll be able to get details of everything Carver's doing, the places where to get stuff, Cash App, PayPal, all those details will be there in the description of the video.
Okay. Fantastic. Family, thank you so much. I look forward to the next time, man. Thank you for this opportunity.
Mm-hmm. So don't forget, 5 p.m. Sunday for the women. So stay black, believe in black, move black. As Carmen said, it comes from black matter.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Oops. It stopped. Oh man, family. Hope you've enjoyed today. As we will now begin to log out. Hope you enjoyed the show. And we'll be back tomorrow. So please go and check out Black Eyes TV at 11 o'clock tonight. And hope you've enjoyed everything that we have done today. But we shall speak again, as tomorrow's another day.
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivered into this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, born as a chattel slavery. We've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. See, the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists. But they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. They're Muslim sacred women, and Christian sacred women, and Buddhist sacred women, and Akan sacred women, Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches. And those branches, if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together and we help her. We nurture each other. And all in sacred, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that sacred woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want, and the men want. Everyone loves the sacred woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.